Lady,
put on my headphones.
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm not too shabby. I can't stay on long. I gotta get to bed. I gotta get up early in the morning. But we pop up at least.
I appreciate you coming on. It's always good to see you.
You rescue your roast?
Man, that's not good. I was sitting here, I was working on things like, I'm like, what are the neighbors doing? It smells so funny. I was like, literally like an hour later, I was like, okay, it starts really smelling weird in here. It's like, what is going on? And I was like,
yeah,
shit. Like, there's this much crust in the freaking like.
I had that about, I'll fix dinner or something, and then take whatever it is I've cooked out of the pan and put it on my plate and walk into a table or whatever and sit down and start eating, and then look back up and my pan's still cooking.
All the time. The amount of hours too, like we have gas range, and every now and then my husband didn't turn it off all the way, and then I come downstairs and I'm like, I smell gas. Like, what is happening? It's like that's always like the where you feel really good about yourself, you know?
Yeah.
Man, I can't leave us alone.
Done it a bunch. All the time. Did you get how many comics did you get?
I got 5.
Yeah, so did I.
I usually get 3. I get 1 for myself, 1 for my daughter, and then 1 to keep sealed. I was like, it's the heartbreak. I'm gonna get 5. It's just kind of the right number.
Yeah, I got 5. Or that was the max I can get based on my NFTs.
I could have gotten more. I'm like, I know I'm not. I tell myself I'm going to get more to sell them, and then I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, like, I wound up. I got so lucky on Comic 2. I got 8, and I ripped every one of them. Ripped every one of them. I got pretty sure I got all base too. There wasn't a rarity on that one, or was there an alternate cover on it?
On number 2?
Yes, yeah.
2 had alternate covers, not alternate covers, but
different.
2 had rarities, sketch covers, and then the blank covers, which they're not going to do anymore, as far as I know.
Yeah, I was a little sad about that. I was hoping I'd eventually get one of those sketches. See what.
Hi, Evelyn, Card Fishing, Bees, Austin, Lord Mandrake, Curry in the house.
Curry.
Good to see you, everybody.
How's everybody doing?
Now we need to be online on multiple platforms because we're streaming to multiple platforms.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm trying it out just to see how it goes. Usually I do Twitch and X and YouTube for the last, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And I just added Kick, which is like a new platform that is kind of like, I haven't streamed on there yet. It's kind of like Twitch is, but I think you can get better revenue if you monetize it.
Gotcha.
Cruise control. So I'm just trying it out, see what happens. Can't hurt.
Well, that sounds fun. I haven't. I've streamed the last couple of nights for 20 or 30 minutes each night. I ended up putting together my little cusser show for Saturday, so I'm going to do that. Move some stuff around.
It gets easier though, right? The more you do it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't have a problem getting up in front of folks and talking or anything. I can sit there and talk to a fence post, which is kind of what you're doing when you're streaming on a whatnot. You do at least have the chat.
True.
But
it's weird. In the beginning, it felt super weird to me, and now it gets easier. I feel like when you do it.
The hard part for me is letting go of stuff that I don't really want to let go of, and it's not that I don't want to let go of it. It's just I'm just like, I'm not going to have that anymore. So it is what it is.
Stuff keeps buying the house. Cruise control.
The better Keith. The good Keith.
Galician. I always wanted. I'm not sure if I'm going to say your name right. Galician and Sons. Galicia and Sons. Am I saying this name correctly? Galicia and Sons. Galicia. One day I will get it right.
Keith, are
How
you
excited
going
are
to
you?
Comic-Con?
I was just about to say, like, how excited are you?
Oh, I can't wait. I'm chomping.
It's gonna be so much fun. Now I just feel like I need to bring like some more stuff to, so I actually have money to spend.
I know. I don't know if I'm taking. I think I'm packing empty so I can bring back whatever I want to bring back. Yeah, Keith, I'm bummed too. I wish you were going.
I know there's so many people who are not gonna go because a lot of people went to National and that was like the big event of the year.
Yeah.
And then it not having a tournament, I think a lot of people mostly want to go for that too. Like if you have multiple events, you can combine.
Right. Yeah, I wish they were having a tournament. I wish even that. I wish Dave and Josh would have even scheduled a tournament about that time. If their tournament had been that time, I think it would have drawn more of us there too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the hotels are crazy.
Hotels, flights, everything is insane. But I feel like all the events have been so far. Like it doesn't like VCon wasn't cheap, National wasn't cheap. I feel like it's always like big cities that these things are in. It depends on like where you stay and like.
Right. Yeah, I did B&B for VCon with Savvy and Mandrake curry, green beans, and and chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Did form chaos, but and we had an amazing house, great neighborhood, and it was a quick and easy trip in. You know, Mandrake drove up, so he was our Uber and taking good care of us the whole time. And then in Chicago, we Airbnb'd again. It's a mineral, Raul, Joe McDough, and Chartsy. The five of us were together, and so we had another great. It was a great one. You didn't scare me once, Mandrake. You made me happy.
New York Comic Con, I would say it's very similar to National. Yeah. Maybe even there were moments where it was even busier, just for where we were close. Last year, VeeFriends was really close to the Funko, and Funko has like days and hours where they have the new releases. So there's like long lines, and it really depends on where they are and how much space there's around.
There was what's say, John? Last year, just that little bit of time that I was in there, it felt like it was super, super busy and hectic through there. I don't think they're buying us a second booth there.
No. Yes, Eve, bathrooms are so much busy. That was such a nice thing at National because there's so many guys. For women, bathrooms are like in and out in 2 seconds. National and Comic-Con, because they all have costumes on.
Oh yeah,
it was a nightmare. It takes you like half an hour to go to the bathroom. It's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
It was not fun at all.
But no, it was fun. This lady hooked me up last year. Can't remember her name. She's pretty
awesome. Only thing last year is the first day we got to go through all the entrances, coming in and out, and after that they changed it, and you only could get in through like the bottom area, whatever that area was, and the other entrance was only for vendors, which was super annoying because out there was also where the Starbucks was. So when you wanted to go to the Starbucks, you had to go all the way around the building again to get back in. That was completely stupid. Like whoever came up with that idea. Like it made no sense to let only vendors in through that because the vendors are already inside at that point.
Yeah.
They're not going in and out constantly. So it was made no sense to maybe the first hour, but not even the first hour. The vendors are there before everybody else comes.
Yeah. Well,
So
they're after
it made no sense
too.
last year. But let's see how it goes this year.
I've got purple onion. Do you want to watch me eat it?
Yes. Broford sent me a video of somebody eating a raw onion on the airplane, and it was so gross just because the person like started like snotting. It was like because it is so not normal to just bite an onion like it's an apple and eat the whole thing. Like it was just so.
That's not how you eat it.
No, and the person was on the airplane and like filmed themselves and the person next to them, and the person next to them was just completely cool. Like I would have lost my shit. I'm just like, what are you doing?
That's so rude. That is so rude.
Like, oh, it's just so weird, man.
Oh,
like the other person next to them also started crying because like they could smell like the. I would cry too.
That's not right.
I was like, dude.
Yeah, you're right, Eve. You are right. Eve, are you going to Comic-Con?
She is.
Oh, awesome.
I already talked with her. As far as I know, she's coming Thursday, Friday. If I'm not. Okay. Now I'm mixing up who's coming when.
Okay. I've got Friday, Saturday tickets. I'm gonna buy a Thursday ticket, I think. You're just gonna be there Thursday, Eve?
What's his name? Oh gosh, now I'm gonna completely butcher.
Yeah.
He's one on the dads, not the V dads, but like, darn it. I'm gonna.
Oh, awesome.
One of the dads is coming.
The V dads?
He's not part of the like 3 crew who always is up in the morning.
Yeah.
But he used to be very active in it too. Oh gosh, no, that's gonna bug me. I have this picture in front of me and it's like, darn it.
Yeah, I understand.
It's gonna come to me eventually.
I'm staying with a friend, so I've got lucky on this trip.
Matson? I know exactly who you know who I'm like. No, not Robbie. Oh, Pfeiffer. MP Pfeiffer.
Oh, okay, cool.
But he's only coming on Sunday with his kids.
Oh yeah, I won't get to see him then. He's from Philly, isn't he?
I'm not sure where he's from, but he's saying he's coming on Sunday in with his kiddos to see him.
I got you. Is he from Philly? Cool. He seems like a really nice fellow. I don't know if I have met him or not. I feel like I have, but there's so many that I have met.
I haven't met him in person. Like I've seen him online all the time when we talk, but I've never met him in person actually. Dan is coming. Dan the man. So I got to meet him for the first time. I think he's coming Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, I got to meet him in Texas.
And then Black Label is still deciding. I don't actually know a ton of people who are coming, to be honest. Like the usual New York people. Like I know Jay is coming, and then Turner. But Biceps still doesn't know if he's going to make it. Lex definitely is not. Soggy's not coming. Thoughtwrong isn't coming.
Soggy's not coming?
Nope. To the Moon is coming, but only Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, I want to say. They're not staying for the weekend.
Gotcha.
Hey, JPD. So it's definitely less than last year, I would say. Last year was a lot more people, especially after the tournament was announced.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It's still going to be a good time, let's face it.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of stuff. I doubt Savvy comes.
Savvy's not, because there's still, her husband is leaving tomorrow to start his new job in Arizona, and they still haven't sold the house, so she's staying back with the kids. And she's like, the either way is still going to be in the process of moving by then, or have just moved in, which is just, or worst case scenario, having to pay still for, because she said they're definitely going to move in a month, like no matter what.
Gotcha.
But then worst case, they will have to pay their mortgage still if it isn't paid, like if the house isn't sold, and rent. And he's like, it's just not happening.
Yeah, that stinks. Well,
Yeah.
I'm excited about seeing everything. I can't wait to see what the atomic pin drop is.
I know. And what was you watched the stream too yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So during the stream, a couple people asked about a Funko Pop. And Gary kind of wanted to say something, but didn't say anything. But then once Gary was off stream, Rips said at least twice that Gary announced there is a Funko Pop coming. And I'm like, did I miss that?
Yeah.
Or did the Rips just drop it and like then just like push it on Gary? Because I did not hear Gary at all saying there's a Funko Pop.
Yeah, I didn't hear Gary say it either. But Rips said it 2 different times about some sort of Funko.
I know, the whole mule thing.
That was surprising to me too, because Gary got hung up on the mule with the how everybody was picking it whenever they were offered a free card.
But he said it was a very specific age group.
Yeah.
That was. Which also I feel like makes a little bit of sense. Like if you were our generation and older, you do feel like a lot of the younger generation is not really mature enough to do certain things. So maybe that like the trait itself felt what. But then also like where was it positioned? Like how many like I feel like if I want data points like that, I put the exact amount of cards in every character and see at the end of the show which character now has the least. And they all have to cost the same to really look at, okay.
Right.
And then it wasn't more on the front, so people didn't want to, like, not everybody's going to look through 251 characters.
No.
It's just not happening. So, like, where were their positions? So I need more data points, Gary.
Right. Well, I mean, it's like there's going to be, like if little girls see the Juicy Jaguar, they're going to snag it really quick, you know, it's so pink. And I think the, Dialed In Dog, I think would do really good with all kids. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of, I mean, every one of them's great with kids. A lot of the cougar and the leopard, both. I like both of those for kiddos.
Robert, you mean Series 3? Because I didn't see that, but I recently, somebody else, I'm not saying who the 2 people were, but they were at the booth at National. One made a joke about Series 2, Series 3, and the other was like, just a joke, like, and the other one was like, dude. So, I don't know. I don't know what's happening with that. I'm not saying it's happening.
Gary did, he came back and said after he said it, because he was talking about a Series 3 NFT. And back and said that he was joking. He was just kidding.
I know he was. But the prophet said, like Ribs kind of looked at him. You know, sometimes you can't really hide your facial expressions around something.
Yeah, whenever Gary's talking, you need to be looking at Rip's face.
What was up with the gloves, man? What was that?
I think he just had them on because of the way that he didn't want to touch those comics because they were going. I bet those are probably going to the museum, the VeeFriends Museum or Archive.
The gloves. Put it in a penny sleeve and a giant top loader. Oh boy.
I got tickled when Rips was showing the comic book off, and like you got to see the last 3 or 4 pages, and he freaked out.
Which I have found so funny because like it's kind of out there. Like there's multiple people who have the comic and I've seen it. Multiple people have shown it on stream and stuff. So it was not like it was a page that's hidden.
I was thinking today, I have not seen it once. As far as any other pages other than the cover. I've seen the cover. I've not seen the inside of the book. I haven't been able to read the story or anything like that. And I'm shocked that it hadn't been leaked more. Whoever folks that they gave them to at San Diego really did a good job of, in my opinion, of not, following through on whatever they asked them to do when they were there.
So Thought Wrong got his at National. Let me look at it. I didn't look at the story because I wasn't sure if it's the whole story in it. And I'd heard of like the switched up page before.
Yeah.
There's like one of the pages switched up in that specific one. So I didn't want to like ruin the story for me.
Right.
But at the end of it, it has like, I don't know if the actual comic is going to have that too, or just like the special edition had like drawings from like the Harpic of like how Gary drew it, and then series 2, and then like how they that was super cool, like to see like the progression of it.
Yeah.
And in the end of that comic, it had, how the comics always have in the back like a teaser for the next one.
Right.
It had the hat of the Motivated Monster, so I knew that 5 would be Motivated Monster.
I gotcha.
But it only had the hat. But like if you know the hat of the Motivated, you kind of know that that's gonna come.
Yeah.
And then somebody read the comic on a stream 2 weeks ago. I didn't watch the whole stream because I didn't want to spoil the story for myself.
Yeah.
But somebody actually read it on stream, on a Whatnot stream.
I gotcha.
Like somebody who got the comic.
Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't been on Whatnot a lot. I've just been kind of hit and miss. I turned off the buying mode.
It's so many. Like today I was almost not at Whatnot at all. I try to avoid it sometimes to not get sidetracked, because I'm thinking I'm just gonna listen in, and then somebody says something and then you respond, and all of a sudden like 3 hours later you're like, I got nothing done.
I get in there and I love the streams. Like Brofit had a little one yesterday that I jumped in for just a second, got to see his kiddos and stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff I enjoy, just getting on there listening to people talk and stuff like that. I like those.
It's just so many. Like when you go in and there's like 10 streams, I'm like, I don't even know who to pick right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Which again, it's good, but it's also, I also know most of these people. It's not just like there's random streams who do VeeFriends. It's like all these people. So I'm like, well, if I go on so and so stream, I also should go on those and so streams. It's like, I can't go on 10 streams, man. And then I just turn it off.
Well, I mean, used to, when everybody first started streaming, I felt like I wanted to go in and tip everybody, like just for getting on and streaming. Yeah. Back when it was Sunday and Wednesday, it was To the Moon, and every Saturday night it was Courage, and that was it on Whatnot. And then VeeFriends had stuff sporadically through the week.
But exactly like these evenings, like 1 or 2 of the streamers would be online, and you kind of plan that into your week. It's like these evenings I know I'm gonna like hang out with the community, and now it's just like it's all day every night. It's like you just can't anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it's wild. It's the Wild West out there, and I mean, you can't even. I can't keep track of who's doing what and how they're doing it. Like there was a stream last night that I couldn't figure out what it was buying in, but I couldn't figure out what you were getting, which is kind of, I don't know, kind of made me feel a little bit funny about what the hits were and that kind of stuff. Like you need to be, if you're doing blind bags, I think you got to be really, really, really straightforward with what's in them.
Mm-hmm. And be okay, like explaining it over, like because these streams are so often now, people are jumping between streams and like don't really know what they're coming into. So like you have to constantly explain it or like write it really well in your show notes.
Right.
So
yeah, that's what I did on that stream I'm having Saturday night. I wrote in in the show notes. I put the hits, each of the hits, what they were, and tried to explain it. And then I had a show last night talking about it. I had a show, about a 15-20 minute show today talking about it. I'm gonna do the same thing every day, talking about it until Saturday. So I sold one so far. So
there you go.
Hopefully I don't have to refund it. But
Do you just restart the show then, or how do you do that?
I just have them open. I've got it pinned, and you can go ahead and purchase ahead of the show. I've got my store open.
Okay, gotcha.
Anybody wants to go in and buy anything, they can go in and buy it now. And that way, maybe they'll sell out before Saturday night. I don't want to be on there too long. Yeah, that's a tough one.
I've gotten much better at it. Like there were a couple moments in the last, especially because there's so many streams. Like if there's other big streams going on, like I know the smaller streams, like stuff is gonna go for really cheap. But I'm like, if I don't really need it, like I'm good now of not swiping. Like even if I feel like it's a really good deal, it's like if I don't need it, I don't want to have to sell more. Like
Right.
I want to get rid of what I already have, you know. So right now it's really just only buying in if it's for the personal collection. Like if it's the comics, like I love them, or if something would be coming up. Like right now the raccoon is in nothing, so it makes no sense for me to buy into any of the breaks.
Yeah.
Like none of my characters are in Chrome or in the stickers. Like,
gotcha.
Why am I buying in? It makes just no sense for me.
Right.
So.
Yeah, this Kind Warrior kind of got me a little bit on manga, but thankfully I haven't been stupid with that one because of the, Curry is so it in all the breaks to start with, it was going for so expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I stayed away from them, and let Stocks News and AM and all them spend crazy amounts of money buying them.
Especially in the big, like a lot of the streams combined them too.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, I mean, most all of them combined them. I only found like there were only one or two streams that kept Kind Warrior by himself. Most of them all did Kind Warrior as with Curry, and so, which was cool. But I stayed away from it. I bought mine on eBay. I was able to get 3 of them. I've got purple, yellow, and blue. I don't have a green one. I missed out on a green one the other day. I was mad at myself. It sold for $36, and I would have paid. Yeah, I would have paid double that for it. But
there'll be more coming out. Like more people are ripping them. There's more coming up. I bet.
Yeah, the black one will probably be kind of hard to get, but it'll be the only one that I'm not worried about one of the autographs. I don't care about that. And then I've got I got a couple of base Gary V's, but I just, instead of buying in, I did those. Saved myself a little bit of money, hopefully, anyway.
Yeah, I need to get back on. I need to sell a couple more things. I mean, a lot more things, but I always go back and forth. Do I want to go on Whatnot? Do I want to list everything on eBay? I feel like Whatnot is just faster because you can just like go through things. But it's just like eBay listing just take forever.
Yeah, that's what drives me crazy about those. Is I'm not a big fan of selling on there. I have a whole bunch of auctions live right now. It's just 6 card lots. I put a black and white in with 5 other cards, and then one that I felt like was kind of a hit, like a ninja, devil, angel, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And tried to do something fun with that. Mandrake, what are you tagging me on? He's tagging me over there and Whatnot for some reason.
I see, like I get so many notifications on Whatnot that I don't even because sometimes I get notification and I have nothing in there. Like there's no bell sign. There's no. I'm like, where's the notification coming from? Nobody just went online. Like it just sometimes doesn't make any sense.
Get it out of here. Lightly played.
Oh, he's got it out of 10.
Lightly played.
I've already got 2 of them.
You won.
Nice.
So,
well, I think it's probably I'll get 4 to 7. Sounds like it's.
He's got.
We're staying.
PJ, I'm gonna send you the link. I know you're still at work.
All right. Get the sound off.
But yeah, cruise control. I've never sold on Discord. I go on Discord once a month, and usually I don't know why. Every time I go in there, somebody is bashing VeeFriends for something. I'm like, I'm out. See you guys. Like I swear to God, every single time I go in there, somebody's talking shit about something. I was like, this place is too negative for me. Like, I can't handle this here.
Yeah.
Somebody's complaining about the NFT. Like, I'm all for criticism and like learning from it, but like every time it's like somebody, oh, my NFTs, and it's like, maybe you shouldn't have bought. You know, Gary didn't make you swipe.
Yep.
Just like, so I'm like, I can't belong on the I just can't.
I mean, I've some really good. I've gotten some good deals on Discord, especially on, you know, somebody will throw up a whole lot of cards. Like, that's where I've got. I got this one from Discord.
Ooh, nice.
And I've got a couple of very rares from Discord, the cussers and stuff like that. I haven't gotten anything, and I got the I got a couple of I got the eagle insert off Discord, I'm pretty sure.
Do you just go in like the selling buying section and just like put your stuff up there?
Yeah.
And then people reach out to you like through DMs or right in there? Like, how does that?
On Discord, you know, you can set it up where you just DM whoever listed the item. That's how I typically do it. Is I'll DM whoever listed the item. I don't really do it unless I know them. If I know them from in the community, you know. When I first jumped in Blue Collar, that's how I met Blue Collar, was through Discord. And then, you know, there's the reputation channel. I like it. I'll follow it just to see who. Yeah, Cruz, and I understand that, especially somebody new, you need to, because there's folks in there that have no connection to anything going on currently, and so sometimes that worries me a little bit. If I don't know the name or I haven't seen them be pretty active in there in the past, or if it's somebody I bought something in the past from and they shipped it to me in a freaking envelope, you know, I'm not buying from them again. You know, I want it at least protected a little bit. If it's not at least in the armadillo, if it's not at least an armadillo or one of these guys, I'll, you know, I don't buy again. That's what worries me about eBay. Is I got a card today that is just in a top loader and a white envelope. And I was like, okay.
At least it was a top loader.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, I've gotten cards off Whatnot streams of community members. Just granted, there were only Series 2 core cards, but still, it was my character. And some people like to grade cards. Penny sleeves in a white envelope. Just loose. It was like, they're trash now.
Yeah, I'm not buying again.
Yeah, that was a one and done. Especially since the person was a collector themselves. Like, if it's a complete newbie who like, has never done this and like wants to get into it, like,
right.
I'm more than happy to give them feedback and everything. But if I know you've been in this community for a while, you're a collector, you have gotten other packages, and this is how you proceed, even though I know I paid you decent on shipping, it's like you are instantly, I'm not even giving you a second chance. That you chose to be a cheap ass.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I did that with one guy that's on there quite a bit, and I stopped going into his stream completely because of it. But just because I felt there was no effort put in it whatsoever.
Ask away,
Steve. Ask away.
If you want to come up, I can send you the link. I'm just going to do it. Be a brave.
Yeah, I've seen that too. If you're not really, they need to really advertise that. I understand it with Chrome. I'm so used to the way that VeeFriends and To the Moon and Courage always did it, is you got whatever character it was, or Whiskey. You know, you get whatever your character that you purchased is, and if you don't get anything, you don't get anything. But I understand sending just the hits, but you've got to really let people know, because this community's not used to that. This community's used to getting whatever they bought. I have bought into a couple of streams where I got just random, and I kind of liked that a little bit, because I got more of a selection of stuff. Now, like if I had ordered, I don't know, yeah, and I understand that sentiment, because
I
it's
think
one of those,
it was especially in the beginning of Chrome. I think because a lot of the TCGs, the
Mhm,
core cards are not worth anything. Like they're worth like 2-3 pennies, versus
right,
like most defense cards, no matter if it's Series 2 or if it's Chrome, are still like $1 or more per core card,
right,
which the breakers didn't really know or understand. So you want your cards, and I'm totally cool if they send you mixed ones, so you get like easier a full set. Yeah, like I said, like have it in your show notes and explain it in the beginning of the break. Like this is how we run it.
right.
Like either what you're getting, how much you're getting, and yeah,
Yeah,
it was kind of weird for a couple of them.
I'm, and so long as they're telling me they're doing that, I'm okay with it. But just assuming that that's what's happening, and I'm not a fan of that. I totally understand it. I understand the reason why, and it keeps everybody gets something then. But it's also it can get confusing as far as I think it's a way for people like if I don't watch the show, I could easily get scammed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because I know that there are like when it first popped, I bought and thankfully I bought from Mama Breaks, but I knew who she was, and I felt I knew she wasn't going to cheat anybody. So whoa, there we go. And but I bought all those cynical cats hoping to get a Y2K. But yeah, Midwest is awesome. Tim's a great guy. I really liked him. He seems like a really good person, really laid back. He was really nice at National when I got to meet him.
I think it's tricky too if you have like sometimes you just want to buy into a break and it doesn't even like I didn't buy into like my characters weren't in it, so I just wanted to have break spots where I knew they had like special inserts, so I didn't really care about the base ones if they were mixed. But like if you buy in for your character, then I want all my base from my character because I want as many as possible. So I think that always makes it tricky. Like I said, if you are honest in the beginning and say like, hey, we're sending you a mix and I don't want that, then I'm not buying in. But a lot of them
Right.
like wouldn't even say that until like it was mid-filled and was like, put it
Right.
at least in the show notes, like something, like that's what they're there for. Like it's the first
Well,
thing I do, like going into a new show is like read the show notes so I know what's going on.
is it Sauce World or Saucy 2 or something like that? I can't think of what he sends mixed base. Um, and I was really um, he had it on a banner, across the like he had picture at top, auction that he was doing at the bottom, and then he had on his banner that separated the two. He had there that he goes hits, ship, and base is mixed. I think is
Mhm.
how he worded it. And I'm like, dude, that's perfect. I mean, if I was going to buy into one of your breaks, I'd be okay with that. But like I bought a lot of Logical Line and Minakawa. Um, hey,
Hey,
Alex,
Alex.
but bought a bunch of those just because I like those and I was hoping for a Y2K. I never got one, so I probably should. If I'd have been smart, I'd have done the eBay route on those too. And I'll know
Same.
next because the
We
likely,
all say that next time and then we're buying it. It's
I,
just, let's face it, it is just more fun.
I
I know the smarter way is to not buy packs and to just buy your characters on eBay. It is 100% cheaper, always.
yeah,
But like that feeling of just like sitting in a break and actually being part of it and like holding something good in a break versus buying it on eBay, it's just that feeling is just you can't replace it. And like once you had it, like you kind of want it back. And I know it's a completely addictive behavior. I'm not gonna say
right.
it's not, but there's a reason we go back to breaks. Like it's
It's
breaks are less fun if you don't have a character in it. Like if I didn't buy into a break, it's not as fun to watch
right.
because that your
Yeah,
excitement, like every time like if you know your character has like I don't know an iconics, and like you see an iconic comes out, like the couple seconds before they reveal which character it is like so much like you just can't describe.
Yes.
So we're still gonna buy into it. Let's face it.
We have a racetrack, thoroughbred racing here in Hot Springs, Oaklawn National Park, Oaklawn Park, and we do. There's a casino there as well, and so I don't go in there. I'm just like, no, I'm good, because I know how I am. I'll get in there and spend, I'll say I'm just gonna spend a couple $100, and then I'll get in there, spend 800, and I'm just like, walk into the car. I'm just like, just talking to myself the whole way. And I typically on the brakes, it's crazy.
But it's fun too, especially like if you're with others who.
Yeah.
Now there's so many new people, and I haven't been in a break in at least a month, if not a month and a half. So there's so many new people coming in that it feels a little bit different. But like back in the days when it was the same, I don't know, 50 to maybe 100 people who would buy into the breaks.
Right.
Like you knew exactly who would buy which spot, and like
yep.
you would almost know who had which character item. And so like you would get excited. Like now it's like so many new people and too many new spots and stuff that most of the time I don't even know who has a character, Well,
so. And I would get, it's like if poker had the goldfish and something crazy came out for the goldfish, I was fired up. I was screaming in my house. And I know there's been different times with different people and they hit their car. It's like when H-Town hit the, I got lucky and was in that stream when It's a Mineral John pulled the auto, the 101 auto for H-Town, and he had the Astro, and I was so fired up. That just excites. I love stuff like that. When somebody is getting the character that they love, and they're getting something wild, I think that's pretty cool.
Wait, Alex, are you going to Comic-Con? Because you just said I get to see you in New York.
Oh, awesome. See, Alex dressed up last year.
Let's go.
That was the first time I got to meet Alex. He was an astronaut.
Same.
We met him at the same time, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
It's all right there together.
I need to start like writing down who's coming when, because I'm not going to forget it. So I know like when to take pictures with whom, so I don't forget about it. Where's my note? I'm doing this right now.
I know.
Where's my good pen? I thought it mattered.
I'll be there Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
There you go.
Of course, the pen doesn't work.
Yep.
Come on, give me a good pen.
Yeah, I think I had just gotten there. Ann had walked me in, and we were standing there at the booth. We'd just gotten to the booth whenever I saw you. You're the first person I saw as well.
So Alex is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Cruise control. When are you going to be there? Thursday, Friday? Okay. Thursday, Friday. Then there's no meetups planned yet.
Anything.
But a lot of them usually, like last year, the only like planned meetup was the tournament.
Right.
And besides that, it just happened in the evenings, like where we kind of hung out.
Everybody go eat here, go eat there.
Which was good at the end. Like it was smaller groups. It wasn't like big giant groups, but it was good for having conversations. Like I met some people that I hadn't really had conversations with before. So I feel like Comic-Con was probably, besides this year national, I mean, yeah, there's always something happening, and you'd always meet new people.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like it was good, small group dinners, like very intimate, meetups. Was really cool. Like I enjoyed all of them.
National was wild this year. There was something every night that I was there, and I was like, "Holy man!" I was overwhelmed a little bit because of so much stuff going on. It was great. I loved it. Chrome Chaos was awesome, and Attorney was fun, and then Mikey JY and Courage setting up that thing there was awesome too. But yeah, I was exhausted. Well, John, this guy. It's a mineral. You talking about hustler? He hustled his tail off the whole time we were at National. Um, he was having streams almost daily. No telling how many.
Wait, stop. Is John? It's a mineral.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
John Tree.
See, that's when people have like too many different names. I'm like, I can't remember all of them. Just do it like Ian. Just speak Ian back, or be like Casey.
Yeah.
Or Clem. Just speak the same everywhere. Don't confuse me. And then you have Today in Space, Alex, who has like 2 or 3 different handles and completely throws me off all the time. And I'm like, who am I even talking to right now? Or like Good Guys Collect, you know? Like if they're on their corporate account, I'm like, who am I talking to? Is it MK? Is it Dan? Who am I talking to?
It confuses me too. I'm just like, what? Because I think they've got a show tonight at 10 or midnight or something. And I'm like, dudes, what are y'all doing? But
too much happening.
Clem, what have you been up to?
Busy. Get a lot of work done, which is great.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Things are
right.
going good. Hey, Brofit.
Hey,
Alex.
Tim, you are
no, it's going good. All good things over here. Super excited. The comic announcement last night was insane.
Yeah.
Really bummed that I'm not going to New York Comic Con, but it's all good.
Rofit, go reach out to Jeremy if you still have issues. I just had to like update my browser, just update my browser one time because it kept telling me the same thing, and then it was just fine. But check in with Jeremy if you can't get it.
There was I can't remember what. I had an issue with OneDrop. I think it may have been the Resilient hats that it wouldn't work correctly the first time, and then whenever I went out, I think I cleared my cache, and it allowed me to go back in and get it. Then after I did that.
But yeah, last night's news were just like one thing after another and after another. I'm just like, okay, I have my clip finger ready. Just keep going with the alpha. I'm ready, guys. I'm just going to screen record at this point, people.
I was needing to go to bed, and I was just like, dadgum, they just keep saying stuff. And then there at the very last is when they dropped the big stuff with the comics, and I'm just like, holy cow. And that ninja, I think it's the alternate cover of the ninja, that is beautiful.
That looks so
like the
good.
watercolor one.
Yeah.
That's so
looks really good.
I have to say, I am not super excited about comic number 6. None of the characters, like I saw it and I was like, I'm still gonna buy it and read it because I want to know the story. But that was the first one where I was not super excited about. Like the Versatile Viking just doesn't hit with me at all. Like
the crab's in there. Come on, Anne.
I saw the crab really tiny, but like.
Was it really?
There was a couple of crustaceans, I want to say, on there. And then I want to say it's the well-connected warthog that was in there next to him. It just didn't hit with me. Like none of the characters are like close to me. Not that the ninja is close, but the ninja is just like such a cool character.
Oh, Courageous Cockatoo's in there too. Courageous Cockatoo, Warthog, Viking.
Hermit Crab.
Yeah, Hermit Crab. Hermit Crab. Is that the cockatoo or is that something else?
I thought I looked at the cockatoo.
The way the head looks, the feathers on the head look kind of like the cockatoo.
I'm definitely interested just to see number 5, like because you're saying it's for age 14 and up. What makes it that? Is it the art? Is it the story? Like what? It's just a motivator. Like, we see these characters out of such a different angle. I'm so fascinated to see what the story is about. And then
they've used language before, so I don't think it'd be language.
No, but it has to be something extremer to start at 14 and up. It's not even 8 and up or anything. Like it's 14 and up. Like that's a older age group. So I don't know if it's like the pictures or like this what they talk about in the story. Because I feel like 3 was already a heavier topic. Her being on that bridge was, I feel like, suggestive of my 8-year-old would not know what that means.
Right.
But like I feel like a teenager would know what that means.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm interested to see like how deep or how dark the story gets to make it specific for like 14. And then I really want to read 7 because Jeremy in one stream said we were talking or something, and I said my favorite is still 2 because of the fairy, and he said I think 7 is going to change that. So now like I really want to read what is it about 7 that he thinks 7 might change my mind of that becoming my favorite. It's like, man, now I need to read them all, but now I don't have to wait that long.
I know, right? Well, I know it's like we've waited. It seems like we've waited forever to get the Harpic, and now we're going to get 3 all at once in New York. So I'm just like, holy cow, this is crazy.
I want to say like how DJ and Jeremy both described it today. I was following them along as they were answering people's questions today on X, and it sounds like that they will still be dropped to NFT holders.
Gotcha.
Because somebody said like I'm not going to be at Comic-Con, and then he was like, well, thank goodness you're an NFT holder. So they wouldn't directly say. So I think they're going to still do an NFT drop that you get them as an NFT holder. Maybe similar to what they're doing right now with number 4. But then they, I think, still have them at Comic-Con. And then today, Gary has, see, I'm all over the place. I need to have all the alpha. I'm a little crazy, let's face it. Gary started not tea with Gary V, but his Daily V. He has a new channel for it. And in his Daily V, he talks about Comic-Con and having a booth and giving out comics was one line. And I was like, so I don't know. I don't want to speculate. I mean, I do want to speculate, don't get me wrong. But it just, let me find the line where he says that. But I was like,
yeah, he said
that's what
I
they
want to
did
get this in as many people's hands as possible. So we were like, I think the print run's gonna be a lot higher.
And at Comic-Con in San Diego, they gave them out for free to people. Right. So I don't know if they have allocated a certain amount for people to just give out, just like they did with the Ninja Packs. I wouldn't be surprised if they do that too. So that would be super cool. We have like one comic per person.
I think they'll do something crazy at Comic-Con. I think it'll be, comic books seems like the direction that they're headed really strong. Comic-Con is a great place to release all of that because it's that, that's the crowd. And then the, with the way that they did the Ninja last year at Comic-Con, it was wild.
I mean, it's so smart too to have 3 comics released at Comic-Con. It's for different age groups. It will appeal to different, like the covers are very different. Each cover, I want to say, is by a different artist too. So it will appeal to different people. Like, this is my favorite artist. I want to have a cover of them. So I feel like that. I think it is a really. I had a feeling they would release number 5 at Comic-Con. It just makes sense. I did not expect them to release 3 of them. Like that's. They did get out the numbers.
Yeah,
I think it's super smart.
I feel like they do.
Because I feel like if they would want to sell the comics at Comic-Con, unless they make like a big deal out of it so people know about it, who is going to buy a $25 comic from a brand they have no clue about? Unless, again, they make a big deal about and maybe have the artist there for a little bit of that comic cover for like signing. I could see that to draw people in, but otherwise you almost have to give them away like they did with the Ninja Pack, because that was free stuff will draw people in. Yeah. That's just what it is. So if like having, I don't know, if they have a print run again of 10,000 per comic,
Right.
putting 1,000 away per comic and giving them out to people, let's say 250 each day. Now all of a sudden you have at least 250 new people in.
Right.
That's worth it.
Right.
So I feel like they're going to do, I don't think they're just going to sell them. I would be surprised if that's, and even if they just give out, they don't put those ones maybe in blind bags and just give out the core ones because that's cheaper or something. I don't know. But
well, I wondered even if they do them, give them out like so many comic books don't have that hard cover, and they have
Right.
the bag. The pages are just like, and so I wondered if more comic book, more newspapery type comic books with a slick cover on the outside. So who knows? But I'm excited about it.
Yep. And then
With
the pin too. He talked about if they would melt down the pin, like there's something special in it. I'm like, they did it. I mean, we didn't matter.
Yeah.
What else could you do? Put gold in it? Like,
you said it, they may be radioactive this time instead of meteorites.
I do not want to melt that down.
I'm just like, dude, what are you doing? But
that was crazy. Trying to think.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Alex.
I have to find it later. But yeah, in this, he only has 2 new Daily V's app on his new channel, and the one where he doesn't talk to the woman, the other one, he talks briefly about Comic-Con. And I want to say he says something along the lines of giving out, like, I don't know, it just sounded like giving out comics versus anything else, which again just wouldn't make sense to bring in more people.
Well, and then he was talking about in one of those how he went to the Phase House, which is ginormous if he gets that connection. So that's like the biggest group of gamers and streamers. So he was like, you guys will hear more about that down the road. So who knows if it's Vayner related or VeeFriends related, but still cool. Hey, Ben.
Ben is a Swiftie.
This is the Travis Kelce Taylor Swift stream, right?
Yes, cool. It is.
You're in the right spot.
Okay, good.
Golden.
They are also coming to Comic-Con.
I can't imagine what we're talking about.
I know. What would we talk about?
It's comics, right?
Yep.
Actually, we were just on pins. The radioactive pins.
I want to know how these artists keep like leveling up the artwork. Like, what are we even doing anymore? Like, it's insane.
Yeah, all those covers are absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the limited motivated monster cover was freaking amazing. Coming out of the cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
It was wild looking. That one and the pastel ninja were my 2 favorites.
Mm-hmm.
I was blown away by the ninja art in general, and then like the Viking art. I mean, I guess they just each had such a distinct feel. It didn't look like they were a set.
Right. Right.
It was unbelievable. It was like, I mean, if you're scaling it 1 out of 10, and we were like 9.8 with the Harpic, this was like a 13 on 4 different covers.
Yeah.
But even in that sense, sorry, Casey.
No,
I was gonna say, even in that sense, like either of the Harpic covers, I'm cool with. Like they both look absolutely insane.
Yeah.
So
I like them.
Yeah,
I did like both of the ninjas. I like both of the Vikings.
But yeah, the ninja watercolor is just like you look at it and you're just like,
man,
it's so different. Like they're all different from the previous ones, but this one was just like completely different of like what we've seen. So like it's just cool to bring in like that they bring in different artists and make that happen. Not just like for us to see different art, but also all these people are well known in the comic industry, so that it's going to bring in people who don't know VeeFriends comics yet, but really like that artist and at least wanting to check it out. Like if my favorite artist wants to work with them, I want to at least check it out. So I feel like it's extremely smart, and it just kind of shows like how deeply involved DJ really is in that whole, that he's not just like an artist who does art every now and then. Like
Right.
he lives and breathes comics and has for a long time. Like it just makes so much sense.
Well,
so I'm excited.
I mean, and how, we've known DJ what, year and a half now in VeeFriends, and I personally absolutely love that man. I mean, like he is a gem. And so can you imagine the individuals that he has relationships over the last, 20 or 30 years of him being in the comic book world, and how those people feel about DJ, because I doubt very seriously his character has changed one iota.
And to your point, Keith, I've told this story before, but like it just blows my mind. Like I was so overwhelmed at what was that thing we used to go to? VCon.
Yeah.
I had met so many people. I had seen so many people. I had cried way too many times. And it was overwhelming. It was a lot. Of course, I'm not going to be able to find it right now, but so, I'm sitting there up against the wall, and he comes in like a side entrance for something he's got to do. And he's like, "Hey, Ben." I'm like, how do you know? Like, how do you? There's no plausible way out of 10,000 people know who the frick I am.
Right. Well, and that was me when I went to Kansas City to Collecticon.
And this is like 10 seconds after he says, "Hey, Ben." Like, what? How? Like he doesn't know. We've never talked.
Yeah.
We've never had any interaction online. I don't even think I'd been in a stream he was in.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, Keith. You were where?
Well, but when we went to Kansas City to Collecticon, and DJ was there, and he had a sketch card for me when I showed up. And I had no clue.
Yeah.
And it was, he knew I loved the Clown Warrior, and he knew why. And then, he personalized it on the back. But I've got sketch card number 11, out of however many there are now. And it just the way that he goes about doing things is just pretty freaking amazing. And then his wife, she's just as sweet as can be too. She's amazing.
I'm really excited too. Last year Comic-Con, people didn't really know DJ as much, unless you like really were like deep in the community. Because at that point there were just the Sunday comics hadn't been come out, like the daily comics weren't the thing, the comic books weren't the thing yet. He did the daily comics, and unless you were up early in the streams, you didn't really know about that part of VeeFriends yet. So he was just sitting at that table and like doing sketch cards, and like I spent a ton of time with him that weekend, which was really cool. But I'm so excited this year that he is going to be one of the focal points. There's going to be comics, and his name is on all three of them.
If anyone is on the fence about Comic-Con, this is the kind of thing that goes on there.
Yeah.
If you're not going now, then I don't know what to say.
I mean, yeah, you gotta go.
But these things make me happy, man. It is so fun.
I saw that photo online, and I'm like, why is Ryan Turner on your lap? Like, what are y'all doing? Where are y'all?
If you know Ryan, though, like, that's a very normal thing. I feel like he always seems quiet. He's not that.
No, he's a mess. He's a mess.
You should come in the morning to the V-Dads.
Any of the Texas crew going to Comic-Con?
There is rumor that a whiskey and a tiny chewy will absolutely be there. I have not confirmed that, but I think I think we will be represented.
Okay, but you're not.
Slowpoke just got her third job.
Jeez.
And she's quitting one of them, so she just has two. But
Yeah.
and then no, I'm not going to be able to make it. So
I gotcha. I gotcha.
I'll be back to New York at some point.
It is kind of a culture shock for Texas boy.
Mm-hmm.
Even worse,
Driving.
folks.
How crazy.
Why would
Yeah,
you drive?
I didn't drive. I went into a Uber and
Yeah.
felt like I died every 5 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah, you just close your eyes when you're in the Ubers.
Like how close they get to each other. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh my, like, listen, Seattleites cannot drive for anything. But like,
I'll second that.
but New York, like, holy, how you guys not have like accidents every 2 seconds? I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, and the way that they maneuver, you can be going 2 miles an hour and somebody cut you off.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Well,
was just
and
like, I'm just gonna
that's
look at
the
my
other
phone.
thing, though, Keith. You can be moving 2 miles an hour and move up 4 car lengths, and you have no idea how your own driver did it.
Exactly. I was just like, whoa.
You gotta just be impressed
That's-
more than anything.
When we were in Chicago, I made a couple of maneuvers in the car, and Raul was like, "Dang, dude, you act like you've been here before." I'm like, "Nope."
See, I couldn't make it in New York driving. I'm too nice of a driver. Like I would
Yeah.
let them like you just have to be an asshole in New York to get in anywhere. You just have to like be okay with possibly having an accident. It's just what it is. And I would just be like, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, and you're gonna get some crypto.
I
That's
know.
That is so freaking cool. Well, guys, I apologize, but I got to jump. I got to get to bed. It's past 9:00.
See you,
It's good to
Keith.
see you though.
Y'all have a good evening. It's good to see everybody. Love
Good to
y'all.
see you as well.
Bye-bye.
What have you been up to, Ben?
I'm not going to take it personally that every time I get on, Keith leaves.
I know. It's kind of I see the pet on there too. It's been a couple times now.
It's not a big deal. It's fine.
Maybe you guys gotta talk it out.
I think he just can't handle your beard and your
Mm,
hair. He's like,
yeah.
I can't, insecurities come out.
I don't think it's that. I think it's that he's like setting such good habits for himself. Like he's going to bed early. He's eating like onions and potatoes raw. Like I think you can just see it. It's just he's doing such good work.
I really hope you brought a raw potato tonight.
I did not, but I did have a tattoo client offer to bring me an onion because they knew today was Tuesday.
Oh my God, random people in the town just know about what's going on
Oh yeah,
Tuesdays.
no, they totally know what's going on because they think it's really not cool that I'm being bullied by online people for being healthy.
I want to look up the nutritional value of a raw potato and a raw onion just to see like.
You don't have to look it up. Just ask Ryan Turner. He's got all the facts right in his head.
Somebody tag
Like,
Ryan.
what are the actual benefits?
I should totally ask him. I need to ask him to make a video about that. It's for science and community purposes.
Right. No, yeah, I wouldn't say it's for science as much as it's for community purposes.
I stopped doing things for science a long time ago.
Oh man.
I
Ooh,
have 2 new calluses from. Wow, you got a Henry.
I'm cool now.
That is such a big deal.
You have no idea how excited I got.
Oh, I believe it.
It's the little things.
Does it work?
Oh yeah, it works. Like you can actually suck up things. It's phenomenal.
That's insane.
I should totally make a video like doing my whole floor with it.
So,
can
Chris,
time
how
lapse.
long do we have to wait to see this new project?
Could be a while.
Like ballpark, like 2027.
This year or next year?
Maybe next year. I'm not sure.
First quarter, second quarter.
No idea.
Okay.
It could be end of this year. I don't know.
Yeah. So you're sworn to such a level of secrecy that you can't even ballpark. See, I'm
You're
out.
working for the mafia. I
Yeah,
knew
that's
it.
that's what I'm saying. Like it's some Banksy type mafia shit. Like that's not even cool, man.
It's like high level.
You're spot on.
Like
No, I'm so sworn to secrecy that I don't even know what I'm making. It's like you're making like a pizza, right?
Mhm.
But you don't know who you're making it for, or
Right.
like what the intentions of this pizza is. Is it gonna get hung up? Is it gonna get eaten? So that's where I'm at.
I love that.
Yeah. So I have no idea
there's
what anything is.
so there's this great film if you're into like indie films called Ghost Dog, Way of the Samurai. It's one of Forrest Whitaker's first films. He's
I think I've heard of it.
very, very young in it. But the film is a Jim Jarmusch film. That's the director, and he makes a lot of indie movies that my brothers hate, but I love. And in that film, they quote Book of the Samurai.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my favorite quotes from that book is, when one writes a letter, he should always imagine that it will be hung up on a wall in public.
Ooh.
I thought that was such a brilliant quote. Like, like it just, and that's how I've always thought. Like, I've thought ever since then about letters I write, text I send, and like also art. Like you should imagine that the work you're doing will be at the Met.
Mm-hmm.
Because if not, why are you doing it?
Oh yeah.
Like what's the point? What are we doing here? We making coloring pages? You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing wrong with coloring pages, but
yeah.
But I'm saying, like, I just there's another quote in it that says, one samurai was commenting to another, matters of great concern should be treated lightly. And the next samurai responded, but matters of no concern should be taken seriously. In that vein of idea of like everything you do should be intentional, should be not necessarily serious in the sense of like overthinking or taking yourself too seriously, but in the sense of it's you. Like you have one, like you are a unique moment in the universe, and what you do matters, and it's very cool to think of it that way.
Yeah, 100%.
So even though you don't know what you're doing with your pizza, I assume you're making it to the best of your ability.
Oh yeah. And back to Soggy's comment, let's repin that, Anne, because there is a response. So the answer is TMNT pizza clock. That's the answer.
Do you deal with that you? What pizza do you deal with that you hang a pizza up? What pizza do you deal with that you hang a pizza up?
Ninja Turtles pizza clock. That's it. That's the answer.
Makes sense.
Well, I would also say the Ninja Turtles in general, because I'm pretty sure Mikey has thrown a pizza against a wall to kill a couple of bad guys before it lands.
Real good pizza art.
Yeah.
I have a question for the two of you, since you're both artists. I asked a couple weeks ago on different platforms if people feel like they're creative, and like answer like yes a little bit or no, and if it's something you can learn. And it was fascinating to me to see that people who don't really show their creativity said they are creative, and a lot of artists said maybe. It was really interesting for me that people who are in the creative field question sometimes if they're creative.
I texted someone, I'm not going to respond, but I'm going to back you up. I texted someone today. I posted a snippet of a drawing on X, and Adam Lister commented. And
Let's go.
I texted someone and said, don't mind me. I'll be over here crying. A real artist likes my work.
Mm-hmm.
Ben
Yeah.
Swifty.
Like no, but again, and by the way, that friend responded much stronger than you did, Anne. But that just backs up your point.
Ben, look what I got right there. Every day I look at that.
It was so fascinating for me to like that people who are already in a creative field and who have really tapped into their creativity question their creativity more than people who haven't tapped into it. And I think part of it is that being an artist, you always question, like, is your art good enough? Like, you have this whole syndrome of, like, when to stop, like, a piece and when to go. And, like, there's so many things about it that, like, people who are not into that field are not really thinking about as much. But it was just so fascinating for me to see the responses of, like, who sees themselves in creative and, like, who's still questioning it.
Yeah, I think, personally, I think everyone is an artist, and I almost get jealous and aggravated when I see, like, for example, my sister-in-law. She's like an accountant type person, but I was over at their house the other day, and there's like a doodle of like a squash or a pumpkin on a calendar, like for like a date or something, and it was gorgeous. And I'm like, what in the world? Like, that's just in you to do that? And I'm like, just think of like the hours of, man, if you pursued this, you could do X, Y, Z with it. But not that everyone needs to pursue art. I think everyone does it for different reasons. Like for myself, like I wasn't doing much physical like artwork before I was a graphic designer. And so it's these days upon days of putting in the hours that it's made it better and made me be able to do things faster and made me believe in myself more in it. But as far as everyone being creative, I 100% agree. We were innately made, and not to get all spiritual, but I think we were made to be creative. Like that's the full purpose of a human, whether it be in technology, whether it be in your daily way you solve problems. It doesn't need to just be art. So I don't want to go down that deep tangent, but
no, I'm all for it. I'm working on something right now. I haven't like released it yet, but it has to do with that field, and I 100% agree. Like I think everybody is creative, and I see it like breathing. Like we all breathe. We're born with it, and some people master their breathing so they can meditate, they can calm themselves down, or they can like dive deep into the ocean without a tank because they have like practiced that. And I think the same is with creativity. Do I believe that some people are born a little bit more creative than others? Absolutely. But I think a lot of us have just stuck with it. It's a daily habit that the people we surround ourselves with, the books we read, the documentaries we watch, the content we watch, the people we surround ourselves with, all have to do with like we train that creative muscle. And that's why we look to others like we're born creative. It's just like we have practiced this. And it's become a daily. It's like somebody going to the gym. You know, like they do it every day. It's normal for them. Or somebody eating healthy. Like this has become our daily habit to spend some time throughout the day, sometimes subconsciously, to feed our brain with creative ideas. Let it be art, let it be music, let it be books or so many clothes. It can be so many whatever. Like I'm a very visual person, so like that draws me in, like a color or like a shape in nature that will all of a sudden like bring something up. And I feel like everybody has it in them, but not everybody has tapped into it.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I think, but I want to double tap into the it's different. In other words, like Sam is Whiskey is very creative in house building. He's also very creative, Chris, as you said. Your sister-in-law is like with numbers, like So like, but society does not deem that as a creative act, even though I believe you could send Whiskey anywhere in the United States and the houses he builds would probably be to code, which is a very, very rare thing. You know, to go to Seattle and be in code, and to go to Texas and be in code, which we don't have many codes, and to go to Georgia, and you know, and so And it's the same thing. They just were told, they weren't told that it was a creative act. They were told it was a blue collar thing. But I also think, and I want to go a different way to close. I also think it's really fascinating that creatives are so worried about AI. So think about this for me. Like, I understand that you could train an AI to draw a Banksy. I understand that you could train an AI to draw like Chris or to draw like I've Been Kind. My question is, which AI where will draw because it wants to? So,
Yeah.
so if we reach artificial intelligence, which we have not reached yet, it has not reached the public yet. We have large language learning models or whatever right now, but if we reach it, which one of those will quit trying to solve world hunger or plumbing issues or solving a deep philosophical question or a scientific, which one of those will stop doing that to draw lines because it can? See, this is a really interesting thing with artists, because people think we're artists because we're wealthy. People think we're artists after we've done something else, something meaningful. Well, I was a lawyer for 35 years. I was an engineer. I was a software designer. And then after I retired, I became an artist. This is not, I don't draw because I make a lot of money, and maybe I will one day. But why I draw right now, I have to quote Gillian Welch. I feel better when I sing. I feel better when I draw lines. Like that's like when I'm at my worst, I find a piece of paper and I find a pen. And if I don't have those, then I draw in the dirt. Because that's how I feel better.
And I feel like also people in society have it just so wrong. Like there's two parts to it. One, they see creativity as being an artist, and there's so much more to it. Like you can be an engineer and creative. I think people see it as, oh, I can't draw, so I'm not creative. Like I can't draw for shit, and I still think I'm creative. And the other part is that people always feel like you have to be good at something or has to look a certain way for it to be good. Whereas it's like there's so many artists who are so it's not even about good what they're doing, but like successful. Like they sell paintings and like have so many. And I personally don't like their art.
Can I say
just
it
because
differently?
it doesn't? But they're still good. Yeah, but like it's people are so have so ingrained, and I think part of that problem is school telling you like what's good and what isn't. That they feel like if you draw this way, like most of the time people think of like realistic drawing. If you can do that, then you're an artist, which is like most artists I know do not draw realistic. I don't like realistic paintings at all. Like Adam Lister does not draw realistic. I love his art. It resonates with me. You know, like your art band like resonates with me because I can feel something when I look at it. Like it's just art is just something that's not taught, and creativity is not taught at all. Let's face that. When it's so important, like it, not just like it's gonna set you up for success in the future, but it also makes you happier when you can tap into like something that's naturally. For me, creativity is just you solving problems, and you take one thing and another and you put it together and solve a problem. That can be expressing yourself through art if you want to, but it also can be in engineering. That can be even in parenting. You have to be creative. As a teacher, you have to be creative. There's so many ways you just come up with ideas and you solve problems in the moment. Like,
well, I've wondered how, like, we look at Friends and we say the TV show Friends is successful. I've had this idea for so long, and I'm just blown away that I still haven't seen it. Maybe I need to do it. But when will we finally see Friends filmed in a garage with 5 friends from Arkansas who are really creative people, really funny people, really like, and that's that. So when you get into a conversation about art or creativity, it's very similar to getting into a conversation about comedy. Like, this is one of the reasons Tim Livingston and I like butted heads so much in the beginning, because Tim is a great guy, but he feels like some comedians are bullying by using certain words or certain terms, or right. And I feel the exact opposite, right? I feel like the creativity and the art of the comedian is to be borderline offensive. Okay.
Mhm.
And so, but again, we didn't butt heads because I think Tim is wrong, by the way. We just have very different perspectives on that style of creativity. And it took the universe or God or whatever bringing us together in a line to meet Gary Vee after I had blocked him, and we're literally standing shoulder to shoulder. like it's hard to see that as random. You know what I mean? You're like, this can't possibly be happening right now. This is the story arc here is phenomenal.
I agree with Jazz. Like, a lot of people suppress it because it doesn't make money. You always feel like you have to find, and I think it's the misconception, especially now too, with like social media. You see people who make money with their passion or something. Not everybody is going to make that. If you're not a natural salesperson, then that's not going to happen for you. But please don't stop doing it, because it's going to make you so fulfilled. Like, we always feel like we can only spend time on the things that make you successful or make you money or like make you look good on paper, versus just do the things for being like, no wonder everybody's depressed.
Yeah, just do the
if
things.
We don't do the shit we actually love doing.
Oh, for sure.
That goes back to I feel better when I sing, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Chris, but that again, why do we have this narrative that we know Picasso or someone else that was lived over 100 years ago knew what they were doing? If they're like every artist I know, they thought it was shit and they wanted to set it on fire. And they hated the color, and they couldn't get a hold of the colors they want, and they didn't have the brushes they wanted, and they weren't painting on their favorite media, and it was too hot that day, and blah 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 blah. Like I love hearing, like, I can't tell you how many shows I watch where they're like, look what Pablo did here. Look how his strokes did this. And I'm like, well, you fuck straight off. Like no, he didn't do that stroke with that thought in mind, because I am a human being, and I can tell you that the painting on Chris's wall that's visible, there are at least 2 strokes on that painting that I am not a fan of. Now, there are probably 12 or 13 strokes that I'm very, very happy with. I realistically feel that they were my best brush strokes ever. And there are a couple of more that every time I walk by them, I go, what were you thinking there? Do you forget how to be a person?
I find interesting what Keith brought up. Like, I got an art degree and then left the art to make money. I fell into the trap. And I think there's so many who did that. Like, even I went into a creative field, but I decided I just knew I wanted to do something creative. I had never worked in any of the fields and wanted to study something creative. So I was between graphic design or fashion design. And I was leaning towards fashion design because I'd always made my own clothes. Not with a sewing machine, but like with a hot glue gun. I'm not even kidding you right now, because we didn't have a sewing machine. Yeah. And yes, I wore pants that were put together with hot glue gun outside. It could have fallen apart at any time.
That's incredible.
That's punk rock, Anne.
But the thing is, my parents said, and I don't think it was a bad intent, that I think as a parent, you only want what's best for your kids. And like, the internet wasn't as big yet, and like all these opportunities that you have now wasn't an option. So for them, it was like, okay, if you go into fashion design, the best thing that's probably going to happen to you is you're going to be a seamstress for some fancy designer. Like, also not really believing in me, but that's another story. So I didn't go into that field. Like, I can still do these things today, but like I have those, like, I'm like, there's lots of people who decided for the job versus what they actually felt like drawn to, like what is going to actually make me money later. And don't get me wrong, it is important to not, like, because you have these people who spend like hundreds of thousands on degrees for like philosophy and have no idea what the fuck they're going to do with that after. But it was like, I think especially our generation went a lot into like not what they were actually drawn to or good at, even, or had skills at, but like what at least would make you some sort of money easier than something else. And I feel like there's a lot of stories like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, anything in the creative industry is a risk to whoever does it. I mean, I was in bands growing up in high school, and like I have one buddy who is stuck at it and had so many years of stress financially, but he stuck to it. He stuck to it. He stuck to it. And now he's starting to see the fruit of it. And so it's like, it's those who are so convicted that that's what they're supposed to be doing that are going to stick to it. I mean, that's why, I mean, I put all my eggs in one basket and burned the bridges I did, to the fault of some, unfortunately. But like, I knew I needed to be in the art world and design world. And my family didn't see that. They didn't see it as a viable source of income. And we've made up since. It took like 10 years to repair those relationships. But yeah, I was the worst, but it was all from the conviction of like, no, this is where I need to be. Like, and luckily it's paid off. But there's still a lot of work to do. I mean, even the conviction of doing physical art right now and all the things I have going on, to some, they don't understand it at all, especially like all the VeeFriends stuff. They're like, oh, cool, like this little kid thing that you're doing, like that's awesome. Like, and you could tell they were putting on a smile, but it's like, man, if you guys knew what's going on or what the meaning behind it, like I'm so convicted it's not going to sway me. You know what I'm saying? So
I think that's the beauty of getting older, that you don't give as much of a shit anymore. Like when I was younger, I definitely cared so much more about like what people would think of me, and like especially my family too. Like my parents were really good parents. Like did they make mistake? Absolutely. But you do want to make them proud because they like gave up a lot for you to make things happen for you. So you kind of want to please them a little bit, unintentionally, I think. And as you get older, you realize that it's not really about pleasing others. It's about like, I always like visualize myself at my last day. There's nobody else but me. All these people you are telling you to do certain things or you feel like you're supposed to make proud of are not going to be there. It's just going to be you with yourself looking back on the last, I don't know how many years you get. And like, you're going to have to deal with all the things you didn't do, you should have done. And like, so I think that's where my decisions now go to. Like, am I going to be disappointed when I don't do this? Or am I going to be proud if I didn't do this? So I'm like, I only go. And it's not that sometimes like outside voices don't come in, but like I always try to see myself as like this, I don't know, 90-year-old, hopefully looking back of like, I'm okay trying things. And even if they don't work out, if they only work out for a couple of months and then I have to drop them because I realized they weren't the thing that I thought they were, but at least I tried them. There's no, oh, I wish I would have. I don't want to sit there and like we all going to have some I wish I would have, but I don't want too many of them. I want them to be very minimal.
I think a lot about this in terms of tattooing because like I don't understand how like exactly. I don't understand how I'm one of the few people I know who I have no regrets about tattoos I have. And so I think about this a lot because it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? I meet so many people that are tattoo artists, that were tattoo artists, that want to be tattoo artists, who, I mean, again, it's my job. So clients, everyone has like four minimum tattoos they regret. I don't have one. Like I have tattoos that I've covered with other things, but that wasn't regret. There's my guy.
I know, we were just talking.
Hey, Tim.
That's amazing.
Reporting, checking in, bloop, bloop.
Tim,
That's my name badge.
we are deep into the philosophy of art. Have you been watching?
No, I stepped away for a little bit, and then I came back, and I was like, "Ooh, I can get in now and talk with amongst the people." So I was excited.
Yeah.
What are we
so
talking about? Duchamp? What are we talking about?
No, we're talking. Anne brought up a great topic of how many people who are in art don't see themselves as creative, and whether or not everyone is creative in different fields. And so I was just following up one of her thoughts with how fascinated I am that there's so many people who regret tattoos that they got. And being that is one of my art fields, I'm fascinated by that. I have Hello Kitty tattoos. I have movie quote tattoos. I have rap lyric tattoos. I have tattoos that are literally just, hey, apprentice, put a square here and fill it in. And I guess some of that is my personality, but some of it I think is my view of creativity and art. So that mark reminds me of that person and me with them at that time. So I'm going to quote Star Trek, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. You know, if you've ever seen The Great Next Generation, Picard gets taken down with the captain of another ship, and the aliens only speak in allegory. And it takes the entire episode to figure. And Picard, it's one of the rare times you see Picard get angry until he understands that the way they would describe an event is Ben and Tim in line to meet Gary V as a way of saying, how can two people reconcile? Instead of saying, hey, we should not fight and reconcile, this species of people would say, Tim and Ben in line to meet Gary V.
Right.
And so, like, it's such a fascinating, it's my favorite episode of Next Generation of all time.
Allegory.
It's so good.
The allegory of the cave is a fascinating topic in and of itself. Yeah. Man. I love art. I studied it, you know. I took postmodernist class. Conceptual art, performance art is really kind of what you're talking about as far as the tattoo is concerned. It's almost like a performance thing where it's happening in the moment and then you remember it.
Mm-hmm.
I have 0 tattoos, but
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't mind. I want them. I think people might regret tattoos because I don't think it's got to be hard to make really great art on somebody's body. So I think, like, when I look at most tattoos, like if I'm at the beach or at the water park, I'm going to say the quality of most tattoos is probably not there.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, for me as an artist, when I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
So maybe
but see, that's a fascinating thing that our industry, I've only been in this industry 10 years. They're still not discussing it. And I bring it up with all my clients. I do not care what the tattoo looks like today. I'm fascinated by the fact that you would ignore what the tattoo looks like in 10 years for what it looks like today. Because here's the thing, the science doesn't back up what tattoo artists are doing. So they're literally doing something today that's going to look great today, not knowing that the canvas is scientifically going to change. What is it, every 30 days for the next 10 years?
How do we get Ben on Ink Master? Because I love that show. Do you watch that show?
I have watched it. I don't watch it.
Because you're right. Like, sometimes when they put white in and they do things, it doesn't last. Mm-hmm. And it's like, it looks okay for the Instagram, but like, it doesn't go. But yeah, it's man, putting something on someone's body, sometimes I'm worried about getting my sketch pad messed up. I'll put it on a piece of paper. Mm-hmm. I'm like, erase. When I had the card from VeeFriends when we had to draw that, and it was like the sacred thing. I couldn't imagine a person's body, let alone like something that they're gonna show all the time. Like, oh my goodness.
But I like
How
your
many-
view, Ben, of like that you see it not as like, okay, I don't like how it looks anymore. You see it as this was part of my life at that season. Just like you look at old pictures and stuff, it's like that was me, and that's just like when you look at old haircuts or like clothes you wore at like different ages as you get older, it's like that was part of me at that time. You know, that was my style I liked. And like it's probably the same with tattoos, like unless you maybe have somebody's name on there, which you probably shouldn't. That's a different stories. But like if it's just like a shape or an art or something, or like even a style of tattoo, like it's what you liked in the moment. It's almost like a representation from you over time, how you have changed, evolved, grown. Like I feel like it's just it's part of you. Like I've never really I like that. And I think you were also somebody who was very intentional about the type of tattoo. You wouldn't necessarily put a name on you unless it's like your kids or like, you know, like if it's Sam, you know. I really hope you get a whiskey tattoo. That's what I'm really saying here.
I highly discourage names ever. If any of you ever want to get divorced, I'll be happy to tattoo a name on you. That is the fastest way to get divorced that I know. I have tattooed people who have been married 4 decades who swore there was no chance. And 30 days later, they were back in my shop asking what to cover it with. After 4 decades. And I begged them not
The
to
kiss
do
of
it,
death.
and they did it anyway. I don't understand it. I don't think I did it. It's something psychological, and it's bad. I even recommend if you want to get your kid's name tattooed, that you find something that your kid likes. So I don't have any of my kids' names on me. Do you remember the Barrel of Monkeys game?
Mm-hmm.
That was their favorite game as kids, and I used to call them monkeys. You know, when I got loud, I didn't say their full name. I'd be like, Monkey, get over here. Right? That was and so I have the Barrel of Monkeys tattoo for my 3.
Nice.
But yeah, no. And again, Tim, I love that you don't have tattoos because you have now lived into the rebellion era where you're the only rebel.
Me too.
I survived.
I'm
Me and
zero.
Ann survived.
Like it's wild, bro. I tattoo so many teachers, city council, bank people who work in banks, deacons,
It's very common.
pastors. Dude, everyone gets tattoos now. I'm thinking about leaving the industry just because I'm like a church or something, you know? Like people are bringing grandma in, they're bringing their 3-month-old baby in. Like, and I get it. I have a very welcoming, clean environment, but like I used to be punk rock.
You got to age right into it. I think it's fine. We got to all evolve, you know?
The thing is,
Do you
I
think we
always
should give away
wanted.
something to the chat? I think I got something for the chat. We should do that. And you guys can get involved. Ann and Clem and Ben. I want to give this away. Somebody that's watching. I got some of these super stickers. They're sitting here, you know. You guys
That's
want
a good
this?
one too.
I don't know how though. Marbles don't work for me on here. I wish they would.
You figure out how. I got the what?
Chat, you guys figure out how we're gonna do this.
Yeah, you got who wants it the most? Who's the most bullish?
Rock, paper, scissors.
But talking about tattoo names, I always wanted my own name tattooed on myself. Just for the clear, first of all, like maybe forgetting one day what my name is. But I feel like you should love yourself first. I think that was always my intent around it. Like you should have yourself on yourself first before you have your partner or your kids. As much as I love them, like if I don't love myself more than anybody else, like I can't give that love. So I always wanted I just couldn't figure out, like I always thought it would be on my wrist, just my own name. I just couldn't figure out like which font I want.
Mm-hmm.
That's the issue when you're graphic designing, not too many fonts and like which ones you like. So I'm like, that's fine, never did it.
The font is brutal.
If I ever get a name, it's gonna be mine.
That's good. You know, you won't forget. And you'll be like, I'm Ann.
Going back to what you're talking about, Ben.
Go
Sorry.
ahead,
was
I
like,
also, Clem, I need to see more puzzle pieces. Where are these puzzle pieces? You got me on the
I
whole.
can't do any more puzzle pieces.
I would make puzzle pieces. That's me. I'm a puzzle guy. But
You can do it. I can't do anymore.
No, I saw it. It was beautiful. I loved it.
They're still here. They're just sitting on my desk. What you were saying, Ben, just going back to like, you have to like just stop caring, about what other people are saying or whatever. And I think that's where being an artist is the biggest exercise of that. Because every time you put out a piece of work, I know for myself, it's like the first time it's like, this is the dumbest thing. I'm throwing this in the trash can. No one's going to like it. Then you get over it. Even if people don't like it, you're just like, oh, I did it. I did the thing. And it's just the continuous act of doing that where you just start to not care what people think. And I think that most people don't have that creative muscle because they don't create stuff that might come from here. It comes from what they were taught. And so I think that's where maybe being a creative is a great way to learn how to get over that.
I see it in the classroom where kids hold back, when they could be more creative and take more chances. But I try not to make something first because then they'll just copy me. They'll make if I make a poster and I'm like, you need to make this with all these directions, and then they'll make mine. I don't want them to make mine. So I'll show mine like after a day or so. But I think some kids too, they don't want to be creative at all. They're like, tell me exactly what to make. I don't want to make these creative decisions. So, but I think creativity is just like how you present yourself, who you are, the way you speak. All of those things is art. You as a human being are just the artistic process in the making. And art imitates life, right, or whatever, and vice versa. So, I think people who don't think they're artists, they definitely are.
Well, that's a big deal for me. Like I taught 3 to 4 year olds, and then I also was in other classrooms and stuff. Like my school was 0 to 5, and I was there for 8 years, so I've seen thousands of kids come through. Not a single kid was not creative. You are born creative, period, in different ways. For some, it's like building something and thinking 3-dimensional. For some, it's the art. For some, it's like dance and music. Like it's there's so many ways how you can be creative and problem solve and like find solution for things that I've seen firsthand on thousands of kids going through my hand. Like everybody had it. Not a single child did not have that. Yeah. Even the kids who were on the spectrum. Even then.
There's creativity in math, right? And there's creativity in science.
Creativity is just problem solving. It's not. It's just a different word for it. Like
it's not just drawing, right? Yeah.
No, like it's people just see it as art, and like it could be baking, figuring out like how to put different ingredients for cooking together. Like it's figuring out if you have a different body type, or like how to do certain exercises different for somebody who is thinner or who weighs more to make it work. Like it's just creating something that wasn't there before and fixing something. Like finding a solution for something, and like everybody is creative. I 100% believe in that. I've seen it in every kid.
And that's why, again, I loved that I got a little bit of experience in software development, not much, but like just learning that the best developers we employed were not good at actually particular languages. They were just better problem solvers than everyone else. The end. Full stop. It didn't mean that they wrote better in JavaScript or they, used React better or something like that. Some of them, yes, had talent. They were all on the spectrum. I would say they were the most spectrum oriented people that I've ever worked with, but they literally just problem solved better than anyone else did. And I was able to then, I have so many tattoo clients who are worried about their kids. And I was able to say, they tell me their kids' struggles. And I'm thinking like your 11, 12-year-old boy sounds a lot like my developers. Like, have you put him or her into like a technology class, a computer class? Like I was able to encourage them at least see, but to your point, Anne, I've never found a kid that doesn't love soccer. I've found plenty of kids whose parents told me they weren't good at soccer, or or their aunts or uncles have said, this child is not athletic. Whatever, stop it. Will you stop putting your stuff on other kids? He's not athletic the way Bo Jackson was athletic, but that doesn't mean he can't have fun with 10 other kids in a ball in a field of grass.
And that's what I mean. Like, we teach kids so early on, and I think part of that is the school system too, that if you're not good at something, you shouldn't be doing it, which is so backwards. Like, it's okay to do. Listen, I'm not good at singing. I'm still fucking doing it for myself. You know, like, there's certain things just like you like doing and they make you happy, and you just should do it. It doesn't mean you have to make money with it, but like at least do them in your free time. But like, we've given up to them on, what are you laughing about? We've given up to them even in our free time because it's not productive. We should spend all productive time on like making money, furthering ourselves, and getting better at things.
I was just thinking about my daughter. My daughter recently, we live in the deep South, so it's like 99.9% Protestant, right? So my daughter the other day got the wild harebrained idea to go meet the Catholics. There's a monastery near here. And so she got there and got to hear them, the nuns sing, right? If you've ever been to a Catholic monastery where these people have not been around people in a while, the singing is horrific. It's so bad. It doesn't sound anything like singing. And then on the other hand, my daughter's only experience with church is like, you know, as a little kid being dragged by her grandparents to a mega church where it's like Taylor Swift on stage, which the reason I was laughing at is because it backs up everything you're saying. If you can't make money at it, don't do it. Whatever happened to just singing for singing?
But I think it's again like us losing that community part of being humans. Like, you used to live in these small villages and everybody would be together and you would sing songs together around the fire and stuff like that, or for special occasions, and everybody would sing. And it would probably sound horrible because there was no harmony whatsoever, but you would still all do it. You know, like it's just something you do, not
because
something you
nobody was going to get paid for it.
Yep. I think we have to get at least, and I think that it really depends on if you have people around you who further that, who see that in you. And if you don't, then that's, for me, I always come back, like, I loved dancing as a kid, but I wouldn't necessarily talk about it. I would do it a lot by myself in my room. And my parents didn't really see it. My sister did, though. Like, I asked my parents for going to a dance class, but it was like in the evening, and there was no bus driving to the next city, so they would have to drive me, and they couldn't really do that. There was a lot going on, so they didn't agree to it. And I think I'm not even sure if I even asked them, because it was also like $100, which was a lot for us at the time. My sister knew, though. She signed me up for So You Think You Can Dance, Germany. And I chickened out and I didn't go. And I think that's one of the things that I probably regret, like not even trying. But like, if you don't have people who see your talent and like help you with it, I think there's so many people who miss out on their talents if it's an art or a creativity because they didn't have the environment to actually at least give it a try. You know, maybe it doesn't lead to something, but at least give it a try. And I think that happens to a lot of kids, especially I feel like families who don't have a lot of money, underprivileged kids who just like, I need you to just find a job to make it work, because for them, money is always a worry. There is no luxury of just like, just try an art out, you know, that's not a thing. And that it's like, I think there's so much talent probably wasted. That it's sad that they never get to actually experience that unless somebody sees it in you, like a teacher sees it in you, a neighbor sees it in you, an aunt sees it in you, or you go to one of these talent shows for like singing or dancing or something and somebody finally discovers you. But I feel like a lot of people don't actually get a chance to just tap into their creativity just for fun because it's being trained out of them in a very early age.
Yep.
Which is sad.
My mom has always been amazing and supportive. So I can't relate to that, but I do yes, people who don't have a lot of money probably they don't have a lot of opportunity. But my mom always let me do things. Like we had, we got to do things. I got to expose. I think for me, one of the coolest things was I'm like the youngest of six. And so like my sisters, like my dad had a family kind of before my mom and had like 4 kids there. And then they were 20 years older than me. So my brothers and sisters, like 4 of them are like 20 years older than me. So when I was a kid, I had all these uncles like that my sisters had married that would like one was a farmer and he would go out in the sap trees and he would tap maple trees for sap and I'd work on the farm. And then another one like played guitar and he taught me how to play guitar. And so I had all these different influences of people. My sister lived in Oklahoma and her husband was in the military. So I went there for a summer and stayed. We went on a road trip and like I had the map out and like, you know what I mean? I just had all these cool experiences. So I think you're right. It's just like the more experiences you have, the more you can figure out who you are really, right? It might not be your jam, but at least you'll figure out what you like, what you don't.
Mhm.
So
I agree.
yeah, I was like, I'm not a military guy, but it was cool to kind of experience that and see it. And he was a
Defense
big
got
fisherman.
talent.
VeeFriends, that would be cool. That would be cool, like a turnaround thing. You get X'd out. What's the show?
But it could be with,
America's Got
Jenna
with all the
Voice.
talents because
The Voice.
there's so many different talents in this community. Like,
True.
it's how many creative people are like drawn. But I also feel like this community is filled with neurodivergent people.
Oh
Like,
yeah, I'd like to see a talent
so
show, like a
so
general
like
talent show.
yeah, like so
You
many
probably have a
people are
magician in
neurodivergent.
the computer. There's got to be a magician,
Probably.
a VeeFriend
Yeah.
magician, for sure. What's up, Nacho? Yeah, this is fun. The community hang. I usually don't get to come. I've been bogged down with grading, but I'm all caught up. They just got their 5-week report card, which is wild to me. It's like it's just flying.
We're only in week 2. We started last Wednesday.
Yeah, it's.
Wait, they
I
do
think this is
5-week report
technically.
cards?
Well, this is like week 4, and they're going out. I had to get everything finalized, So yeah, we're halfway. Well, like we're day 21. So what's that? 5, 10, 15, 20. That's the 4th week, and then yeah, the end of the week is 5 weeks.
So is the 5-week report card really just to the parents to be like, all right, really though, you got to talk to your kids about doing
Grades
their
are the
work?
dumbest thing in the world. I wish we didn't have to do them. It doesn't make sense. Whatever. Some kids are motivated by that. Some kids aren't. To me, it's so hard to grade something, man. It's like, oh, code this website, and then I've got 100 websites to look at the code. That's fun. That's real fun. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's in the weeds. Like, it's a lot of work, and you have to give them feedback because if you don't look at it, then they know you're not looking at it, and then they'll just give you crap. So, like, you got to set a precedence. Like, I've seen it. This was missing. Good job. Whatever. Like, if they did a good job, you got to showcase it. If they missed
Yeah.
it, you got to follow back and circle up and make sure they get that concept, whatever you're trying to teach. I mean, it's low stakes for me, which is really sad because it's an elective and no one cares. Literally, no one cares. Like, it's just a computer class. You know what I mean? Like,
I feel like there's so many subjects though that shouldn't first of all shouldn't be graded. It would be fascinating for me to see for a year kids not getting a grade at all in any subject and see what happens. Because now you're only learning because there's a test coming up. Like there was so many times where I didn't really do anything until a test came up, and then after the test, I completely forgot about it because I wasn't really interested. Versus just learning for the sake of learning something new and getting excited.
Yeah.
There needs
and
to
like
be a different
expanding.
finish line than an A.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
There's a
I don't know
huge
what that is, though.
Fascinating.
there's been a huge argument in homeschooling, which is all I know about,
It's
on
gonna take over.
test taking versus unlearning.
Mhm.
So unlearning being described as what y'all are talking about, like no test. You just have to write a book report of some type. You have to exhibit that you know the information. You have to immerse yourself in it. Excuse me. And there's a real I know exactly what y'all are saying from the homeschool perspective, I would make the argument that out of 100 homeschool kids in my town, 98 of them were not prepared for the next day at all, because most of them had never had to fill out a form. Most of them had never had to take a test. Most of them had never, and again, I can't speak to public school because I didn't go, but that was my criticism of the homeschooling era that I came through was, and what I've tried to do differently with my kids is that, like I've said before, by the time they're 15, 16, they've filled out forms. They've been managing their own money. They know how to balance a checkbook. They know how to get a debit card. They know what an overdraft fee looks like, like they know where to call customer service, so the day after high school for my kids is not nearly as shell shocking as it was for me,
They're so coddled in school right now, I feel like, anyway.
But I feel
And
like
what's the grade 4? Especially when you're younger. Go ahead, Ann.
But I feel like that's how homeschooling should be, because I feel like a lot of these things you just mentioned, Ben, is not being taught in school. You don't learn how to do your taxes or any of that stuff. Anything you actually need when you leave school is being taught in school, which is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
How to talk to another human being, how to do a phone call, how to just normal interaction with each other.
In my class,
I'm not saying that teachers don't, but it's not part of the curriculum. Unless a teacher takes the initiative to say, I want my kids to learn this because I know they're going to go out there and their parents don't teach them, and I know that, they're fucked. Mm-hmm. It's just what it is. And it's up to the teachers to make up their own things to prepare these kids. That's not how it it's just.
No, it's not how it should be.
No, life skills, money, all of us, a lot of us did not learn about money.
Communication. Yeah. Respect, all that stuff. Yeah, I totally agree. And that's why I say I like to teach an elective, because there's no task. But when the teachers are getting graded and based on how many kids are passing the test, then that's what it becomes, right? And I'm guilty of this right now because I'm teaching a high school class, and the sole purpose of this class is to get a Python certification in Python. So literally all I'm doing is I'm not really teaching them Python. I'm teaching them all the terms. I know I know what's on the test, and I'm teaching them everything that's on the test, because that's the goal, is to get them to pass the certification. And they will, but they're not gonna really understand Python. But they don't really need to, in my opinion. It doesn't really matter. AI is coming for all this code. It's gonna be fine. If they want to go deeper into code, they can do that later in life. But for a high school class, they'll be able to figure out Python and understand all the terms. It's just 150 terms they need to be understanding what they are, because there's just gonna be multiple choice questions, right? It's not debugging code crazy, or writing some Python script. It won't be like that. It'll be A, B, C, D, E. You could literally get rid of 2 answers immediately, and then you got a 50-50 shot. And you only have to get a 700 out of 1,000 to get it. So it's a 70 to get the certification. So, they'll judge me based on that. So I'm teaching the test right now, but it's so boring. And it's a whole package deal. It's I don't even need to teach it, really. I could just say, go into geometrics and do number 1. And there's a whole workbook I could print out, but I physically can't do it. I'm taking the workbook and I'm throwing it in the garbage, and I'm making my own lessons and doing different things. But yeah, a lot of teachers, though, don't have the skill set to teach some of this stuff, and they have to rely on that. So I guess self-paced stuff. Yeah. So I think AI is going to be great for education.
I actually, I agree. And I think, and the issue was, it was just so the opposite for me. I could read and write in Greek and Hebrew, but I couldn't pass a test. Somebody said, yeah, it's dumb, Tim, until you want to earn a living and you don't have a college degree, so you can't get in a room.
That's true.
It's
a terrible simulation of the world, because when in the world do you get a problem that you have no internet access for, and I can't call my buddy Ben Kind up and say, hey, how do you do this thing? Right. You have access to communication, and in the real world, that's how you problem solve, is you look things up and you research. We just take that away, and you're supposed to memorize everything. Zero sense.
Right.
When we have it, we could just be like, hey, when was the Declaration of Independence signed? Can you tell me the whatever?
Right.
you're gonna get that information. But that's what we're asking them in civics. They have to learn. You know what I mean? Which I get. Like civics is a different thing, but they're just memorizing. Like they're just memorizing the amendments, and they're memorizing. Like what is this doing?
Mm-hmm.
The whole needing a paper thing is absolutely ridiculous to me. So for people that don't know, I didn't graduate college. I started in my career field at 19, worked my tail off to get where I'm at now. So whatever, 14 years later,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm at a decent position now, like tier wise, and in my position, like a senior level, you could say. And before, I had somebody who came to me and was writing the job description for the tier above me. And part of it had to be like prerequisites, college degree, which my position, prerequisite college degree, but I literally was like, I've been in this industry for 12 years. Get at me. And so they literally asked me, they're like, hey, if you were to get promoted to this position, would you go back to school and get your degree? And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, pretty much like I almost was like,
It doesn't make you better.
I
It's just
believe
so
if you asked me to go to school.
stupid.
I had to for get my teaching license. I had to take fucking like 15 classes. It was stupid.
I was like, what in the world? So I proved myself with my job, and then you would be like, but you gotta go get that piece of paper that says you can do the job that you just proved.
Well, and it kind of wrecked my confidence as a 17-year-old because I wouldn't say I was really egoic, but I was really proud of myself. And I had been debating. I mean, I had been in politics since I was 12. I had been in 3 different churches since I was 8. Like I was arguing philosophy, religion, the impact of laws on society. Like I was very confident going into the world, and then I can't pass a test. And I just started feeling really stupid. And unfortunately, I didn't meet a lot of people who cared. And so then I ran into 3, 4, 5 jobs where I was told by, after working 24, 36 months, I get there early, I stay late, I work as hard as I can, I'm enthusiastic. And I'm told like, yeah, you're just the most replaceable person that we've ever met. Like we could, hear it, Google or Starbucks or Target or Home Depot. Like literally, if we lose you today, it will not impact our company at all. And after you do a decade of that, you end up with a crow tattooed on your neck because like you don't want to be a part of society anymore. Like you don't want to interact when every interaction you've had with adults has been, we see little to no value in your hard work. We see little to no value in your morality or your ethics. It doesn't particularly matter to us that you're trustworthy. Peace out, H-Town, and you go like, and I know it sounds like I'm complaining, but I'm very grateful to be in here. I'm very grateful to be in VeeFriends, but what I run into all the time in the tattoo shop is so many people that are smarter than me. And like we complain about this next generation, but like guys, this group of kids is calling bullshit. Why would they want to work somewhere for 4 years? Like they get out of college, they work somewhere for 4 years, and they're never told good job. And you guys wonder why they're at home like playing with crypto. Like they don't want to be a part of your society. They don't want it. Like if you want to be mad at Gen Z right now, you don't understand punk rock. Like you don't understand anarchy. Like you don't understand any rebellion since humans have existed. Because the kids are just saying, nah, man, I'm good. I'm out. Like if these are the odds I'm playing for, I'm not going to play anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's great about Gary Vee is he's getting some of these kids back to the table by going, hey, forget what happened. Forget that bad boss. What do you really want to do? And if you really want to be a doctor, you need a college degree. You know?
Well, good for you, Ben, as far as like, I'm just saying in the sense of like the amount of kids who are probably exactly in your situation and were just crapped on their entire life and like that ended up in a far worse situation.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
like obviously, I don't know a full year pass or anything like that, but
Sure.
you seem like at least you know who you are and where you're going. And like the amount of kids who probably are left sitting in their room secluded, feeling like there's no one on their team, and that sucks.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of crap that ticks me off and makes me want to just fight for others. And yeah, that stuff sucks.
That's what I love about VeeFriends. That's why anytime I see two VeeFriends arguing, I can't help but smile a little bit and think of me and Tim, because it's like if
I love
they
arguing with people. It's a fucking character flaw. But I like it. I don't know. I don't feel like it's arguing as much as it's like trying to express my viewpoint respectfully.
yeah.
You know, I actually sold a VeeFriend today. I got a heck of a deal. I'm telling you. Ryan Turner got a gnome today, and I got
Awesome.
a good deal. Yeah, it was a win-win.
What was the thing
The
you
NFT?
what was the thing you recently
I sent
did that upset people? You did something that had like text messages and
yeah,
what
Jeremy
did you
texted
do?
me. I said that I wasn't gonna buy a comic book, and then but then in the comments I said that the reason why, because I didn't really like the quality and different things. I don't know. I say some. I don't think it's negative. Listen. I don't got it like that to buy $25 comics or $20 comics, so I can't. I'm just not into that.
Yeah.
But
Did I ever
I
respond
do get
to
them
that?
for free. They're
Did
freaking free.
I don't think I did. I wrote out several responses because I wanted you to know I thought you explained yourself very, very well. Your logic was clean, and at the end of your initial post, you asked what other people's thoughts were. So
Yeah, a
I
lot
don't
of people were buying some. So that was
you to know, as someone who's blocked you before, I thought it was awesome. Like I literally read through the whole
Thanks.
thing and went like, no, Tim, this is great. This is perfect.
Buddy.
Like you are absolutely allowed to say you're not going to buy something. You are absolutely allowed to say I'm taking a break. You're a human being.
Yeah.
And like, but for the record, Tim, I haven't bought one VeeFriends thing in over a year on anyone's stream.
Yeah.
I
love
don't have
VeeFriends.
it. I love it. I love all you
too.
guys. I don't have it like that right now.
Right. Same.
I'm trying to pay
Same.
rent, bro.
I do have this freaking super sticker, dude. This thing. Look at this stupid thing.
Yeah, no, you keep dropping the price. You got to stop doing that.
I had an offer of $3,000 on eBay,
Yeah.
and I would have accepted it, but the guy DM'd me and was like, "Let's work a deal off the eBay," and I was like, "Great, yeah." So I would take like 3 for it if I could get it straight up. I think that's fair. I'm not like trying to get a crazy amount. Right now though, I'm thinking maybe if I get it graded, it's the first PSA 10, maybe then or whatever, a 10.
Yeah.
Then maybe it's worth more or whatever. I don't know. It's stressing me out. I don't know. Like if the person bought it and they were in Atlanta, I would drive it to them.
My question to you is, do you want to send it to somebody like Whiskey or Senior Pants who has a big stream? We don't know any celebrities. Like Anne has a real small following. That's a dig at Anne.
Hey,
I can't
there's a
sell shit for
privacy. Whoever wants to find a buyer for it, you know what I mean? I'll give them. You find a buyer, I'll give you this one.
Well, but that's what I'm getting at is like, I know Senior Pants has done some things where he's taken like a commission. I don't know if Whiskey would. He's never done that to my knowledge, but I mean, I feel like people on Whiskey stream view him, much to my chagrin, as overly fair. Every time I turn my brother's stream on, he's selling shit for half the price we talked about. I'm like, bro, we're trying to make a living here. I need rent. And he's like, yeah, but it's for the people. I'm like, fuck the people. No one even likes the people.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I'm open to it. I'm also not like a super huge rush. I mean, I would like to sell it, but at the same time, like, I want it to go to somebody who wants it. Oh, you want to see it again?
Put it on the big screen.
Now,
it's out of 10, right?
30, I think.
Okay.
Out of 30?
His number is 30.
Yeah. With Dan the man, I would definitely wait 24 hours just to make sure the money hits your bank account. I'm not sure about that guy at all. He's really a sketch kind of character.
A lot of shady characters.
Yeah, he's always in Europe or like, I don't know, man. Like he's just.
But yeah, when I hit it, I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. Have you guys hit anything big lately? And you hit some good stuff on your birthday. You hit an iconic.
I had an iconics. Not my favorite character.
One? Was it a gecko?
Platypus.
Oh, platypus.
I'm starting to think iconics don't
really
exist.
Yeah, it was nice to hold one for real in my hand without a slap around. I always wanted to hold one without it being slapped, just like to feel it.
Yeah, they're see-through, right? They're like plasticky.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I can show you, Austin.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem, Tim.
Yeah, go ahead.
Everything has gotten so expensive now that whiskey won't let me rip anything. Like he won't, like every time I go towards the side of the room with like blaster boxes, he like gets real like intent. He's like, "What are you doing?" "No, I already put that over there. What's going on?" I'm like, can a guy just want to rip cards? Like he's like, "I can sell that for $700. Like, it's not all about the money.
What if there's a super factor in there? Like, there's still a few unaccounted for, like, of the big characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
yeah. But
there's some big hits out there.
Cowabunga lives close by to me, and he's got 2 boxes and 3 hobby boxes. No, 2 hobby boxes and 3 blaster boxes. So he's been holding on to them. But yeah, the sealed product's drying up. They need to be more community sketch cards pulled. We're lucky that we got ours pulled, Ann.
It's crazy that there haven't been more.
Is there only 3 they're pulled?
Yes. Yes. I know 3. 3 of the 9. That would mean 1/3 of the. If we get it by sketch card, 1/3 of the product being ripped.
What do you think percentage of the product has been ripped at this point in time?
It's so hard to say.
Half?
That sketchy guy I was talking about earlier, he knows.
I don't think it's half.
I think it's over half.
Really?
Yeah, I would say over half. 60%, Dan?
He knows.
How much does VeeFriends still own? 10%?
They haven't been ripping a lot.
Streams are stopping.
They're going to hoard that, I think. They're going to come out in like 5 years and be like, look at this case.
Well, that's the hard part with Chrome is most like products. Like if you have baseball, like there's a new baseball like box coming out every week or like every 2 weeks. And so when it's something like VeeFriends and you're having one big product come out a year in cards, it's going to dry up real quick. So that's where next year it'll be interesting to see if they do like Chrome, if they do like maybe a cosmic Chrome, which would be really sick. If they did like some kind of other series with Topps, which they probably will, given that they have a good contract with them. But it was obviously successful.
So, Ann, were you the one that I think had the theory that they're going to do all the characters in the next set? Someone said that they were. I don't know if it was
I know
you.
Gary talked about thinking about it, doing all the. They hadn't put down a real thing yet. There's so many options of like doing the next 150 in the second set, and then I think it kind of is knowledge now that there's going to be 3 years. I feel like that's always like it sounded like doing the next 150 next year and then doing all of them in the last year, because by next year already more people know it. We need a bigger print run to make it happen. So you need more characters and you need more cards. and then the print run after that has to be even bigger. So then putting all the cards and characters in just makes sense to me. But I don't see them splitting it up in just 75 and 75. Like,
No,
because then if you
they'll
up the
do
print run,
100. They'll do 100, and they'll put all the shitty urchin characters in the last year by itself when they run everything
with the robot.
but see, even if they would only do like 100 next year, but you up the print run, now you have a lower hit rate, which people are not gonna like. So either way, they're gonna put in more different types of inserts to up the pull rate.
But to the defense of VeeFriends and the Topps community, like the hit rate for 25 was crazy.
Mhm.
Like blasters are not a thing in any other like products. Like Topps Chrome baseball blasters are garbage for the most part. Like there's no reason, like they are, like when people are like, oh, blasters are juiced, like they are truly juiced. And so that's where it's like next year with the product, probably yes, lowering the hit rate. I think hopefully people don't react too harsh, because it's actually like just more how the norm is for product.
VeeFriends people are so chill though; they never react to anything negatively.
Yeah, for sure. They'll be all good with everything.
Bro, one time, like 2022 or 23, I think the aspiring alpaca was on a dancing on a pole for like 2 seconds in an animated short, and people just flipped their lids. It was crazy. So yeah people have opinions about everything.
Yeah. No, we were so mad about it. We were like, I've run quantum math on this, and the hit rate is slightly lower than the pepperoni pizza at Papa John's, and I think Gary Vee sucks it.
Oh man. No, I think I'm not gonna sleep on the sealed product next time. I was like, I should probably be buying these boxes. I remember Hayden as soon as the OGs claimed, he was like, boxes for $125, and I saw it immediately, and I was like, that seems like a good deal, because we bought them for $99, right, or whatever, and he was selling them that same night for $125. What an idiot I was for not buying those. I should have bought all 5 of them. But yeah, the sealed product's just fun to kind of stream and open it up. And I only had like 1 hobby box. I did get to do that stream with VeeFriends though, where we opened up stuff. That was really, really fun. Opening up all that stuff. And someone mentioned TCG. I wonder if Topps would be their TCG person. Because Zero Cool's done, right?
Yeah.
Print cards?
Yeah, I think they're dead.
Does Topps do TCGs? Have they
Maybe
ever?
they could.
I don't know why they
I don't know who
couldn't.
does Vibes. Wizards of the Coast does all the Magic stuff.
I was gonna say, have y'all? Are we? I don't even know if we're allowed. Anne, are you gonna lose followers if we talk about Vibes? I don't want to get the VeeFriends.
We can talk about anything here.
Okay, all right.
The cards are really nice.
This is a safe place, huh? Have any of y'all played the game yet?
It's really confusing. I downloaded it.
I was dummy thick 2 seasons in a row.
Nice. No,
yes,
I'm talking about the mobile game.
I'm trying to flex my vibes and
Oh yeah, mobile game's awesome.
The mobile game. Yeah, I'm not talking about the smart game for people with intelligence. I'm talking about the mobile game.
Yep, me you are the same
Pudgy Party.
Yes, it's so fun, y'all.
Yeah, it's like Mario Party.
It's Tumble Guys.
I can do it.
It's a fun game.
Like I can use both my thumbs. Like I'm really good at it.
That sounded so funny. I can use both my thumbs.
Yeah.
I feel like it's coded to make
welcome
you win
to evolution.
every time, though.
Okay, to be fair, Anne, like the whole like other vibe, the whole other Pudgy Penguins game, you have to be like good at algebra and like shuffling 800 cards in your hand, and like I don't know, every single person is like into quantum physics, like.
Yeah, I started the tutorial and got real confused.
Smart. Luca is baby Gary.
Just play the yellow deck and you'll be good.
Yeah, I can just. I've not played any of it. Not the actual game, not the online game.
I did
Not
play
against it. I just
like
don't have
December
time.
last year, but they have a new set coming out. I kind of lost like I was getting bored with it because I was just playing the same deck over and over, and it was like repetitive. And my deck wasn't like the top. Like my deck was like tier 3, but I was really good at playing it, so I would beat the other deck sometimes. Now they have a new set, which is going to change the dynamic of the game. So I am interested to play it now. The Littles set just came out, so it's pretty easy to grind and get the cards. Like you could get like a couple packs a day just for playing. Your deck was mid. Well, it beat you, Soggy. So then, what does that say?
Soggy, you're mid.
Can you boot him? Can we boot him? Boot. Where's the boot button?
It would be a little penguin coming out and just like kicking him from the.
No,
I just love the fact that the new Pudgy Party game like had the shout out to Naruto with the little frog costume. Did you guys see that? Like one of the first costumes your penguin gets is a little frog costume with a headband, and that's straight from Naruto, the manga. And I know, Soggy. I'm literally trying to live out my life as Naruto, who is like literally the only mid ever that existed, and that's me. But anyway, no, it's a really cool arc in the 17 seasons or whatever of Naruto where he makes his students wear like a frog costume. And I thought it was super cool that Vibes threw that in there.
Be right back.
All right. Anne's going to be back. I'm pulling up a random wheel. Who's bullish in the chat? Who's bullish?
Bullish chat.
I'll mail it
in
to
the
you.
chat. Everybody gets 2 entries, but Soggy, he gets 1.
Soggy gets -5 entries. Jaya gets Soggy's entry.
I stuck my bullish sticker right onto my board.
Look at that.
That's
That's badass, actually. That's baller moves. Okay, so Keith is bullish. John is bullish. I'm going to copy these names and put them in a wheel. In a wheel. Your fate rests with a random wheel. The wheel will decide your fate. You guys watching football? You NFL fans? What do you guys
I don't want to talk about it, Tim.
Oh, fuck you, Tim.
I'm a Jets fan. What do you mean? I mean, we could do it. I guess
you had a better game. I'm a Lions fan. We had a terrible game. It was a terrible game.
It's week 1, baby. We got room to grow.
Look, both of y'all have better teams, better coaches, and better owners than the Dallas Cowboys. So
I'm a huge sports fan.
Though. Yes,
I have never seen a fan base. Okay, that's not true. I have seen a fan base. The only fan base that is into toxic relationships as much as the Dallas Cowboys is the Buffalo Bills. Okay? Josh Allen has won exactly the same amount of Super Bowls that Dak Prescott has, and that's all he's ever going to win. I am not a Josh Allen hater. I'm just telling you, he's not going to win any more Super Bowls than Dak Prescott does. And Dak Prescott is going to finish his career with this many Super Bowls. This many. Josh Allen is significantly better than Dak Prescott. Unfortunately, he's going to finish with exactly 0 Super Bowls. The only thing more sad than Josh Allen having 0 Super Bowls at the end of his career, like Dan Marino, is how shitty Bill Belichick is at everything now.
The chat has never been this active. You mentioned sports, and like the chat gets active, like so opinionated. It's.
I opened like as soon as I said it, and I think Ben said "fuck you." I think that's what he said. Like immediately.
That is exactly what I said.
I said I don't want to talk about it.
So it's very warm and friendly from the very start. Welcome to VeeFriends.
Look, I thought the Jets looked really good this weekend. I'm not gonna lie.
They scored 30 points. I'm happy.
I thought they did. I thought the Lions had a really bad game, and I'm not exactly sure why, because I was really a big fan of the Lions last year.
Two very young offensive guards. That's all it is.
Okay. And honestly, that would do it.
Yep.
They
both looked like they were in a blender. And they didn't know what to do. And it didn't help that Micah Parsons had Lambeau Field like juiced up to 1 billion.
The Packers have no idea what they got. Micah Parsons is the most fun athlete I have watched in the NFL since I got to watch Deion Sanders play with the Dallas Cowboys back in the 90s. Okay?
Yeah, he's
Micah
insane.
Parsons is an extreme athlete. He is extremely intelligent, and he just eats people with his aura. Like, he's literally an anime character.
Yeah.
But none of us got screwed as much as IJ Robb did. IJ Robb, watching the Ravens lose yesterday was probably the most, or the day before, that is probably the most painful thing I've witnessed since Jim Kelly lost a Super Bowl twice to my boys. Yeah, that was horrible. It was horrific.
Yeah. I'm from the Buffalo area, and I'm in a group chat with all of my boys, and they're all Bills fans. And I resisted the urge. I'm like, I know better, because you know me. I like to talk some stuff. I did it. I did it. Because I got to wait to the end. The NFL is crazy. And they were fucking, like, half of them went to sleep. Those Bills fans, they claim to be so hardcore. They all left the stadium, Bills fans. Like, Get out of here. They stink. Yeah, I was with IJ Robb on that. I wanted the Bills to lose. And then freaking Derrick Henry fumbled the ball like an idiot.
Okay, anyway, but that touchdown. Yeah. Okay, but here's what I will say. I actually, I have to say this, Jay. As a football fan, I love this for you. There is a very high probability the Ravens, that is probably the most motivating thing that could happen to start off the season. And y'all are way too good already. I literally don't know. Like, unless the NFL just starts.
It's a positive.
Yeah, it is a super positive for that team. Did you see how fast
they're going to remember week 1, right?
Did you see how fast Derrick Henry ran that touchdown in the second, third quarter? Dude, he beat 2 cornerbacks and a safety at a foot race, which I don't even think that's possible as heavy as he is.
Yeah, he's like 6'4", whatever it is.
Yeah, and you don't know who Derrick Henry is. But if you put me in one pant leg and Chris in the other pant leg and Tim on top, that's what this man looks like. Okay? And he beat 3 really fast dudes 70 yards. He's like 4 hands.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, they'll see each other in the AFC Championship.
They will. And it's going to be so bad. I'm so happy about it. I'm happy about it right now because I feel like this team has got it. The Jets.
Number 1 team in offense. Pro Football Focus. Number 1 offense in the NFL.
100%.
Maybe.
What?
We'll see. They got the Bills next week, so.
They actually generally play the Bills pretty good. I'm not saying they win, but they play well when they play the Bills. I'm not sure where I didn't watch enough of the game to know where they need the most help. I feel like it's defense. Am I right?
Well, Aaron Rodgers is just the worst.
Well, Aaron Rodgers
he's the ultimate heel. He's the ultimate heel.
I had to root for him, and now I don't have to anymore, and I'm glad about that. I was like, yeah, but MVPs, getting the old washed up guy, coming from an old washed up guy, trust me, I want us to win, but it's not the way in the NFL. You got just go with a young guy. They can maybe light a fire and just draft 7 quarterbacks one year. Just draft all quarterbacks.
Right.
Let's see what happens.
Right.
Brock
Does
Purdy was
Pittsburgh
taken in way late.
The Packers this year? Because I feel like Micah Parsons could actually kill Aaron Rodgers if he hit him.
They're on the same team now.
No, they're not. Green Bay, Pittsburgh.
Oh, he's playing for Pittsburgh. You're right.
Yeah. Like, that could actually be an issue.
Jay's like, I can't think about this anymore. Let's talk Funko
Fearless
Pops.
Fairy Funko. So you're saying there's a chance. Jay, they put all their money into comics, bro.
I think it's
No,
going to
but
be a
they said
monster Funko.
Funkos. That's what I'm thinking too, because of number 5. And it being Halloween.
Yeah. I think
Though
it'll
the
be-
It makes
fairy
sense
with
to
like
keep
clear
going
wings
with the Halloweens,
awesome.
yeah.
But the fairy with clear wings would be awesome.
Ooh, Steelers
I'm not gonna
do play
lie.
the Packers.
You're not
I
doing
live
it there.
30 minutes from Funko headquarters. I want to go so bad and see if I can see like some back rooms, if something is being produced or shipped right now.
Yeah.
And take
And
the
just
tour
go.
every day for the next 2 weeks.
Just call and be like, hey, this is Lala from VeeFriends. We're just checking on our order. The
Right. Yeah.
the
Have you
thing.
checked out yet? We want to make
The
some content
skilled
about the
skeleton
production
one?
of it. You know?
Yeah, we were just checking in if it's going to be
Yeah,
ready for Comic-Con.
But and just pretend to be a Karen. Like pretend you don't know you couldn't do that. Just if it says an authorized door, just walk through it. You're like a mid 30-year-old white lady. Like you can do whatever you want. Just walk in there and just be like, oh, I didn't know I couldn't be here. What?
Or
I had
do you
no
still
idea.
do you know German still? You could just like start like acting like you don't know English.
100%.
I mean, part of their production, which is funny to me, I don't know if it's just like the well-known one, part of their production you can see from the outside
That's
where like things
amazing.
go through. So I'm
So
like,
just go camp. Get a tent.
Spy espionage style, put a little camera.
I know. It's like, so that new, Funko
Okay, did I
Pop.
miss this? There is a Funko for sure.
Gary didn't say
There's
anything, and then
speculation.
Gary went on off stream, and then Rip said that Gary said there's going to be a Funko, which Gary didn't say. So I don't know what Rips did there.
Maybe
99%.
We have a strong feeling.
Soggy, have you trolled the VeeFriends website for us? Because you can always find those pages early. All right, let's see what happens if I type in VeeFriends Funko Monster into Google.
I don't know when it's going to happen, guys, but one of these days we're going to get a new VeeFriends website and it's going to blow everybody's mind. I can tell you that I'm pretty sure that that's in the works.
Ruthless.
Weren't they talking about updating like the character pages and stuff?
Oh, that's
Yes,
coming.
Yes.
That Corso kind of dropped something.
Yeah, he
How
I think
much
it's going to melt people's faces.
How much of that though is because of how good ambag.com is?
I was on stream and I was talking with somebody about how I would love, like, I don't have the time for it, but I would love to make individual pages for the character, and on each character's page have all the collectibles of that character. So in 10 years, you go and see like all the shirts, hats, pins.
We could do it, and I can make this.
I know, but then Corso is like, I was like, it's a lot of time. I don't know if I want to spend it. And he's like, don't spend that much, or like something around the line, like, don't waste your time. So I'm like,
they're already doing it.
So like, I think something is coming.
Yeah, I think so too. They've got awesome tech people.
Yeah.
I tried to get on the tech team, but apparently you have to know how to log into your Gmail account to get on the tech team.
See, that's what would stop me too.
Yeah.
If it doesn't have that auto like login Gmail button, I'm done.
We need the DNA thing. We're in. I'm telling you, I have a lot of empathy for some of these teachers because, like, you're not just a teacher anymore. Now you need to do email. You got to be able to, like, I got to do my grades in this one system, and then I track this progress here, and then I'm delivering the information in a Google Classroom. It's all digital, and it's fine for me. But, like, I couldn't imagine being somebody, like, 20-year vet, like, trying to keep, like, because back in the day, it was, like, a small community, right? Like, when I went to school, like, you were a community. You had a book. You know, it was like that was it. Now these kids all have Chromebooks in front of them. It's like a disconnection. You're not. You know, it's hard for like for me, I pull them away from the computer. Like we play mum ball like 2 or 3 times a week. They score points in my class. Basically, I get their attention. If you hear my voice clap once, you hear my voice clap twice, and if they do it and there's no one talking, then I give them a point. And if they get to 5 points, then we play a game. So, you know, now my ADHD, I lost my train of thought on that. But all that to say is, yeah, I'm going to end my sentence now.
Like, I agree with Nacho. Like, there's so many apps I'm supposed to sign up for school, and I'm like, just tell me at the end of the day, oh my kids, I don't want a full report. I don't need to know everything that happens.
Yep.
I trust you. Do your shit.
Remind.
Just tell me, like, was she acting up today? Then tell me. Is she doing good? Am we on a good track? Just tell me. Like, it's 2 words. Just give me that. Like, but don't. I'm gonna message you on the app. And I was like, can we have some human interaction here? Like,
we're day
face-to-face.
22 tomorrow, and it will be day 7 of testing. Like we had to test for. We're doing math tomorrow, but we're testing like first through third one day. You know what I mean? It's like every day in the building we're testing. It's like we're day 22 and we're testing on math. In Florida, they have this thing called fast testing, and they test them like 4 times throughout the year, and then they test for growth. And then the test is digital, so it's like the test changes with the kid if they get like answers right in a row, like it gets harder and stuff. So it's interesting, but like it's just, it's again teaching like this test thing, and all the kids are stressed out about it. I hate it. Tomorrow, I won't be teaching. I have a room. I got the hooligan room. I got the non-testing room. I'm just gonna be. I'm plugging my Switch in and we're playing Mario Kart. That's what I'm doing. Because I can't progress my lessons. Half my kids are taking the math test, right? And the other half are not in that algebra, whatever. Like the advanced kids, like half the kids are taking the math test. So it's like, but they're just testing the crap out of them. It's like, this is dumb. I needed to have them in class. Why are we testing them?
Speaking of tomorrow is National Call Soggy Day. He loves getting phone calls. So if you have his number, call him. And I think you can also call people through X. So make sure to call. Tomorrow is National Call Soggy Day.
How long
Just
of a
making sure.
message?
That
How long of a
starts in
message are we
18
leaving?
minutes.
Oh no, you keep calling until he picks up. So all day if it has to be. Just everybody knows about that.
I don't care about anyone that much, Anne.
Right?
It's a good thing I'm
I don't think
robot, Soggy.
somebody tell me if you've ever talked on the phone with Soggy. Put it in the chat or on screen. Have you ever talked on the phone, not texting, like on a phone call with Soggy? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes, 2 years ago. At the
On
first
the phone? No,
at the first Texas VeeFriends meetup, I'm pretty sure he called me because he wanted to know where to park.
I don't think I ever have.
By the
Like,
way,
we
Tim,
text-
by the way,
I-
Tim, that was the last time I talked to him.
When he has problems, he just gets a hold of us when he has problems. He had tech problems when he talked to me. He needed to know where to park when he talked to you. Selfish people. They only get a hold of you when they need something. It's like my sister and my mom. Jeez. I'm just ripping at my sister there. Sorry. Call your mom every once in a while, Nicole. Come on. I'm sorry.
The only one who got through to him was Jaya. I'm not surprised. Like if somebody gets a phone call through to him and is persistent, it's Jaya.
Call Clement the next Lions life.
Granted,
Who's your
I've never
team,
tried.
Soggy?
I've never tried.
He's probably a Packers fan. He's
Oh yeah, that's right.
cheeseheads.
He's up there in the Packers. Yeah. They're good.
Alrighty, guys.
There was
I'm
only
going
2 people that said they were bullish, by the way. And it's between Keith and John. I'll give it another shot. If anybody else is bullish, let me know.
Put bullish in the chat if you want to enter the giveaway.
That's right. Soggy gets negative entries.
See you,
Not
everyone.
putting him in.
Heading out.
Bye, Chris.
Good
It's good
night,
to see
Chris.
you.
Thank
you,
you,
buddy.
for
See you
hanging
on the
out.
internet.
Chapa's bully. Here we go. I knew there was more bullish folks out there.
Oh no, we're having Hotel J.
I would tell you, we have a dress code at our school where they have to wear uniforms, but if a kid came into my room with a Fearless Fairy shirt on, I would light up like you wouldn't believe. It's so great that your daughter has is rocking that. I would flip out.
She's very much still in the. She's okay with me just throwing clothes at her, not really caring about what she wears. Thank goodness. I'm not at that stage yet with her. I hope I never get there. Someone was like, hey, so to meet the teacher, do you want this VeeFriends shirt or do you want this VeeFriends shirt? But it was really cool because I'd gotten a Fearless Fairy because it's one of her favorite characters or her favorite character, and she didn't have one yet. And then I also got her If You Live for the Validation You're Living. And she didn't really know the character. So we talked about it. And so she's like, what is a validation? So we talked about what that means, like caring too much about other people think of you and stuff. And then I let her pick, do you want the validation shirt or do you want the Fearless Fairy, which is her favorite? And she picked the validation one. It's like, yeah.
That's really cool.
Made me happy.
That's really cool. Yeah, I kind of like the uniform thing. At first, I thought it was a little strange, but then it's a great equity thing because then you don't know, like, because I know growing up I didn't have the coolest stuff, and so you don't know anybody who's got whatever. Everybody's the same. So that I like a lot.
And I think especially as I get older and like middle school and high school, where like getting dressed is such a big thing, I think that's also a lot of stress evolved. Like if you don't have the money to have the cool stuff, or like how should you dress, what's like cool enough, what's like, for the girls and stuff. And so you don't really have to stress in the morning what to wear. You know exactly what you're supposed to wear. At least at school there's some stress taken out of it.
There's so much on. Oh my God, I had some drama today. I had these girls that wanted to switch their seats because they got crushes on these boys, and it's just hilarious. I'm just allowing all this nonsense to happen. But like during my lunch, I'm like eating my beefaroni, and like two of my students come in, and the one's like trying to play matchmaker with these other two, and I know this one boy has a crush on the girl, but he's just nervous. And this one girl's like, no, he wants to sit there. I'm like, listen, I need to hear it from him. If he wants to sit there, I'm not changing the seats. You guys change amongst yourself. I don't care what you do. Do whatever. And so he came to me and he was like, I don't really want to move, but I guess I will move. I go, no, you tell me if you want to move. I'm not involved in this drama. So it turns out the other girl that wanted to move him there has a crush on the other kid. And then I found that out. I was like, oh, you had ulterior motives. You just wanted so-and-so's seat. So it's just kind of funny. We'll see how it plays out, 9th grade love. It's going to last all year. I'll be moving their seats in a week. But sit where you want. I'm not about moving people unless it's strategic. Like if someone really needs help and I need to put somebody next to somebody, like I'm fine with them sitting next to their friends and moving them when they inevitably blow up. Middle school is funny. It's funny. All the little relationships that they have.
It's crazy.
But yeah, I got stuck in the middle of it today during my trying to just eat my beefaroni, man.
That's all so long ago
ideas.
for us, man.
It's funny to see. It keeps me young. I feel like I keep up on all the words.
Oh gosh, don't even start. But when I see the reels about the words, and I'm like, what? I'm like, can we just talk normal?
He just says 6, 7 all day. Like
I
have on my board. I have days since 6, 7 on my board, and we have not gotten to over 1 day yet. I literally like day since accident, right? It's like it's like that, and I like after he says it, I just like wipe it off.
Wait, what does that mean? 6, 7?
Oh my God, bro! Like if
nobody
I go,
really knows.
There's a meme about it. It's a meme. There's like a kid. There's like a YouTube video of a kid that then was remixed. That's what the kids had shown me. But there's also Stop Digging in Your Butt Twin. SDIYBT. They say it like that. Stop digging in your butt twin. That's a saying now. But there's just so many. And they come and they go really quick. It's interesting. It's so for a while.
TikTok. So ChatGPT is saying the TikTok seems to relate to a TikTok, but it has no agreed upon definition, although many interpret it as so or good but not great.
Yeah.
Because you do this movement. 6, 7.
So
out of 10.
So what I'm hearing is for most people in the community right now, Gary Vee is a 6, 7.
6, 7.
But the thing is, the kids start dying laughing when you say it. You can't say 6, 7 without them just losing their shit. I'm like,
If I
it
say
really
the
just
word, if I
means
say 6, it's fucking over with. It's
Yeah.
over
Yeah.
with. I told them if we
It's
get
so
to 10
stupid.
days, it's a free day. I go, if we get to 10 days, free class period. But when we get to 9, I'm gonna bait them so hard. They will not be able to resist. I'm gonna be like this. I'm gonna be saying 60. What's 60 plus 7, guys? What? It's gonna be funny. But yeah,
Making
we're
the
never
big
gonna
man.
get there, Dan. No, we're never.
6,
Not
7
happening.
is going onto my next tattoo flash page.
Yeah, they even have like a 6, 7.
I haven't seen that one yet. I just know that
Nice.
kids are weird, man. Were we this weird when we were that age?
We were.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
so. Probably weirder.
100%.
We just couldn't communicate it on the internet, and it couldn't go viral.
True. Oh man.
They're funny though. They're great kids. I teach at a really. It's a charter school. And like there's a lot of kids that are focused on learning. Sometimes I feel like a little bit too focused on learning, but they're really there. Like I set a precedence early on though. If you're on a gaming site, like you're not gonna. It's not gonna go well for you. So and I monitor them pretty close. So they stay on task. This has been the best year I've ever had. I'm telling you, it's been a great start. I'm really excited. Hopefully I can keep this momentum going because I know that Q3 is going to be a bear. Like it's going to be like Thanksgiving's over, Christmas is over, and now you're in for the death of it all. Like all the shit and all the crappy, boring days of testing where you're just like administering a test and you're just silent in a room for 6 hours. Yay! It's so terrible. I hate that part, but because you know me, I like to yap. I can't go 6 hours without yapping.
Why do you
crazy.
say you won't let them on gaming sites? What do you mean?
Because they'll be trying to play games. Like when I'm like instead of like I'm in a computer lab, right? So they're trying to play Pudgy Party, bro. They're trying to play
okay.
Stumble. They're trying to play like you should see the games they try to play. They're pretty whack. They're like unblocked games. You know what I mean? Like there's some good ones. I mean, there's some classic ones that they play. They have this bootleg Fortnite game that they love playing. It's basically Fortnite, but like no graphics. It's like those little stick figure men that are on the little thing and you move them around and you draw. It's basically that.
Nice.
And you roll around and you run around and there's like no graphics, but it plays just like Fortnite. Some of them are actually good enough to be able to hook up their Xbox and play like Xbox games. Some of them are next level.
Nice.
They do some stuff. Yeah. The computer lab that I'm in is more unlocked than their Chromebooks. Like they can go on more stuff. Like they're actually completely open. Like they could go on Reddit and see some stuff. So I gotta make sure I'm like
you gotta stay sharp.
Yeah. I gotta stay one step ahead of them, which is not easy because it's 25 against 1 in there. But it's fun. We have fun. I've got a really special group of kids. I'm really lucky. Couple of brain rotted kids, but what are you gonna do? That's just the worst. Like they can't control themselves. Some of them, like literally, it says in their report that this kid needs to get up and have frequent breaks. Like who could sit there for 7 hours? I couldn't do it.
Right.
Like so. But yeah, so we have fun.
Somebody asked me the other day. So I generally do about 2 tattoos a day. And then I spend the rest of my time on like art, social media, different things. Somebody asked me, I said, hey, they came in late and they were like, hey, I'd like to get a tattoo of this Bible verse. And I was like, cool, I'll be happy to do it tomorrow. And they were like, you can't do it right now? And I'm like, no, I've already done my 2 for the day. And they're like, wait, you can't do more? I'm like, no, but I'm an adult now and I don't want to. I don't know how to tell you, like, this is my job. Like, I'm not going to do something I don't want to do. And I don't want to do that. And one of the reasons I'll definitely get back to a place where I can do more. But one of the reasons is I've just learned like how much energy I have as far as like stabbing people. Okay. And there's nothing worse than getting like halfway through a good stabbing and like realizing you're losing focus.
If somebody just comes in and just hears that and doesn't know what you do, like if I'm halfway through a good stabbing, you know, and lose focus.
And I'm just thinking about that burger
This is
at
gonna
the end of
be
the day.
the
I just
best
want to go home and rip some VeeFriends packs, you know? I'm over this tattoo. Fuck this guy.
I only stab 2 people per day.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You can't just stop, right? You can't just put the sketch pad down and be like, all right, I'll pick this up tomorrow.
Yeah, you're like, hey, I'm tired. I'm losing focus. They're like, you left off 2 legs. Like, yeah, I mean, look, I know it's supposed to be.
Color it, all right?
I know it's supposed to be Psalms 10, but it says PSA 10. That's a different thing. Like, it's fine. But yeah, no, you can't. And so yeah,
no.
it's just.
Oh no, Jay. Jay just went down the rabbit hole of
Just
the 6-7. Then there's also
6.
41. 41's coming out, and also
Don't-
now, yeah, 41's a thing. And now it's also Get Sendy. It's like sending. It's like sendy.
Jay, don't do it. You have young kids. You have a couple more years before you have to go down that rabbit hole.
41.
There's going to be new ones.
7. Everything was Sigma a year ago, and then Skibbity. Oh, at least we're not skibbiting anymore.
My daughter was like Skibbity and Ohio and Sigma and all like all the rest. And I was
Riz.
like, do you know what this means? It's like last night she came up with a notepad and wrote down, Mom and Dad, I have a question for you guys. Have you ever been gay? Just out of nowhere, 10 minutes before that. I'm like, where's this question? I'm like, no, I haven't, but where's this question coming from? It's just like, what do these kids? Not that it's a bad question, but it's like, do we have to do these things always 10 minutes before bed?
Yeah.
You know, this is a longer conversation. This is not like a answer and go brush your teeth, you know?
Right. Have you ever done genocide? No, I mean, but seriously, that's what I love about kids is like kids literally will think of everything, you know, like they don't have, it's like they'll ask you something and they'll just be like, wait, why didn't they just ride their horses all the way there and kill those guys? And you're like, that would have made a lot more sense. You know, like you can see from their perspective how they're learning this thing about the Revolutionary War. But like if the people in the story had just kept going, totally different outcome, you know?
Wait, Dan, did your son ask you tonight if you were gay too? It's an 8-year-old thing. Like there's something going on. Why did I choose to be German? We really did? That's crazy. Okay, then there's something going around. Like if those your son plays video games, right?
But that's the thing with kids though.
But like 2 days in a row?
Yeah.
Around the same time?
100%.
Not online. Weird. I don't know where she got it from. I have no clue. But it was like out of nowhere. Like we've talked about it before, like what it means and stuff. But like she's never asked us. Like, but like having to write it down on a notepad and then asking us, like with the whole like presentation and everything. It was like, oh my God, I don't think I've ever asked my parents that. Like not even now, you know? I wasn't prepared for that question. I should say that. That my 8-year-old would.
Okay, and
like,
I'm curious. Do you have the same fear that I do? That like there's a chance I would get hit if I asked my dad if he was gay?
What do you mean? No, I would no.
So there's no chance of physical damage while you haven't asked them. It's only like social.
There's just nothing I would ever ask them. Like it's just nothing I want to. Also, I don't want to really know. I think if they were ever gay before, and it's like it's such a private thing. Like if you were, good for you. I don't really need to know your sexual preferences at this point anymore. You know, Dan. No way did your son ask you to.
I swear to God, it's written up on a paper upstairs.
He also wrote it down.
Yes.
This is ridiculous.
That's why you got all caps. I look like cake holes in the chat.
So it's a curriculum thing.
And then he writes it down, and my wife's like, Thankfully, she was also there for the tag team approach to this. And she was like, do you know what that means? And he's like, yeah, it means you love each other. And she's like, well, not exactly. And she's like, well, there's really two meanings. There's gay, which means happy, like we're having a gay old time.
Mhm.
And then there's gay, which means that you love someone that is the same gender as you.
Mhm.
He's like, she's like, so mom and dad are married, so we're not gay. And he goes, actually, you are, because you're happy. And she's like,
He owned you. He totally owned you.
yes, we got schooled. We got outsmarted by an 8-year-old.
Those kids are way too smart these days.
I think I like your kid more than I like Soggy right now.
But that's a low bar. Pick someone else.
But see,
That's
Emmy knew
freaking
what game
genius.
Emmy knew what game meant. She said, like, if a boy and a boy or a girl and a girl love each other. Like, she knew what it meant. She asked us, like, not if we are gay right now, but if we ever have been in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if we ever explored that option. I was like, first of all, if I did, I'm not sharing that with you when you are 8,
Right.
10 minutes before bed. Ask
Right.
again when you're 16, you know?
Right.
It's always right before bed where these like super deep, oddly existential questions show
Yeah.
up.
I'm
Do you
like,
remember
I'm
being
tired.
that age though? Like bed? I never went to sleep. Like you have to lay in the dark and think about existential things or demons. Like
I'm like a light switch. I don't have much going on up there, Ben. When I lay down, I'm beep boop, log out, log in.
I am so envious of that. No.
My wife is too. She hates it. I'll be fucking snoring 5 seconds in. Yeah. But I don't sleep that much. I get like 4 to 6.
Yeah, but also you have to remember I had like 6
Oh,
little
that's a
brothers.
deep one.
Fuck yes.
Yeah.
You guys are getting it, man. I'm so glad my kids are older.
How about this one? One kid said gooner today, and another kid's like, "What's a gooner?" I'm like, not answering that one. Not going there today.
My favorite is go ask your dad.
Yep.
I was like, don't say that in here. That's not
Like,
an
who can
appropriate
I
word.
brush
What?
this
Then,
off
of course,
to?
everyone wants to know what it is.
Jay, how'd you feel that one?
I mean, that must have come up in school, right? Like a kid, like
Is that in a curriculum? Isn't Jay's
not curriculum, but I feel like kids talking about it. I feel like if there's other kids who like have
Someone
Isn't
drew
Jason
that
fellow
over
kids
younger
who,
once
than
in a game I
isn't-
was playing. They just drew the buildings in the plane, and then we were done playing the game. So yeah, it comes up. Not
how old,
cool.
Jay? You're a little bit younger, right? Aren't you like 5 or 6, or
no, I want to
are
say
you the
his
same?
oldest is our oldest is kid's age. I want to say his son is also 8. If I'm not mistaken.
Almost 9.
Yeah, like
Okay.
My middle schoolers know about it, I think. But then again, like one of my middle schoolers didn't know what the Holocaust was. So, it just depends on the middle schooler,
Right.
what they're seeping in.
But it's just I feel like you still see them as these small kids, and especially in elementary school, and you don't realize how grown up they are and how much they're actually exposed to in school, not necessarily through curriculum, but through their peers and what they hear and stuff, that you don't really realize those things. Like I know I need to be prepared. Like mine also turns 9 in December. I need to start preparing her for talks about like period and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, I am so not ready. For me, she is this tiny little baby and toddler that's not even close to being talked about that. But like they're talking about boyfriends and girlfriends, and it's like, oh shit.
That was
I'm
my
not ready for
daughter.
any of
She
that.
asked me if she could have a boyfriend. I'm like, no, you're 6.
Ask again with 7. It's the minimum requirement.
Ask again at 17.
I would always ask my girls if they like the guy. And they would be like, why? And I'd be like, yeah, you can have a boyfriend, but I'm going to murder him instantly. So I'm just trying to find out how much you like him.
Do you like your dad in or out of prison?
Right. Like, how do you want this to go?
It's so interesting because I teach 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. And so, like, the 6th graders, it's usually the girls that develop crushes first, and the boys are just, they don't give they don't care about
Right.
anything. They're just hanging out with his
they're
boys.
playing soccer.
Yeah. And then it flips, you know, like when the boys are getting into like 8th and 9th grade. That's kind of funny.
But see,
Yeah.
Jay, like that's a brilliant approach, right? But then my thing is like I'm at some point prepared for all these dialogues about existential, questions and whatever comes up, but never at the time or age that it's asked. So it's like you've got to think of that, like how do I like respect the question, deliver an answer that is an age appropriate answer, and somehow get the lesson that I want in that angle in like 10 seconds on a question that came from complete left field.
But I feel like Tim probably can like agree. Like we as teachers always did the same. Like we always focused on like the helpers versus what happened. Like because oftentimes like as a teacher, things will like natural disasters happen or something happen with a pet or anything. Like we would always make sure, because kids would just come up in school and ask you these questions, and you don't want to brush them off, but you also don't want to talk too much about it because you don't know how the parents feel about certain things. But we would always make sure that we talk about the people who were helping. Like if there was a natural disaster that they heard about in the news on the way to school, that their parents didn't even know that they overheard that, or like kids recognize so many more things or like take so many more things in than parents sometimes realize. That I feel like I love this approach, because we did that all the time with the kiddos. I was just like people who are helping and not all the things that are wrong, and like that helped kids, I think, be less stressed about it and less fearful about it. It's perspective, but we do as adults too. Like you can look at the bad stuff or you can look at the good stuff, and that's what you're going to focus on. But it's hard in the moment to just like,
yeah, you're teaching me practice for that. I'm just a dad.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing I might add is once you deliver that first whatever you decide on, right? Then ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I'm just astounded by how smart kids are, and like my oldest daughter definitely asked more religious, spiritual questions than the other two, but like it was astounding to me how many times from age 6 to 12, like she already had an answer. Like she had already thought about it way more than I thought she had. It wasn't off the cuff, you know what I mean? But I think by asking, once you get a little bit, like I love what Jay said about going, like taking it head on. That's super admirable and I dig it. But like once you get into it, then when you're able to add asking, so like, hey, what do you think about this particular thing? Or what would you, if we were going to read up on it or like learn more history about this thing, what would be the thing you wanted to learn? And what you'll find out is that your 9-year-old actually already had an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
They had already done some of their own research and they were trying to figure out where you were on it.
And that was even the second step. We would usually start like not even explaining things to them, asking them, what do you know? To first get understanding, what do you actually know about the situation we're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Do not give you too much extra detail, and then ask what do you actually want to know about, because we think out of an adult situation, adult brain, and a kid brain wants to know about very different things, like there was like a disaster we had talked about, and like we would think about the people and stuff, and like the kids just want to know, are the animals okay? What did they do with the pets? I did not care, like that was like their focus, and we would have focused on something completely different. So like really figuring out what, like you said, like what they actually want to learn about versus like what we want to teach them.
Mm-hmm. Like with Megan,
kids also deal with some heavy shit Like we literally we have to train them on what happens if someone tries to come murder us. Like I've never been at a job where I had to get training on what to do if someone was coming after me. You know, it's crazy. We have to test that like every month. Kind of sucks. I do have a wheel here before I get going because it is 12:10 and I gotta be at work. These are the bullish people. Did I miss anyone who was bullish?
Profit, are you bullish?
Brofit, are you bullish? Brofit is fucking bullish as fuck. I'm putting him in anyway.
Brofit looks bullish.
But we'll put Soggy in here just so he can lose. Because he's not gonna win. He's not gonna win. We're just gonna put him in here so he can lose something. All right, anybody else bullish? If not, forever bullshit. Yes,
Not everyone's
911.
bullish, but shy.
Yes. Yeah, don't be shy, Jazz. Don't be shy around here. I won't let you be. Here we go. This is the prize. This bull. All right. On what? It's this bullish bull. Free 99. I'll mail to you. Yes, are you bullish? PJNZ. Oh yeah, bullish as fuck. Okay, PJ.
Why am I not happy?
All right, that's it. I'm cutting it
am
off.
happy.
If you're not bullish at this point, you're done. Here it is. Who's bullish? Oh, and also I have to get my Amazon Prime up. No.
It's still gonna be Soggy. It's so.
Yes! I've never been so happy.
Yeah, Jazz.
I don't know how he does it.
That's perfect. Jazzy, DM me your address on X, and I'll send you this bullish bull. I'm so glad it's going to you. She's amazing. You guys know Jazz, right? She's 911 operator. Yeah. In Arizona, I believe. But right now, Brofit's Arizona's big on VeeFriends, man. Arizona's big time.
They got their own meetups and stuff.
They're serious. They're serious over there. But yeah, I gotta get going. I gotta get up early and then play Mario Kart. I'm gonna play Mario Kart tomorrow. That's what I'm gonna do. And try to keep the noise level down. And then second period, I lose my planning. I have to be in the hallway. Conduct point. Shut up, Ben. Ben, we're testing today. You know better, Ben. Conduct point. Calling your mom. All right.
It was good to see you, Tim.
Yep. Thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, we'll see.
Have a good night, Tim. Take care.
Where were we? What are we?
And then there were three.
Besides people being
Two Cowboys
asking,
fans.
and sports.
And a sports ball fan.
I'm gonna get a shirt that says sports.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
sports
man.
ball.
Yeah, sports ball. All the sports balls. When you guys talked earlier, I was like, I could figure out what sport we're talking about, but that was about it. I couldn't even tell what teams we are like on right now.
Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, that reminds me. A guy was testing his girlfriend or wife. He would show her all the different logos of the teams, and she would have to guess, and it was a mess. It was perfect.
It's terrible.
My
There's one.
son beat my wife in that exact same thing.
There was a kid. The dad shows the kid, and you only see like the eyes and the mouth. Shows the kid the logos, and the kid comes up with the names. And one was like a lightning bolt, and he's like the bananas, and then he just puts in the actual name with the bananas. And then the best part, he always does like 5 different teams, and it was like, what was it, like the Cowboys? No, the Broncos. And he's like the horses, and I was like the Denver Horses, and it's like he just renamed all of them. And he gets to the Jets, and the kid is like 3 or something. Just goes like, next one. He's like, what's wrong? The next one, and then just starts crying at the Jets. And it's just like,
it's that bad, huh?
It was perfect. I'm like, that kind of sports makes sense to me. Shut up, Soggy.
So, VeeFriends. Are we talking about VeeFriends? I don't think neither Dan or I want to talk about the Cowboys.
we're
can
talking
go
about
back
our
to
kids and how they're way too smart for us.
that. I think that's what I figured out super fast, though, was just like that my kids were smart and that I liked that about them, and I never questioned it again. Like, it's not that they don't have to learn things, but it's just like I remember Megan having like questions about God at like 6 years old. And like when I started asking her about it, and it was hilarious because it's one of those where like you go into the room, you hear crying, you go in the room, she's in the bed, and it looks like they've both been asleep. But as soon as you turn the light on and sit down, like my son is sitting up in bed, like anxiously waiting to hear the answer of what she's going to ask also. So clearly they've been in there talking, you know. But I remember her asking, and however the conversation went, I realized that I had to like get more information. It turned out that it was about sounds from outside that they heard every night and that they had been dealing with for 2 or 3 weeks without talking to their mom or I. They had like worked through this whole thing, right? And come up with this like story, right? And they wanted to know essentially if God would let something happen to them. And like it was fascinating. Like I was blown away. Like I was just like, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened, you know? And I remember that specific instance. Instead of answering the question, I said, hey, what if we go on a field trip? Right. And we got their lanterns out and got their like rubber boots on, right? And we actually went out. So I got them to describe where the noise was coming from. We went out there with their lanterns and everything, turned the lanterns off, sat down on the ground in the dark, and just listened to the sounds for a while and let them like start to adjust to all of these sounds they were hearing that were frightening from the inside. Once you're outside, it's just nightlife, bro. Like it's nothing, you know, because you can see it. It's a frog, or it's a cricket, or it's a firefly, or it's like, you know, a possum, you know,
Like the
rummaging
fly
through the
that's
leaves.
harassing Anne right now.
You can see that fly?
Yeah, it's like
So annoying. It keeps going to the light and it's like, just gonna die, fly.
Totally different context. What if that character gets a fly swatter?
Should.
when he kills his own kind.
Yeah.
But every time you do, you have to think about life is short. Maybe it says on it, life is short. So every time you you actually see it, you know,
Fair
reminds
enough.
you. Do you feel like you catch yourself rescuing your kids sometimes from things that you feel like that maybe should be going through, but it's hard to see as a parent?
Not really. Can you give me an example?
What's an example of that? Sounds like you're going through that.
Maybe with friends, like when they have issues with friends, or even at school, that you help them work through it, or like tell them like how, not tell them, but like give them advice of like how to maybe work through that stuff versus them learning to just figure this stuff out themselves.
That's an interesting one.
I think that's partly to do you see yourself a lot like your kid? Do you see yourself in your kid?
Not fully. Like I wouldn't say carbon copy, but I see pieces
But like the
of
pieces
the
that
thought
you
process or
Mhm. But like pieces maybe we all had things in our childhood that didn't went well that we wished would have been different. If you see those in your kid, are you trying to help them fix it for them?
I think more how we were raised, like my wife and I, and the things that we would have changed about the way that we were parented, we try to change.
Mhm.
But that's like slightly left of what you just asked.
I feel like I catch myself. I mean, like, there's parts of me that she's completely different from me, but there's parts of me where we are so much alike that it's almost scary to me, like how much I know exactly how she thinks, that I feel like I'm catching myself sometimes almost fixing things for her so she doesn't have to go through them, because I still remember how they felt having to go through them as a kid. And I feel like I don't know if I'm doing her a service so she doesn't have to go through them, or if I'm going her a disservice because she's supposed to go through those things to become stronger as a person. So it's really hard for me to like, what do I shield you from that I wish my family would have seen more about me and like helped me with, versus am I doing too much and I'm raising somebody who has no idea how to take care of themselves once they leave the house. So it's like, it's really hard for me to find that middle ground of, like you said, like doing something different that I really didn't like about my upbringing, which, don't get me wrong, like I love my upbringing and my parents did a great job, but there was parts that I just still struggle with to this day, and I just want to make different with her, but like not, oh, I don't want
Yeah, you don't want to shield her from all of the bad.
yeah.
I think I would ask, like, how often, how old is she?
8, about to turn 9 in December.
Are y'all communicating about it or not at all? Like, you're helping her without communicating about it, you're just fixing it, or you're interacting with her and explaining why you're doing or saying what you're doing or saying?
I think as she gets older, we have more conversations about it. I think it was especially when she was like in the toddler age, like 3 and 4, she had a lot of issues, social emotionally, like social emotional regulation. And I could see a lot of that, how I react to things. Like, she's very reactive. If she didn't eat, didn't sleep, like very reactive to heat and stuff, how I am too. So like, I made sure that if I would see that, I would make sure to have a snack. I would make sure to like not exposed to certain things, because I know she couldn't handle things. And I think part of it, like, and I was always going between like, do I just let you feel shitty until you realize you need a snack and that's what it is? Do I need you to feel that at 3, 4, or do I wait until later for you to learn that? But
I
then
guess
also
what I hate to interrupt, but I guess what I'm getting at, but does she know now that it's a snack?
sometimes, yes. Like, we've gotten much better at it, and I've been pushing her lately more of just going through the pain and being okay with it. And I've seen her be okay with it. Like, she will have fake whining in a funny way almost, just to see like if she can push me that way. But then I just say like, I'm not gonna do this for you. Like, you are old enough now to do this stuff for yourself, and then she's okay with it. So I think I feel like she's just aging out of some of the things that I'm like, okay, now I can push you a little more. And I didn't feel like pushing you when I didn't feel like a toddler was ready for that, just brain-wise, understanding what that actually means. I don't think a 3 or 4-year-old really understands that they are whining or being cranky because they're hungry.
Absolutely.
So I didn't want to push. So
I think
it's
the
hard for me
answer is different then than it is now. I think now that you've reframed that and I kind of know the intent of what you're saying, I think my approach is a little bit of a sort of like guide through and then hands off. You know, it's like something happens and I sort of pull them aside and say like, okay, this happened. This is what we should do and how we should think differently about this situation. And then let them learn from it. So if it happens again, that I can pull them aside again and say, remember that talk that we had, right? You weren't doing these things and here was the result. So I think it's sort of a combination of both. It's a little bit guiding through and a little bit like, I've now taught you, it's your job to apply it.
I feel like it's just hard, just like we said earlier, that we didn't really realize how smart our kids are. The kind of questions they would ask at this age is like, how much can I push you until I push you too far? Like she definitely has like some. We haven't had like therapy and stuff with her on and off for like emotional development and stuff, and like just her feeling good about herself and who she is, because like she's been diagnosed with ADHD in kindergarten, and she knows that her brain just works different than others and like is okay with it most of the time. But there's been times where she came from school and said like, I just feel different, like I just don't feel the same. And it was like those moments just kind of sit with you of like, I want to protect you, and like I know what you mean because I know how it feels, but I also need you to understand that you're gonna be exposed to this world, and there's nothing I can do about. Like as much as I want to keep you in this bubble and tell you that there's way to like work around that, this world isn't really set up for your brain, but there's ways to like cope with that. There's going to be people who don't accept you, and you're just going to have to be okay with that and find people who do. But it's so weird to do that with like when you see your baby,
Yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
like you want to protect them, but you also feel like I don't want to over coddle you because I know the world is going to tell you some shit, and I need you to be prepared for that. Like I need you to be okay that not everybody is going to understand you the way I understand you. It's just going to happen. Like no matter how much I build you up, like people are, there's going to be some idiots out there. Let's just face it.
Mhm.
So I think that's just the struggle I have right now as a parent.
Is she still in the same sort of ADHD? You said ADD or ADHD? I'm sorry.
ADHD and ADD is actually the same at the end of the day. I just call it two different things, but it's at the end of the day it's the same. But it's diagnosed as ADHD, and she has like a plan. She has a plan at school, and like we've been on and off at therapy for social emotional just skills, just like talking to somebody. We call it the talking doctor. Just like you take care of your physical health, you explain it, you take care of your mental health. It's something normal that you have something somebody else to talk to about besides mom and dad.
Mhm.
I think that's important. We do that with our son as well, because we just have always felt, even from a young age, that his emotional rationalization is just behind his intellect. Like it's just he's a smart kid, but like can't relate it as much to the emotions. And that could be because they're COVID era kids and they didn't have a lot of, I don't know if you feel the same way, but
Mhm.
their interactions were pared down greatly when they had like zero school, zero daycare, zero play dates, zero anything at 3.5.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that definitely too. And I go back and forth too. Like on the one hand, there's moments where she's not necessarily behind social emotionally, and there's other where she's just, I don't know if it's ahead or if it's just too in tune. Like she will pick up facial expressions and internalize them way more than she probably should. Like she will pick up somebody's tone or some like a teacher's tone of voice, and like we'll take it very personal sometimes, or we'll understand how actually an adult will understand it, and that makes it really hard for her to not internalize things sometimes
In broad situations or when directed at her?
when directed at her.
Okay.
I think she can take others' emotions in too. I think she does feel like if there's tension in the house or something, like she'd take, like I think like most kids, they, even if you don't say something to them or like in front of them, like they feel that you don't quite act like the same. But she's definitely more emotionally reactive to it than other kids I've seen.
I think that's it feels like a cousin to kind of how what sort of my son is going through, and it's, to me, like it's actually an EQ and an empathetic reaction. His is why I said cousin, because his is less about how you talk to him and more about his perception of people around him. And I just think like emotions at a base level is difficult for kids to understand, but then like when you start applying empathy, and I've had to have like conversations, like adults struggle with this to be empathetic. So the fact that you have that at 7, 8 years old is really important, but it's also like a huge asset if, applied well, and a huge vulnerability if it's exploited by those other people that you can't control, like the shitty friends that treat them badly, or
Shitty teachers.
it's like, yeah, that too. I mean, thankfully we've been lucky with really good teachers that can provide the kind of support that he needs. But yeah, it's super interesting to have like adult emotions but a kid body and brain.
And I think
And then
for
my
us it
daughter
was
is the
almost,
exact opposite.
which is so fascinating, that our kids in the same household can be so different. But like for us, almost it was, I almost wanted, my whole family doesn't live here. We don't really have contact with my husband's family. So there is not a ton of adults that are super close to her. I almost wanted a therapist for her, just to see her. There's other adults who understand you, because we had so many teachers that weren't good for her. Like they would label her a certain
That's a
way,
shame.
and so I think that took a toll on her, that I almost feel like I needed to pay somebody to show her that not just mom and dad love you as adults, which sounds shitty. Like luckily the last two, like the one this year and then last year, were like amazing teachers, and she really needed that for her confidence, and like she's blossomed since then. But like kindergarten was a shit show. First grade was not good. Preschool was the reason I left my job. I was just not. Part of it was because she wasn't diagnosed yet, so they weren't really sure like how to like help her, or like that she just learned different than others. Like just for her, like relearning her confidence of like there's nothing wrong with you. Like your brain works different, and there's ways to like compensate for that. Like there's nothing, like you're not essentially wrong or anything. There's also good things about you. But I think it has made me very overprotective of her, and I feel like I'm slowly reeling back from that.
Is she
But also doesn't
able?
help if it's the only one.
Is she able to verbally communicate though when she's in a bad place or she had a bad day at school?
Yeah. No, yeah.
See,
We talk a
mean,
lot about social emotional stuff.
See, to me, that's everything, because I mean, I would hope that she would get a lot of great teachers. She's got what, 12 chances. I would hope she would have like 9 or 10, but I mean, you can go from that to being 0 for 5 in the job market as far as like good bosses. So like, I mean, but I know where you're coming from, and so I hear you. I'm just saying, like, I think it sounds like you're handling it well and you're doing a good job, and it's completely normal. Like, kids are going to experience bad things and good things, and it has to be more about how you handle it than, now obviously there's extremes to that, you know what I mean? If my kid was coming home crying every day, I think, geez, we gotta fix something here. But yeah, I mean, there were times, I mean, my kids kind of grew up in my businesses, and there were times that, like, my son especially, like, would be having a very obviously like a disagreement with a friend, and like the parents would want to go over there and see what was going on, and I was always the parent that was going, hey, let's just give it some time. You know what I mean? If it doesn't work out in the next 10 minutes, sure, we'll go over there. But like, they're 9, they're not into drugs right now. They're not conspiring murder. Like, they're 9 years old. Well, let's see where this goes. So, and in a lot of cases, it kind of solved itself,
I
but
think
that's
our issue was
different. Go ahead.
she's never had issues really with her friends. Like when she was like as a toddler, yes, but like since then, like friends has never been. It's always been with adults, because she is a smart kid, and like social emotional stuff has been something that we taught her really early on. She has a really hard time, and the thing is, like, I'm the same. I know that you supposed to respect people who are older than you, and I agree with that. But for her, it's really hard to understand if she says something and in her moment she feels like she's right, why is the adult right just because they're an adult? And there have been instances where she was actually right over the adult, but the adult just misusing their power of like, but I'm your teacher. What I say is correct. And I think she has a really hard time with that. So she's always been more on edge with her teachers, adults, of not really listening to her input. Than with kids, I'm the same. Like, I'm like, you guys figure it out together. As long as you don't like murder each other, I know they're gonna figure it out. It's always been like with adults that she had more issues with.
Interesting.
That's tough because, I mean, is it, without going into detail, while she's right, does it set a precedent that every other kid in the class can check? Because if the teacher then has 30 kids challenging their authority, well, there's no lesson. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think it's a mix of one, the teacher, some of the like the issues the teachers we had, them not being secure enough in themselves, of like not being able to take that from a kid. And then also, I think it's really hard for a 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old to really know what respect means. Yes, you have to be respectful, but what does that mean to you as a child? And like how your words can influence others. I think they're still learning that. And some teachers have treated that like she is an adult and she should know better. I was like, while I agree that she needs to show respect, I also believe that kids are still learning what that means and how to read other people's. There's different things that can you say to you, Ben, and there's different things I can do to Dan, just because of like our relationships with each other or like what happened to you in your life. And kids don't have that yet. And that's always something. She's always been a very honest person. So when she sees something wrong, she speaks her mind. It's like, that wasn't okay. She does the same with kids too. When somebody's bullying, she's the first one there and saying like, that's not cool. We're not doing that. But she does the same with adults. She doesn't see a difference between why can I talk about that with a kid, but I can't call out an adult who makes a mistake. Like she hasn't really, for her that, and it's really hard for me to tell her like, you're not wrong.
Yeah. Part of that's a legit double standard.
Yeah.
But I agree. Like I think they know definitionally at this age what respect is, but they don't necessarily always have the sort of like the thought comes in their mind, the action happens, but the filter of like, is this dangerous? Is this respectful? Is it like doesn't always apply. And so like a lot of what I've had to do like with my son is like, no, like there are certain things we've got to do every time. Right. That's why we tell you to look across the street both ways every time you cross the street. You can't just do it when you feel like it. You have to do it every time. It's a safety related thing. Right. But it's the same sort of thing of like almost like vetting your thought, being like, okay, was that kind what you did to your sister? Like how you talked to me, was that respectful? And like in retrospect, they can go back and look at it and be like, no, clearly not. But in a moment, like it just thought to mouth.
I think filter is a really good word for it. I think that's the other thing, partly why we did therapy, that because of her reactiveness, because of her ADHD, that you blurt things out. Don't always think about it, that she knows after when it was wrong and then feels really shitty about herself. And like really toning that down with her of like, you made a mistake. Your brain is still growing. You're going to make mistakes no matter how old you are. Mom and dad still make mistakes. Like that's never going to stop. And then all you can do is own up to them. You can apologize. You can try to make it better. And you can learn from it to make it different the next day. But it might also still happen again because it's going to take your brain to understand I shouldn't be doing it. Like things like blurting out in the middle of class, like your ideas, like, or because she has ADHD, she forgets things very easily, your thoughts. And so she's very prone to interrupt people because she knows she's going to forget her thought if she's not getting it out that moment. She has learned that about herself, but that's not always acceptable if the teacher doesn't understand that part of her. So I feel like it's a lot of like teaching her certain parts of you are not wrong. They're just the way your brain works, and like you need to learn to explain that to others, and like certain things you have to like learn to like dial back a little bit. But there's a lot of like social emotional, I feel like I was always worried I don't want her to feel bad over the way she is. I think that's always the worst as a parent of like, there's nothing wrong with you, Innate. You're still learning. Like, I'm still freaking learning. You know, like, I haven't figured shit out. None of us do. Like, we all just make shit up as we go. Let's face it.
Yeah, I think like for me, I mean, you're already doing a great job, but part of it is just she is going to feel bad, Anne. And what I mean by that is I'm not saying throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I'm saying that was another thing that my wife and I always kind of argued about was like, I have yet to meet a human being who does not have significant criticism of their parents. And by the way, that is within, they were great parents. They had a great childhood. They were raised very well. But once you get to know them and really dig in, they're like, oh yeah, but this, you know what I mean? And if you didn't grow up like that, you're like, what? What do you mean? Like you guys didn't, eat on Saturday? That's insane. You can't grow up like that, And so I guess what I'm saying is, like, I would always try to explain, like, no matter how good of a job we do as parents, our kids are always going to look back and go, oh, I mean, it appears from my perspective to be this way, that our kids are always going to look back and go, man, I had a great relationship with my dad, but I wish he had been stricter and more academic, because I wasn't. If my son woke up in the middle of the night, we'd go watch an episode of Bluey and then I'd put him back to bed. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I wouldn't make him go back to bed right then. That's how I was raised, So I can see my son's criticism of me was that I was maybe too artistic or less structured or whatever. So I guess all I'm getting at is like, even if you did the perfect job, right? Like if you approach the situation phenomenally well.
What you view it as perfect, right?
Right.
Like from your perspective.
Yeah. And so you're looking at it and going to therapy and going, I did a great job. I think your daughter is going to go, my mom did a 96% great job. 4% of the time, I really fucking wish she would have done something else, man. This was total because that's part of being human. Like she has to look at you and have some criticism. You know what I mean? At least, and I hope I'm not overstepping.
Oh no, like I tell her too all the time. Is like, I'm like when I like tell her no to something or like teach her a lesson that she doesn't like but she has to learn. It's like, I'm here to keep you safe and to teach you stuff. Like I'm not like, I love you and we are very close, but in those moments, like I'm not just here to make you happy. I'm here to teach you how to be a human being, and that's sometimes that sucks.
Yeah.
And it's oddly aligned.
Yeah.
With the conversations that you're having with Emmy and the way that you're approaching things and the fact that we both got asked if we were gay in the same day. Or within
that
24
blows my
hours.
mind. Like that's just, and both writing it down. Like what is?
Like I could go upstairs and get the paper because you probably like if you just met me today, you'd be like, he's full of shit. I literally have the exact same conversations. I'm like my only job on this earth is to keep you safe and to build your self-confidence. I teach you things here and there. So does school. So does YouTube. Like that's it. That's it. And if I do those things, I will achieve what I want to achieve.
I like the saying of like, if your kid didn't hate you at least once, you didn't do a good job as a parent. And I think it's true. Like you have to teach them sometimes things that they don't like. Like I love having a really great relationship where like our number one thing is honesty. Like I'd rather have her come to me and tell me something she did and not punish her for the fact that she came and told me.
Mhm.
Not like honesty is my
Same
number
thing.
one
You're
thing.
never in trouble to tell the truth.
Yeah. Like I like of course like we talk about it and what wasn't okay and like you shouldn't be doing it again, but I rather want her to be able to come at like 15, 16, whatever it is, and she was drunk or she did something dumb or like somebody like drove and like no they're drunk and he's at a party. Like I rather want her to tell me these things and like have a different like relationship than I had with my parents.
Mhm.
Like just having somebody open to talk to and not being I don't want her to be afraid to tell us stuff.
But
There's
the
gonna be things
beauty,
she's uncomfortable, like it's normal. Like when she has a boyfriend and like she's of course there's certain things she will always talk about with her friends more than with us. That's normal. But like
Yeah, but
overall
that innate going to you and not villainizing the honesty,
Mhm.
you know, is super important. And to your point earlier, like you don't need to tell them that what they tried to cover up by not being honest, because it was they spilled cereal on the cow, like whatever it is, and then lied
Mhm.
about it. They're hard enough on themselves because they know that it was not what they were supposed to do. You don't even
Mhm.
need to reinforce that.
Yep.
You know, and to your point, like when I was younger, my parents were like, if you go to a party and you drink and you call me at 2:30 in the morning, I will pick you up, no questions asked. But if you drive your car back from that party and we find out, you will never drive again. I'm never going to be mad at you if you call me at 2 in the morning and
Mhm.
tell me to pick you up. Don't care where, don't care when. But if you don't do that, then it's over.
Mhm.
so that's Dan. Maybe my brain is weird, going to a weird place, but my son and I are not good right now. He's 22 years old. And because we built that honesty for so long, I know he needs space from me right now. So what I'm really enjoying about this, hearing y'all talk, but also being able to like preface what's coming, is like rather than suffocating him, right? In his early 20s, I'm listening. And we're not good right now, and he needs time away from me. And I'm okay with that because I'm an adult.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Yes, I'm still
And
his
so is
dad.
he.
Yes,
Mhm.
for the first time. Yeah, I'm in a very different position than y'all. And so, but I feel like my parents didn't always give me that space in my early 20s, right? To
Yeah.
say, hey, dad, I'm going to step off for 6 months and I'll be back, right? Now, by the way, I still reach out to him. We still talk. But he's way less communicative with me than he was 8 months ago.
Let me ask you this question. Is it because of you or is it because of him? Like, is he on his own personal journey and needs time to figure that out where he
I did not
wants to stress being an adult?
I did not expect him and I to work together, and that relationship soured very quickly and unexpectedly. I was caught off guard by working with him in a way. um, and so I would say, Dan, it's 50-50. Like part of it, I made some mistakes in business, and part of it, he needed to go on a journey of his own.
Yeah,
Now,
and I think
for instance, 3 weeks ago, I was in the town he moved to. I reached out. We had lunch. I mentioned where I was going in that town. And 2 hours later, he showed up in the same place and we hung out. We had a wonderful time.
Yeah. And I think so. I heard two things there. The first one is most people either in denial or not self-aware enough to know that they were part of the problem,
Mhm.
right? It's the kid's problem. They're immature. They haven't lived as long as I've lived. Like you get some kind of like, you know, holier than thou, like adult view of their younger kid, even though they're an adult too. So they're taking ownership of the situation. And to me, like I'm not in this situation, but I'm sure that you've said something to the effect of, no matter what, I love you forever. I'm here when you need me, and take your space. And when you're ready to come back, like we'll move on from this as family and as friends, and we'll move on.
Mhm.
That's
Yes,
all you can do, right? He's
right.
got to come do it on his own term.
Yeah. Well, and for him and for that part of it, he actually made some statements over lunch that was like, I was probably acting a little irrationally last year. I still haven't worked out what. And I was like, yeah, no problem. Like when you get ready to talk about it, or I mean, if we even need to, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
what I love about that is I think in my early 20s, I struggled a lot with still trying to please my parents or worry about our relationship, even though I was out. And I think my son is very much like, oh, my dad and I weren't good for a little bit, but my dad loves me no matter what. And I'm going to go off and be somewhere else for a bit. And I'm not going to talk to him very much.
Yeah, I think to your point, Ben, the show up and the lunch, right, is not only an olive branch, but an admission.
Mhm.
And that's all it needs to be, for, I haven't really met your son just in passing,
Mhm.
but seems kind of a bit maybe to himself, a little quiet,
Mhm.
not an extrovert. It doesn't seem that's probably the way of communicating
Mhm.
those things.
Yeah. No, it's good. And I just think it's fascinating how different it is versus where you guys are at. Hey, I hate to run, but I need to go call one of my other kids. And thank you, as always.
Thanks for coming up, Ben. It's a great
Dan,
conversation.
good
Great
to see you.
Good night, Ben.
Good night. Good to see you. I'm sorry to run.
You're good.
Beans, how have you been? I haven't seen you in forever.
Yeah, I've been AFK. Doing good. Just been like doing life stuff, I guess. Kind of missing out on some of the VeeFriends stuff, but I try to pop in on streams and stuff when I can. And this conversation was really intriguing to me. I find it fascinating. Like I always think about being a parent, and I have for like a long time as a kid. And I always thought like emotionally I could be a parent. I just feel like I have that maturity or like um, feeling that I could be, but maybe not like financially or anything like that. But I love listening to parents and hearing their perspective. And as I've gotten older, I came from like a very small city and was very sheltered as a kid. So it's fascinating to me, like hearing everyone's story on how they got brought up and the things they went through. And it's weird as a kid, right? Like you only know what you know being in your little household. And then for me, like going to a very small school where everyone kind of has it like, somewhat the same. To now learning about like everyone's different upbringing and stuff like that. It's just all fascinating to me. And I think you guys were saying a lot of interesting things. And yeah, I just wanted to, come and learn from you guys and hang out. But it's nice to see you and hope you guys are doing.
Yeah.
But like you just said, like
Good
learning
chat.
from like other people in school, I feel like it really came out learning from your partner. Like when you're together with somebody, you talk about so many things and like realizing like how different your partner maybe grew up. And I think once you have kids, that can get really tricky if you grow up very different, because all of a sudden like you have different parenting styles and like how you would handle things. And like with a kid, it's not like, hey, next week your kid is going to come and have this issue. It's like, issue right now, we got to fix it, whoever's there. And then if you do one thing and your partner would, like, there's so many things that you as a parent are so not prepared for, not just like what happens with your kid, but also like there's a whole nother person that thinks maybe completely different from you and you haven't talked about it because you didn't even know there was a thing having a kid. I think there's a lot of things that come up that I wasn't prepared for at all.
Yeah, or at least like at the time that they happen. But
Yeah.
you know, and I'm sure you've experienced this too. Like one of the hardest things, and like my wife and I are in lockstep for 99.8% of things that happen. But like every once in a while, like she'll pull me aside or I'll have to pull her aside and be like, let's replay that scenario. And like, I don't think you handled this right. Like this is what you said, and like think about this perspective. And like getting that feedback is hard, and also giving that feedback is hard. You
And
know,
you
never in
realize
front of the
you
kids, but you know,
yeah,
in private at the end of the day when you're like, hey, let's go back to 7 o'clock. Like, this is how you said this, and this is how it sounds. And when you play that back, you're like, "Ah, man, like I wish I could have changed my wording on that and taken a positive approach instead of a negative approach, whatever it may be."
but the thing is, to do that, you have to be in a really good place in your relationship. That's something I learned too. You won't always be, and there's moments where like things are rockier for one way or another, and then it's really hard to hear that from. Like it almost feels like a personal attack, or if it's
Yeah, it
something
feels
that
and then you do it spitefully back,
yeah,
you know?
yeah, and oftentimes it's even more about like that it's something that you already know you're struggling with, and you don't really want others to see that part of you. And so like when
Yeah.
somebody does point it out, even if it's out of like a learning experience, like it's really hard because a lot of, I think, personal stuff oftentimes comes up with those conversations. They always like help and like you because you want the best for your kid and like you want to learn, but I think they're really hard in the moment for both sides. The person who has to receive it as well as the person who has to like tell their partner like you kind of messed up here. It's like there's all that shit that
Yeah.
nobody tells you about. They tell you like you have this little bundle of joy that comes into your arm and you're going to be a little tired the first couple of weeks and that's it. You're like, no. There's so
It's
much more to it, people.
it's the same as the college conversations. Like, yeah, you can read the textbook, doesn't prepare you for shit. Every
Yeah.
kid's different. Like, even if you do exactly the same and you're like, this went perfectly, it's like the second kid is a complete curveball.
It's so fascinating, like how different kids can be in the same household. Like how much nature plays into that, who you are.
We talked a lot about, like, I think honestly that Emmy and my son are very similar in
Mhm.
the way that how they are emotionally and how they have developed emotionally. My daughter is like complete bruiser. Like, she's sensitive, like when you get to the core, but until you get there, she's, you know, we call her the Sour Patch Kid. You know, first she's sour, then she's sweet. Like almost all the time, but when she's mad, when she's upset, foot stomping, you know, yelling. And my son is like head down, like up to his room. You know, it's like the exact opposite of, you know. And for her, like for him, we have to be like, this is empathy. Like this is the scenario you're feeling. Like you're taking on like emotional baggage for someone else that's making you upset. For her, we're like, no, you need to like decouple emotions and reactions. It's like a completely different lesson for each kid,
Mhm.
like 2 minutes apart.
Like you just make that stuff up a lot of the time on the fly, which makes it so much harder because you don't know when these situations come. It's just like, okay, reacting to you right now. Like you have to be in a good place. I think that was the hard part for me. Like I can't stay cool if I'm not in a good place. I can't
Yeah.
tell you to be like not reactive if I'm reacting to your reaction, you know, like that's not teaching you shit. So I feel like I really grow as a person having a kid because it shows you all the things you're not good at. It also shows you the things you're good at, but it also shows you a lot of the stuff you still have to learn. It's like, it's almost like a mirror showing you like, hey, you have avoided this for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Go work on this shit.
Oh yeah,
Thanks.
and that kid, that's a reflection of you. That's at least 50% you. It's like, ooh,
Mm-hmm.
that came back tenfold, didn't it?
Yeah. You're like, man, I do that, huh? Shit. It's a good learning
You're like, I
experience.
am happy. Yes.
So now you know, Austin. Do you still want
Yeah.
kids?
Yeah, and I think like Ben said something interesting before he left. Just on like you can feel like you're doing everything perfect as a parent, and the kid still feels a different way. And I remember that last conversation I had with Gary at VCon, and I just sort of like broke down crying and told him like I had great parents, like bless them. Like I genuinely felt that way. Like looking back, there's certain points as a kid where you think it's just like the end of the world, or they don't see eye to eye with what. Like I think my parents were very good at supporting me, but it was almost through like the lens of what they wanted me to do. And I like looking back, like I did sports that were physical, even though I wasn't like a physical person, because my dad was like a state champ football player and like was in the army, like tough guy. And like looking back, I think I did those things to impress them more than like doing what I wanted to do, and I felt like they would be upset with me if I didn't do those things. And it's just so interesting like how you think as a kid, and then looking back, like talking to my mom, she's like, we didn't want you to do that or do something that you didn't want to do. And it's just really interesting like thinking about those sort of things. But Gary was like the first person that I looked up to that I was like, oh, this guy understands, like this is exactly how I feel like I internalize things as a human. And that's why I think like I connected with him before even all the VeeFriends stuff. Like just the way he spoke about humans, and like I didn't feel like I got that as much from my parents, if that makes sense, And I really value that. I think I would be like that as a dad, or in a parenting situation. And like I don't I'm an observer. Like I watch like out in public if I'm working, just like how parents are interacting with their kids, and they just get so like frustrated so fast. And I think what's interesting, like as you get further from childhood, like I've seen it a lot. I think a lot of grown-ups forget what it's like being a kid. And I've noticed myself doing that as well. But just like how your brain is working and what you're thinking about, like everything you guys were saying before I got on, I was like, oh yeah, I remember thinking that as a child, or like asking my parents these random questions about God, or why we're here, or what they think, and getting those perspectives. And I don't know, I love that curiosity, and I've always been like that as a kid as well. So it's just there's so many variables, and like whether you explain it to them, if they're asking you a question, the way I think of it, like they're gonna ask somebody else, like a friend or in a group setting. So it's like, would you want it to come from you, even if it's an uncomfortable conversation, or do you want it coming from Johnny, whose parents tell him whatever? You know what I mean? So there's too many variables. And even what Dan was saying, like having a son and daughter that react completely different, like guys and girls think different. And it is fascinating. Like you can have two kids that are somewhat similar age, and just their way of processing the world is so different and unique to them. So yeah, there's no like handbook on parenting, and it's just I think about like trying to get my life together now, and then if you add a kid into the mix, like you're dealing with all your own stress, trying to figure out providing for your family, getting money, and then your kid's crying at midnight, and I feel like it could be so overwhelming sometimes. But um you know I would imagine it pays off in the long run. But I always wonder like how it would affect me as a person too, and like growing and being more mature and things of that nature. But it's just it's interesting to think about.
But I think it's like you said, like when you see parents who are frustrated with their kids, I think it's really, I know every time I get frustrated, it's because I have an issue personally with myself. It's sometimes physically, I didn't sleep enough, I didn't eat enough, I didn't take care of myself, or I'm in an emotional state and I haven't taken care of it. If it's financially, if it's with friends, if it's with my partner, like whatever it is, it's usually that like we said earlier, like kids are such a reflection of you that I think when we get sometimes frustrated with our kids, it's usually because we don't have the energy because we haven't taken care of ourselves. It really shows you all the things that you still have to work on as a parent. And I feel like I'm excited for the younger generations now having kids, because I feel like there's so much more out there that they can use to really learn about themselves earlier than we maybe did. Like a lot of us like didn't go to therapy or had any kind of that stuff, or like even online stuff, until we already had our kids. And then we had to figure out, oh shit, like there was things I really should have to work on me. Then you do it while you have, which is
Years of unpacking.
Mm-hmm. And so I hope that having more resources easier available now, and it not having such a big stigma like it had for us growing up, that people have an easier time to figure themselves out first and then have kids.
Yeah, I think that's a great point too. And even just like kids, like, and I don't know what it was like for your like younger before all this technology stuff, but like a lot of what Gary says and like how it's just amazing. Like I agree with a lot of that as well. Like even some of the stuff now where I only knew like what my life was from my parents and stuff like that in school at that point in my life. But now it's like you can play video games with kids all across the world. Like even just doing this right now, like I didn't have this as a kid to just be able to hear what other parents were doing or how they handled situations. So I didn't know like there was that variance in life. Like I thought everyone like grew up how I grew up and it was that way. Obviously, as you get older, you start to like learn those things and put it together. But I think it's fascinating for this generation and moving forward. Like they're able to get so much from other humans at a younger age and like be able to like form their own opinions. Like I agree. I think that's like a really good resource. Obviously, if it's used in the right way, you know. I mean, I've had like my little brothers and sisters where they're on like their games and voice chats and talking. I'm just like, wow, this is wild, you know? So you got to be careful with it as well. But yeah, it's fascinating. And that's another thing with parenting. Like you guys grew up a certain way depending on where you lived in the US, and like we grew up, and technology and everything's changing so fast that it's like you have to adapt so quickly. And I hear that a lot about with like teaching and stuff too. Like everything's changed.
Oh no. What happened?
Feels like a phone died.
Yeah, it's like typical. Quick intermission, people.
I think you're right. There's a lot more resources, and I think the flip side that I'm experiencing at least is that like so much of these things are available for the kid, and they end up growing up faster. You know, when we were kids, like we didn't have the internet. It was like newish, and you know, there wasn't any option. You just played board games or drew or went outside. Like you didn't have the social media sort of beaming down on you. You didn't have the pressure to like have a phone to communicate with your friends, or like video games online started when I was in college. Like you just didn't have the same sort of access to others the way you do now.
There was a
So
really
it's like
it was like a real like about like a podcast where they talked about that it was so much easier for us to when we grew up, we would see, even if people like had more than us, we would also see the negative side, how they were arguing, you know, like keeping up with the Joneses. You knew the Joneses, you knew all that dirt around them too. It wasn't just the positive things. And now a lot of the younger generations being exposed to just, they only see online the Joneses and they only see the positive stuff. They don't see all the shit that happens behind closed doors. So they think like, oh, they have all these great lives. Why do I not have that life? And like how different that is for them when you only see part of the reality of something. When you only have like online things and you don't have in person real life where you see all of something, not just like the pretty parts of it.
Yeah, for sure. There was a study that they did around that. And basically, the results of the study said that people would rather have their known problems in their life, whatever it is, financial, relationship, whatever, than having some other unknown problem.
Mhm.
And I think in those scenarios, like, you know, I even have to, remind friends and others that, like, of the same thing. Like, in order for you to sort of relate to what you're seeing in that scenario, even if you know that it's sort of, the perfectly shot Instagram photo and all the
Mhm.
shit's like behind it that was moved, right? You have to be willing to replace 100% of your life for 100% of their life. Otherwise, you can't compare.
Yep.
And I don't think anyone would actually choose 100% of their life, over having what you have.
Yeah, I think, and that just leans in like the perspective thing that, Gary talks about when we all try to like get better with. Like, it's so powerful to me. Like, what you just said, Dan, like, there was a quote from this fighter I used to watch, and it was pretty much the same thing. Like, if everyone in the world threw all their problems into a pile and you just got somebody's, like, you would take your shit and run so fast. Like, you know what I mean? And I had this conversation with my uncle, and just like, if I'm having a really bad day, or like something terrible happened, or I'm not doing well with the things I want, or feel like I'm in the place that I need to be, like, and Gary talks about it too, like, I will genuinely sit there and be like, well, I could have gotten shot, or like my parents could die. Like, I know it's maybe not the best way to like approach it, but that really like makes me sit and be like, oh my gosh, like, this isn't that big of a deal. And my uncle's perspective on it was just like, that's fine, like, you can think that way, but also don't do that to the point where you're like invalidating your feelings. And
Mhm.
that to me makes sense as well. Like, even if you have it the best, like, rich people like, everyone has their problems and it feels like so much to them, but when you compare it, and not in a way of like a bad comparison, but like, oh, this could be so much worse, like, to me that helps. But I think that makes a lot of sense too. Like, don't think you can't feel bad or feel guilty all the time just because you might have it better than somebody. So it's super interesting.
There's always going to be people
Yeah.
who have it shittier than you. I think that's just a normal thing. Something we always taught the kids is like, every feeling you have is okay. What you do with it is important. Like, you can't sit with it for like weeks and just wallow in it. Like, but it's okay to feel it in the moment, because it's there to guide you somewhere. It's telling you like you're not living within your values, or you're not doing the things you actually want to do, or like, like it's supposed to teach you something. We have emotions for a reason, So like, actually listen to them and like trying to translate, what is that? Is it anger? Is it frustration? What is it, and what is it trying to teach me?
Yeah, and I think I would add to that, like, if you you whoever find yourself in a position where you feel like you have it under control and you have a lot of, whatever it may be, whether it's means or whether it's emotional security or a good relationship, like, to me, that's just, an invitation to help others. It's like, if you're in a good spot, then the next priority after you take care of you and your family is to help others,
100%.
whatever that means to you. It could be going to the ASPCA and playing with puppies. I don't know, but whatever motivates you. But
Because I feel like it can also teach you gratitude. I feel like if you're helping others and seeing like how they're not doing as well, it shows you how well you do have it. It's just like another version of like teaching yourself visually gratitude on a daily basis. It could always be worse.
yeah, I mean, that's another thing that's really difficult to teach the kids because everything is such an instant gratification these days. It's like, I
Mhm.
want to watch a movie, you stream it. When we had to go watch a movie, you had to go to, like, get in the car, drive to Blockbuster, go rent the movie. Of course, it was the new movie that everyone wanted to see. It was checked out. You're like, fuck, I got to come back in 5 days to re-rent the movie because it's not there. Like, now you just stream it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, everything is such a instant gratification, and I always try to listen to other parents and what they do, for their kids, to try to sort of reinforce those kinds of things, because it's really not easy. We've had a couple good things that have worked, but um it's just not enough to like work it into the lessons that evolve in general life. I don't know how to describe it, but
No, I feel like you're always afraid that you don't want your kid to turn out as an asshole. Let's just say that. You don't want them to be like entitled
yeah,
or like ungrateful. I
or
think
be
that's what
swayed
one
by
of the
the assholes.
yeah. I think
That's
that's
what I
always like
care
the
about
biggest thing as a
more.
parent. Mhm.
That's not true. I care about them both, but I feel like the more likely outcome is not that my kid will be an asshole. It is that he'll be associated with the asshole and it'll rub off negatively.
Mhm.
And that comes down to like that self-confidence building around specifically like the empathy piece. It's like he's the most susceptible to the peer pressure, which is bad from now till 18ish, maybe more, but then really good after. It's just, protecting,
Mhm.
building the boundaries around it.
It's so funny too. Like Emmy is not a group or sports person. Like she will be completely fine and content just being home and playing video games or playing in her room and not ask for anybody. If somebody comes over, totally fine. She like will include them and it's cool, but she won't really ask for somebody to come over because she can be like on the one hand, I love that because I know she's going to be less susceptible to peer pressure because she's just doing her own thing. But like the from a society standpoint, I feel like, but she should be more social, right? Like, is she being antisocial? Antisocial? Is she gonna be a mean? Like, what is? Shouldn't she ask for friends at this point? Shouldn't she ask for sleep? Like, there's such a almost like outside pressure of like, should she be a different way? Am I doing something wrong as a parent that she doesn't want to have friends over? But then I also see it, like I said, like I'm not really afraid that she's gonna fall into the peer pressure thing, at least not right now, because she just does her own thing. Like if somebody comes in, she's like, cool. But if they want to do something else than she does, it's like, I'm out. I'm gonna do my thing. So it's this. What do you teach them? What's the right path? Somebody give me a book.
Let me give you a quick story about my book, right? Like, so when I was having our first, I am um, always busy with work. And I was like, I've got, a couple of people gave me some, blogs and stuff like that. I'm just like, okay, well, apparently I'm going to go on this baby moon, which I didn't think was a thing. Um, I didn't know was a thing. And it was over Easter weekend. And so we like went to this baby moon, which I discovered while I was on it. And then came back. We had Easter on Sunday. I figured like, okay, I'm going to get back from this baby moon, and then I'm going to start sort of like learning how to be a parent, like reading these blogs, reading books. Which, if you've heard me talk on here, I can't remember the last time I read a book, but whatever. My son was born on Wednesday. We got back on Sunday. He was born on Wednesday, and I was like, well, there goes that. All this I thought about um, reading and educating myself and getting prepared. And I was like, it's here now. So I guess that means I can put the book aside because this is just a figure it the fuck out type scenario. And no matter how much you read, it might give you some strategies or tactics, kind of like school, right? It's going to give you some strategies. It's going to give you the bolded words and the definitions. But at the end of the day, you know, when your kid presents you with a challenge, there's no book.
I feel like the book is almost hindering because unless you know who your child is and what they may be struggling with, like once I found out that Emmy also has ADHD, it I knew certain parenting techniques just wouldn't work with her. Like I tried certain things that everybody said, like this is what you're supposed to do with like a strong-willed child, and like if somebody's very emotional, it's like none of that should work with her, and like it just makes you feel shitty as a parent or like you're doing something wrong. When it's like it just doesn't work with her. It's just not like this is for one type of kid, that doesn't work with all of them. And I think
Right.
you almost should read none of the books until you have some sort of idea who your kid is, and then parent from there. I feel like the following your gut is extremely underrated because you do know your child best. You know how they react. As hard as it is in the moment, but like you see how they like act when they're not sleeping enough or eating enough, or how they are with certain friends, or how they react to certain activities. Is like you just know your kids best, and just like acting from your gut is so important as a parent. But it's scary.
For sure. Justin, did you fill?
No, we got about halfway. I just rescheduled it for tomorrow.
You do Sapphire?
Tried to. Yeah, it was a rough feel, but I think if we can sell like 10 more spots tomorrow, we'll be all right.
Yeah, you will. I feel like at some point you just get like beyond the buying hours.
Yeah.
It's just you just gotta move on. If it's 2 spots, you can refund them. If it's half the break, then you just go again tomorrow. But I mean, like no one's buying at 1 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah. All good. I mean, there was no pizza.
That's what I thought. I don't want pizza.
Barbecue chicken pizza.
Oh man, I
Mm-hmm.
got one too.
So we've been
Nice.
chatting about in here.
Parenting and sports.
Been all over the place, Justin.
Well, that's a typical community night.
Right.
Right on brand. When's Comic-Con? October? Is that when everybody's leaving?
October 9th. Cannot wait. Gotta maximize my day and a half there. The show
Thursday,
doesn't
Friday,
open
right?
until 10. What was that?
You're Thursday, Friday, right?
Well, Thursday and like this much of Friday because I have like a 2:30 train. And the show doesn't open until 10, and so I probably need to like leave at I don't know. I don't know where my bag is, but like 1:45.
Where's the train?
Train's at Penn Station, and then this is at Javits, so it's like 10-minute walk. But if I have my luggage, I'm gonna have to like check it in somewhere. If they even have a bag check at Comic-Con, I don't even know.
I don't think they do, but my hotel is really close to the convention center. You can just drop it off at my place. If you want. Like
Where
I'm
do you
in
stay?
walking distance.
What's up, Jazz?
Oh, gosh,
Who's in the corner? I can't tell.
Me?
Beans.
Yeah.
You guys have
Oh.
met, right? Have you?
Yeah.
New York. Map.
My eyes are shut from looking at the screen for so long.
How long were you online?
5 hours?
Gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna put myself on the big screen for a second. Don't know if you can see it, but so I don't know if you can see it, but can you see that? So
Where's the pin? Where's the pin for the hotel? The pink
so
thing?
that's I can't. It's all backwards here. Where's my finger? So that's the convention center. Penn Station is down here. See that? Ugh.
Yeah.
Gosh, why is it
And where's
so
your hotel?
bad? Right where the curve is. Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to figure out where I'm staying. But of course, I have to update the Marriott app right now.
Just an option if you, I don't know how far away you are, but
Yeah, as long as my place is on the way to Penn Station, should be good. Otherwise, I'll take you up on that.
because I'm trying to think if last year they had anything for bags. At least I didn't see anything. Maybe there were somewhere. I just didn't see it.
Yeah, I'd almost rather leave it at the hotel, to be honest. Where is it?
On the topic of parenting, what were you guys talking about?
So many things.
What weren't we
How
talking
to-
about?
I know. How to
Like,
raise
first,
them
a
and how to.
crazy coincidence between Emmy and my son.
Mm.
Which was
Justin, how old's your
that's
daughter?
still weird.
What's the coincidence?
So Emmy came yesterday and had written on a piece of paper and asked me and my husband if we've ever been gay before, like in our
That's
lives at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dan's son,
Tonight, wrote on a piece of paper, like the exact same thing. Although he didn't ask like if you ever been gay before, he just asked, but he just like presented the statement, and we're like, "Do you even know what that means?"
like to have that happen at the literally within
Within
day.
24 hours.
And it written down. It wasn't just a question, like it had to be written down because it had to be presented. Like there was like a lot of thought behind it. That's weird. I have to look back at like what she actually wrote down. Like she explained it when she like told us. It might have just said like, "Are you gay or have you been gay?" But I was like, it's a very random question right before bed. So we explored it. Like she knew what it was and like what it meant and stuff, and she just wanted to know if we ever been. I was like, this always happens right before bed, man. Like it's never like in the middle of the day where we actually have time for this. It's like you're supposed to go to bed. Like I'm not having like a half an hour conversation here about.
It's called strategy, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking 2 steps ahead. I know exactly when to ask you these questions.
Man, these kids are too smart for their own good.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, there was another thing we talked about too. That is just like you don't realize like how much they actually absorb and know because you still see them as your little kids. You know.
Nope.
It's like how much they're actual human beings and like absorb from the world around them and like things you said and things they heard at school and like something on the TV or like on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
I have to find her. She's in bed right now, so I will find it and I'll send it to you tomorrow. It's in her notepad somewhere. Like it was just the coincidence of that is just like.
That is pretty strange coincidence.
But they're also both the same age, so it's like, is that something those kids think about these days, or?
How old are they?
They're both 8. Still weird, man. Like Dan wasn't even on stream when I told the story, and he's like, "Hold on, my son asked the same thing." He's like, "I need to come on stream." He's like, "This is weird." But it's pretty good. Yeah, we just talked about like, a bunch of different things. I just like this parenting is just like there's no plan for it. You just kind of wing it as you go because you don't really know who the human in front of you really is, and you parent out of your perspective too. Like you try to understand them the best, but I think oftentimes we parent how we wanted to be parented, and not necessarily how they probably need to be parented sometimes because they are a completely different person from us.
Yeah, it's a struggle, especially co-parenting.
Mm-hmm.
Like 2 different styles. There's always going to be a preferred way. Unfortunately, I tend to be the disciplinarian, which I pray and hope that she'll understand was for her better good later in life.
Someone has to be.
Right?
I think they do. Like just
Yeah,
the kids I've seen.
Yeah. Because I remember having those thoughts as a kid, like, you're just the worst, like, F you, why would you do this? And then, like, looking back,
Mm-hmm.
like, wow, like, thank you. Like, maybe you could have done more of that. Like, you know what I mean? I do think, like, eventually, it's just so weird, like, transitioning. And even now, I feel like I've somewhat gone through that process where I just think about things different now, even from when I was, like, 18. And it kind of scares me sometimes. I'm like, whoa, but you're just constantly. But I look back and I have these conversations with my mom. I'm like, wow, like I thought this was the end of the world, but you guys did such a good job. And I feel like it's important for me to tell them that because, even you just saying that, like you wonder as a parent, like, what do my kids think of how I did this or how and like to me, it's like I want to tell my mom, like, thank you. And I have a lot of those conversations, and I think she really values that and helps both of us just come to like that common ground. But
Yeah. No, parents are very grateful when you actually, as an adult, and especially as you being a parent, now you have a whole new perspective and a whole new respect of everything that they did as a kid.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, definitely. Because you can't always just be like their best friend. Like even if you have a good relationship, there's times where you have to tell them no and like have to set boundaries. And I think it's for keeping them safe. And I think kids actually like having boundaries and having rules because they know what to expect. If you're constantly like, and we had issues with that too. Like, we're just like if we're not in a good space, and sometimes we get a little more lenient with like certain things, and then you can feel that she's not doing so well because she actually, as much as she maybe hates having stricter rules, she does like the boundaries of like, I know like this is always bedtime, this is always a rule, this is like I know exactly what to expect. I might like try if I can push it a little bit further sometimes, but I know what the rules are, and I think it's a safety thing for kids too, to have that consistency in their life, not
100%.
have to worry too much. But
Yeah, it definitely helps with the emotional stability. Like, I can definitely tell a difference when I parent my daughter versus her mom parents her daughter. And she is an emotional wreck every time when she's with her versus like I have my boundaries. They actually have a book called Boundaries for Kids. It's actually a really good book.
I missed this
But
earlier. Justin, how old your daughter?
7. I mean, it makes it great for both of us too, because as long as she's emotionally good, I'm good. It's just when she starts whining and getting all crazy, I'm just like, that don't work here.
I know that's a friend thing too. I find that like depending on who my daughter hangs around, like those kids that like still talk because she's 6, still talk like a baby. I'm like, no, you're 6. You're not
Mm-hmm.
3. Like, and we parent you like you're 8 or 9, even though you're 6. Like we're parenting you ahead of where you're going intentionally. Stop the baby talk. Like you want to play with your baby dolls and do baby, that's fine. But like that's in the corner of the room with your dollhouse. But when you're asking me for dinner, no.
I feel like it's almost a stage or a phase they go through for like
It
most
is.
kids. And I feel like girls go through it more or like different than boys do. I definitely see a lot more whining from like the girls and the boys. I was like teaching, not to be gender specific or anything, but there's I don't know if it's almost like them holding on to that younger phase of not having to have the responsibilities of certain things and not liking how that
Yeah, it
feels
could be.
sometimes. And there's like seeing how far they can push that. Or also it could also be part of, do you really see me as that? Like, you telling me I get more responsibilities and like you see me as a bigger kid. Are you actually going to treat me like this when I act a different way? I think there's a lot of like trial. And again, like it's safety that they're looking for at the end of the day. Are you reacting every time the same? You know, are both parents reacting the same and stuff like that? Which makes it tricky sometimes
Yep.
when you're not on the same page.
Yeah, it definitely comes down to the parents' reaction a lot of the times.
Mm-hmm. It's not that easy, but it's worth it too at the end.
Oh yeah.
Like, as hard as it is, like, I wouldn't change it for the world. Like, just a smile at you, I love you, or I missed you, is like makes it all go away. Like, every hard evening, every like whining, it's just like you just like they're laying in your arm or something, or like, hey, can you cuddle with me for 5 minutes? Just like, of course I can. You're still my baby.
Yep.
You know, when you get
It's
those
the
little
best thing
moments.
and the hardest thing at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't change it for the world. It made me a better person, period.
Oh yeah.
Just to push yourself. The wrong bread. You missed Ben.
What up, Brett?
What have we not talked about tonight? What have we not?
How you been, Beans? What's new?
I've been
Just
good.
been underground or?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Like, I get weird sometimes. And like keep to myself, and then I realize how much I miss it. So I don't know. Like, I popped around. Like, you'll see me in your stream from time to time. I've been a lot less vocal, I guess. Which I think is fine. You know, like step away for a little bit, but it's always in the back of my mind, and every time I go through like what I just went through, like I remember how much I miss you guys, and like remind myself like this is my group of people. Even like my friends, the people I hang around like with here. And I think every friendship is different and for its own reasons, but I just feel like I've struggled finding like my people until this. And so every time I do this and come back to do something like this, like it's just very heartwarming and gets me in like a good place again. So I need to just stay with you guys and keep along that path, because it genuinely is like my happy place.
Good deal, man. Yeah,
But otherwise it's been good. Yeah, otherwise it's been good. Just, you know, doing my thing, I guess, trying to figure it out.
yeah.
And I think it's the hardest part for a lot of people. A lot of people come in and like get really hard on VeeFriends because you come in and like it feels so good. You know, like the environment and everybody's positive and like the community feels good. And then you also realize, okay, it's really hard to like balance like real life and being completely connected all the time with all the VeeFriends stuff and all the community and all the streams and stuff. So I feel like there's oftentimes people going away for a while. It's really hard, I feel like, for people to find like the middle ground of like, I want to be part of it, but I also want my normal life, and like finding that middle ground of like, I'm all in, or I'm just like over here and I might sometimes pop in. I think it's tricky to find that middle ground, which I feel like it is there. It's just harder to find.
Yeah.
No, I agree. And it's always interesting like how different it is for everyone. Like, I think I was so in my world, and like before I knew like any of you guys, and like watching the release of it, it always felt like way different for me. And I know other people feel this way as well, like just following Gary, and like to me I look up to him so much, and he's like, you know, I follow him like religion most times. And so when I got into it, like it just meant something way more. Like, I never thought of it as like a money thing. I mean, like at first with the NFTs, I thought like, wow, this is a really cool thing that could make me a bunch of money. But it was like I always just wanted to go to VCon, and I think it turned into even more than I ever could have imagined too. And I think you have a good point too. And like sometimes I feel like I just get so into it that I'm like, I don't know what it is. Like maybe I just fear like judgment too much. To your point, like I'll see stuff on the timeline and people get so upset. And I know like Tim was talking about it earlier, like watching people like fight and stuff. it's so fascinating to me. Like when I see some of this stuff, like my first thought is like, how could anyone feel this way about this thing? And I feel like, Anne, we think of it very similar. Like all the stuff you post and how you kind of look at it, I feel the same way. So then you see like some of these varying opinions, and like a lot of times it doesn't make sense, but then I remind myself to like see where they're coming from, and most of the time I can like get a little bit at least of like the point they're trying to make, you know. But yeah, it's a lot. Like just everyone, and you're gonna have that with anything. Like the most positive community in the world that I've experienced, and you're still gonna have negative Nancy's and people that just get so uptight about things. Where I'm like, you know, it's not that big of a deal, but it's fascinating to witness everyone and their experience.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of
That's everywhere.
variables with people trying to figure themselves out and figuring out where they sit, and even in VeeFriends and even in any kind of community. I mean, you kind of have your niches and you have your cliques and you have the people that connect well with each other, and then especially the new people coming in. If there's not that history of suffering that we've all gone through the last 4 years or 5 years, and to get to where we're at, then there's obviously something missing, but doesn't mean that we can't reconnect and meet people where they're at.
I think there's just so much to VeeFriends that is like hard to comprehend sometimes. I've definitely noticed like the longer you're in it, the more you realize there's gonna be so many different opinions, and you just have to find for yourself why you are in it. What do you want out of it? I think that's the biggest part. Do you want it to be as an arbitrage? Do you want this to be to make money through the NFTs or like selling cards? Do you want to be here for the community? Do you want to be here for the trades and like making yourself a better person? Like, I think you have to figure out why you are in this, and then it makes it easier to go from there. Because otherwise, if you don't really know what directions or why you were in this in the first place, I think you get so drawn into all the different things, like all the discussions about what's bad and like the things that are great and like buy this thing and have this thing and you have to have this to be this. And it's like, if you know like your North Star kind of thing within VeeFriends, then I think it becomes much easier, which is hard in the beginning. Like I felt I had to have everything, like that was like, and now I'm like, gosh, no, I do not need every single drop. There's so many drops. There's a drop every month. Like you can't, get it together. So like, but it's a learning curve. I feel like you have to go through, and I think everybody has to go through. Like, what do you want out of it? Like, why you're in it? What brings you the most joy? And sometimes that stuff is taken away, and then you realize you're really missing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like any muscle, right? Like, obviously, being new, and if you've never been exposed to freaking Gary's sales tactics, you kind of get roped in. You're like the moth drawn to the light. You're like, how come I can't stop going to the light? But then eventually, like, you kind of build that muscle of resistance, and like, as much as Gary's like, you gotta buy now, swipe, swipe, swipe. We got 10 seconds left. You just sit there and you just stare at him and be like, shut up.
Yeah.
But it's definitely something you gotta build muscle for sure.
Yeah, I think it's just like a good representation of like life too. Like to me, this huge goal of like getting a series 1 and like being close. I've almost pulled the trigger, and then like like to me, it's just like it's like my life goal. And then I'm like thinking to myself, like, okay, I buy this series 1. Then what? Like the next day is gonna be the exact same. Like I'm just gonna keep going about talking with you guys every day. You know what I mean? Like just kind of stick with it. Everything isn't, the end all be all. just enjoy it. That's what I've gone through similar things like Anne and the moth thing I thought was funny because that was very much me at the beginning. But yeah, you just kind of learn as you go, and like VeeFriends is just a good representation of life, and it's yeah.
For me, the biggest part was last year when they started Whatnot. Gary was never really on streams, and then they started Whatnot in September, and Gary was on all the time, and you couldn't get into the stream. Like you were in the stream, but you couldn't write anything because they were always like thousands of people in the stream. It was ridiculous. You couldn't have a
Yeah.
conversation. Like coming over from Fanatics, like it was just not. It wasn't the same. And everybody all of a sudden moved to Whatnot, and we used to have Twitch streams all the time. Like I ran them, To the Moon, Rob Messer, like everybody. Like there were at least 2 to 3 Twitch streams a week where people would just jump up and talk to each other, and all that stopped in September, all of a sudden. And like by October, I remember I already had my tickets for Comic-Con, and I almost canceled because I felt so disconnected. I felt like this is not it. Like this is not what I want. I don't just want to be in streams and maybe have 1 or 2 conversations or like lines I can get in throughout a stream. That's not it for me. Like I need but that was for me to learn, like, what am I really in this for? What is my VeeFriends for me? And for me, that was the community. I just needed people. That's what VeeFriends gave me when I first came in. Like the streams when I first came in were maybe 100 people each time. You knew the people by like a couple streams. Could have actual conversation with the people on stream or in the chat. Like it was actual conversations and actual like building friendships. And when that fell away, I was like, I need that. And either way, I make it happen and go back on stream every week and make it happen, or I'm not going to be in VeeFriends. So there was like, and I feel like a lot of people put that choice on others outside them, put it on VeeFriends or somebody else, and are then upset or leave or like expected something else, when I know, like, I know what I need. I know how to make it happen.
Yeah.
Just try it out. Either way it happens or it doesn't. Like if somebody wants to show up to the weekly stream, then they will. If not, then maybe VeeFriends isn't what I thought it is, and maybe it's not for me. But that's the only way you're gonna find out, if you're just gonna try it out.
Now you're stuck with us.
I am. That's when you came on last fall. Last fall
I've
was
been in VeeFriends for a while, but not on stream or in.
Yeah.
I told you guys, the first card I ever got was the free Fanatics card at VCon 3. Outside of my 2 claim boxes that were not even opened. They were just sitting on a shelf. That was like literally 13 months ago.
Mhm.
How did you like get introduced, Dan? I don't know if I've ever heard like were you like a Gary guy before VeeFriends or?
Yeah, I was in, I've been following Gary for a long time. I was, around crypto in 2017, and when like he was launching VeeFriends, like I was thinking about getting Series 1s, didn't get Series 1s. And then I ended up minting Series 2 and then buying a gift goat in the fall of 23. And I had been to VCon. I went to VCon 2. I had tickets for 1, but gave me a friend because I couldn't go. But went to VCon 2, went to VCon 3. But I had never been in the collectible side of it. It was all on the NFT side. And like not involved at all. Outside of going to VeeFriends, but like knew nobody. And the people that I did meet like weren't in this arena. They were on, like, I don't know. I kind of have you been to 2? Did you go to VCon 2?
Yeah, I've been to all 3.
So I wasn't at 1, unfortunately, right? But 2 for me was like very clearly like collectibles, the digital NFT side of things, and then like the speaking side of things. And like the reason that people were there were for those 3 things. Like Pudgy had a booth, and like these other NFT projects, and then like that was one group, and then there was like the garage, that was another group that had the collectibles, and then there was the people that were just there for the content. And yeah, like it was very much like zero overlap of the Venn diagram. So yeah, I mean it was like a Fanatics live stream in like September. It was like my first stream last September.
It's just crazy to think of that. We might have seen each other at VCon 3 and just don't know about it.
Did you ever see let me find it. Hang on.
If we're in a picture together, I'm gonna lose my shit.
We're not in a picture together. We're in a video together.
Which one? The one from the
let me find it.
where they're talking? I mean, there was so many. VCon was nuts.
It was at the Uno tournament.
Oh,
Dan
wait, we had the
actually
same table?
interviewed
No,
you.
we were not at the same table. I remember that.
Nope.
Uno
I'm
was nuts.
scrolling through because I know I replied to it. It's further back, but I'll find it.
No way. See, there's probably gonna be so many people that I probably like walked past VCon, but I just didn't know them at the time.
Yeah, I've
Well, and
noticed.
that's this video. Like I know almost everyone in the video now.
That's
But
the
do you
crazy
know
part
one
too,
that
like
day?
knowing so many people of like things you see. But I feel like even VCon 3 was still very split between the collectibles and the NFT. Like I didn't know a lot of the NFT people, like who were purely NFT. I think there's still a part that's purely NFT who don't really care about the physical part.
Yep.
That I just don't like. They hang out a lot on Discord where I'm never. So like there's still so many people that have like no clue even exists within VeeFriends because I just don't talk to them.
Yep. Is it sharing?
It is.
All right,
Yeah.
ready?
Who made that video?
Bicep,
Oh, it's that one.
right? Jay.
I remember that video. I used it in one of my clips.
I think I remember watching the person. Did you take this
Ross.
video?
Dalton, Anthony, Mike JY.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if I'm in here. I think.
There's Joseph Capalbo.
Yeah,
there
that's
was,
me. I
Ren.
think.
oh yeah, behind Ren. That's you, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, Beans right there.
That tournament was wild.
Skolag. So many people, man.
And me.
No freaking way. I've never even realized that.
That's awesome.
That's nuts.
Yep. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
We might have almost met if we would have ended up at the same table.
It was
I
close.
don't think. That's
Pretty wild, right?
Yeah. I noticed that too with a lot of pictures and videos, like looking back, like even the first VCon, I was like recording dogs. They had a cute little dog petting station, like rescue dogs, I think. And I remember recording it and then like looking at it, I'm like, is that Cowabunga? And I like asked him, he's like, yeah, that's me. I was like, oh my God. So just crazy stuff like that. But it's pretty wild to look back.
I feel like I still meet new people all the time at the events. I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen you in a stream. I've seen your name before. You know, like there's always somebody new, which is cool too. I feel like it just like expands your. But you have like your own little group now. Like it's so funny too. I feel like when you come into VeeFriends, depending on what you want out of it, you end up in these little groups, almost. And I feel like it used to be just NFT side, and then the VFam was mostly just collector people who would like do the physical collectibles. And I feel like now even the VFam has split up in smaller groups who hang out with each other. You know, it's not like one big group who does stuff all the time. Like I know there's people in the VFam chat and stuff that I barely talk to. I'm just not as close with, you know. And then you guys, like I talk to you guys all the time. Like it's funny how like kind of it's almost like in high school. People are all like
That's crazy. Like the first, like I've been to two VCons, right? But and some other events. Like I went to, there was like an NFT NYC like secret wine thing that Gary put on a couple years back. I went to that, a couple other events, but like the first like real event where I felt like I knew people was Texas Meetup, which was in March. It's like not that long ago. It's crazy.
But do you feel like it was because you made the conscious choice to be more involved?
100%. Yeah, because like I mean, for me, it was like this entire side of the world. Like I collected like cards and stuff when I was younger, and then like stopped when I sold my Hollow Charizard in 5th grade. But yeah, I hadn't really collected a collectible. I collected like some Funkos And that's it. Just like random little things, but nothing crazy until VeeFriends.
But even like besides diving more into the collectibles world, I feel like there's people who collect a lot and like I see in breaks, but I don't necessarily see them hang out with others. I feel like that you have to make a conscious choice of like, I want to be involved as a person with the other people within the space. And then I see people all of a sudden be more active and like you see them more and you really get to know them. It is something I feel like it's a choice you make and you kind of have to get out of your comfort zone sometimes. It's like coming on stream and like talking more like PJ on Saturday. Like I think he made that choice to come on. Like we talked earlier, like he's at work right now, and we like messaged earlier, like send him the link. He's like he wants to be more involved, and I think it's like a choice you make. Like how much do I want to be involved? And I think if you want to be more involved, there is options for you, but you have to make that choice to get out there.
Yeah, I think like the reality is like I don't have a ton of like friends where I live.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that's like I'm busy
Same.
with kids and work and stuff, and a lot of it's that like I don't have enough commonality. There are a couple, it's like I don't want to sound antisocial, but like it's not like a
Same.
deep friendship. It's like very like you're at the bus stop kind of friendship. That it's like more of an acquaintance than a friend. And I feel in a lot of ways closer with this community and it's almost like an outlet as like I look forward to these conversations if whether I'm like working and just listening to it or whether I'm involved in it. And then it's like it's fun that I can be here on Tuesdays, but then also like carry this into a real world environment at a tournament or an event or meetup.
And it makes it so much easier because you really feel like you know these people. Like Alex, Black Label, and I was the first time we met in real life was national. It did not feel like that at all. I had to remind myself I have never actually physically met you.
Yeah,
this is the first time we
I've
talked.
never met you.
Yeah.
In fact, I've never met any of you.
Yep.
But it's the same. Yeah, with Justin. Like I had to remind myself at national we haven't actually met, but I know you guys
because he's literally on an island.
I feel like I'm on an island metaphorically and physically.
But I'm the same. Like I would say I maybe have two friends, and one I haven't seen in ages, and the other one is a good friend of mine. But I'm the same. I'm not the super social, let's go out, because you also have kids, and like at the end of the day, once they're home, you don't want to get a babysitter necessarily, or like you don't want to, so you end up not doing anything, or you go out when the kids are with you. So I feel like those friendships don't really get strengthened as much, especially as a parent. And like you said, like they're not always on the same wavelength. While like with all of you guys, I'm like, I know exactly what to talk about. And it's not just we don't just talk about VeeFriends. Like we talked about so many different things tonight, but it kind of just makes sense. Like conversations feel easy, they don't feel like pressured or you don't know what to talk about. And like it translates the same when you go in person somewhere. You just have really good conversations. Like it on the one hand it sucks a little bit because you want those people close by. Like I want to be able to just go out for coffee with you guys, or like a couple people together and just have dinner together or go out for drinks and have that real life experience more than just once or twice a year. Yeah. Like that is the one thing that I don't like about this, that everybody lives so far away. But you just make it work.
But that's why these are so much fun because you feel closer. And I've always said, whether it's friends or, it's like because of technology today, you can feel close without being close in proximity. Right. It's like, it's been fun for me, to hop in, Discord with Alex and Mike and just, shoot the shit or, just, just random things. People are like, hey, I heard that I should talk to you about something. Like I got that the other day. It was like, I was told that I should meet you. It's like, that's awesome. Like, that's an awesome way to start your Monday. If like someone feels like you're in a high enough regard to tell someone else that you should message them on Discord. That's cool. And you're not going to find that at the bus stop. Like,
Nope.
I don't know.
Yeah, I feel so aligned with like what you just explained, Dan, and like not having many like friends that I like you have friends that you have that surface level, like you said, like you know, how is dinner, how are the kids, how's it going? But like to me the point of life is what we're doing right now. Like all of just talking and like learning, and I'm so fascinated with other people. And it never occurred to me when I first got into VeeFriends and like went to VCon and like it never occurred to me that Gary was gonna attract all these people that think somewhat similarly, and that I was gonna like meet all of you guys. Like I never thought that was going to be the case when I first got into it. And so it's just like blown my mind, like finding people of all ages that have somewhat of like a similar mindset, that are just interesting and like learning and growing. And I don't feel like I find that much in just my day-to-day life. And I seek it out. It's not like I love people and I genuinely try to find that connection. And I don't know if it's like a me thing or if I just struggle with it. But once you are able to find those people, I think it just it changes your life. Like for me it did. Like I don't know. And so I really value that, and I feel very similar to like what you guys are saying.
And I feel like it's not necessarily being antisocial, because I do, like, I am an introvert, but I think I'm an extrovert with the right people around me. Like I can be very
Yeah.
talkative and I can spend hours with them and feel really good. I think as you get older, part of it is as you get older, but also like after you spend time with these people here and you know how it feels to have genuine like conversations with people and like people who kind of just get you, it feels, and it sounds like weird, but it almost feels like a waste of time to spend it with others who just don't get you. I don't want to do that. Like I'm so busy like with working and like having my kid and stuff, like the time I have for myself, I want to spend with people that I want to feel better after when I spend time with them, and not feel like I'm not sure if I can say this around you. Like, do you like? I think you just get really almost picky who gets your time and energy.
I think that's like spot on exactly how I feel. Like the area that I live is just like it's a lot of the same people, right? Like they work for the government, and like there's nothing wrong with any of this. It's just there's kind of like a one note in mentality, and I thrive in environments. That's why I like to travel so much. I thrive in environments where I'm, new to it. It's a new culture. It's like it's exciting to me. But more importantly, like I want to be able to be myself. And it's annoying to have to kind of like filter the statements you're saying, because you know that like if you say something and it's like viewed in a different way, then like not only are you like alienating friends, like they're not, I don't want the people that would be alienated by a comment to be a friend anyway. But then it's like talked about, in other circles. Like that exact same thing happened it was like a block party, and a guy said something that like one of the wives found offensive, and then she brought it up with the wine night with the wives. Like, fuck off. Like all this is such bullshit. Like take it as a service comment and move on. But people can't do that.
I mean, I think that's life in general. Like, as you continue to grow yourself, if you decide to make the choice to personally become better, and obviously, people that you used to hang around with, if they decide they don't want to grow either at the same pace or even head in the same direction, like, there will be a gap. And people are like, well, you've changed. Well, yeah, because I was tired of being the person back there. Like, I'm trying to become the person that's over there. And I would love for you to come, but obviously you don't want to. So I either sit here and be another crab in the bucket, or unfortunately, I'm going to keep moving. and it's just nature. Like, I think that was a big thing for me, going back to the human connection thing, because I'm kind of like Anne. Like, it was definitely a self discovery for myself too. Is like, I'm definitely a people connection person. Like, that's how I replenish, is getting around more people, and like understanding that if I decide to continue to grow myself, that unfortunately I would love for people to grow along with me, but if people aren't willing to, I have to make that choice to be like, well, sorry, but not sorry, you know?
And it's not even that they have to like necessarily grow the same way you do. I
Oh,
think it's
yeah.
more, are they able, when you are growing, that they are okay with it? Because a lot of people like get to know you a certain way and they want to keep you that way, especially if they're not ready, like you said, like to grow. And then it's really, you realize it's really hard to share who you are, because they either way don't accept the new version of you. I feel like a lot of us in this space
Mhm.
are in a moment of like growth. Either way, our kids are like slowly getting a bit older, and like we gaining a little bit back of our time that we didn't used to have, and now want to like do things for us again, or like just through others really learn who we are. And I feel like that changes you, and that's scary sometimes for friends around you. I've realized that they're not really liking the new versions, and I've just like I've seen for myself, then I'm holding myself back. I don't want that. Like I don't want to pretend to be like the old version of me when that's just not me anymore. It's not, that wasn't a bad version. It's just like I've grown
Yeah.
past that. And like either way, you can accept that, or I'm gonna have to let you go because I need to be me. I need to be able to just be me.
Well, that's the problem too, is like people come to the realization that, okay, it's great that you're successful, Anne, but even though they don't say it, they're thinking in their head, they're like, well, dang, Anne can grow, but I'm not ready to grow. But now she's exposed that my excuses don't count anymore. So either I sit here and bitch and moan about it, or I can make a decision to actually grow too. You know, and bitching and moaning about it is easier than change. So
That's true.
I feel like it's also really hard for me to explain VeeFriends and the space to others if you've never been in it.
I mean, that's
Like
everything. Yeah.
it, every time we go somewhere, like, and I feel like I'm getting antisocial with people because I don't like. I feel like I'm just not myself when I go anywhere anymore. Like we were at down the street, just a friend's birthday party, and they ask you what you do and stuff. And it's like I just tell them what all the things that are not VeeFriends related, because I'm like, in my head, I'm like, you're not gonna understand. Like, you're not gonna like, especially if I just met the person, they're not gonna sit with me for like half an hour for me to explain all the things that VeeFriends is, or what it feels like to me, and like what this community like is to me. So I'm like, so you're gonna have like a small talk, and I'm not even bringing it up. And but then also I feel like, but that's not me. Like I'm so
My wife
much
doesn't
in
fully understand.
like at least with my husband I can talk about it. Like he knows like the ups and downs, and when somebody did something dumb I will talk with him about it, but because he's enough removed to like be on my side, and agree with me. That's all I need in those moments. But like with a complete stranger, I'm just like, I just you're just not gonna get it. But
See,
then I
it's
also feel like I'm
interesting.
just not me.
It's interesting you say, like, that's why I feel like you almost have to be like aligned with it in the first place. Obviously, some people could use it and learn a lot and stuff like that, but I whenever somebody starts talking to me and I can tell they're passionate about it, like it doesn't matter what it is, if they're playing the piano, learning Chinese, I don't know. Like if I can tell they're passionate, like I'll just sit there and listen because I always feel like there's some value. Like if somebody started talking to me about VeeFriends and I had no idea what it was, it would sound really intriguing to me. Like maybe I wouldn't get the NFT stuff, whatever, but I would sit and listen, and I find the same thing, and I've talked to other people and they say the same thing. Like it's just a weird thing to explain, I guess, and it's you just get to a point where you're like, maybe they'll know about it someday. I don't know, like what I'm gonna do to convince you, but because even like I had the same thing with my mom after 3 years of posting VCon clips and traveling all over. She's like, who's this guy that you're crying and talking to? And I was just like, what? Like, I've
That's just
nonstop.
Jerry.
Yeah, it's just Jerry. Like, I just, yeah. And it's just like kind of showed me like people are going to care about what they care about, and you can
Mhm.
offer your advice and opinion on things, but you can't, like, I'm not going to force my mom to be interested in this thing, you know?
Mhm.
And so sometimes, like, and that's what I, like what you were saying, Anne, like, I feel the same way. Like, a lot of times, like, I'll just be out in public and, like, I don't feel great. But then when I'm having these conversations with you guys, like, I'm like, this is where I need to be. And it's such a like, you see so much of like the pain and the anger and the frustration in the real world. And it's not like we don't have that. Like, we'll talk about our problems, but it's not like a misery loves company type deal. It's like, what can we do to help each other and like figure this out? That's how I feel when I talk to you guys versus other people where it's like a lot of my friends, you'll explain your problem and then it's like, well, this is my problem. Like, there's no advice or resolution or,
Mhm.
and I know I just need to, you know, be around people like you guys more so to help myself individually.
Dan, do you find yourself wanting to get your wife in?
It's a good question. I want her to do whatever she wants to do. We'll start there. I would love her to have, if you can call this a hobby, right? Like the collecting part of it's a hobby. For me, maybe even the selling part is kind of a side hustle hobby. The community I feel like is more than that. But I always feel bad that I'm taking, whether that's time away from the family or us for this kind of thing. But if I wasn't here, I'd be working. So like, it's not uncommon that I'm up at 2 in the morning. That's just how I'm wired. But then when we start layering in like traveling for tournaments and traveling for meetups and then traveling for work on top of that, like I feel bad that I'm taking. Um, and she's like immensely supportive and has been around from before the company and has never said no to anything. But I want to be able to say yes to her things too. And I think she would much rather just like be home in her space and be comfortable and be caught up on things than spend the effort to do what I'm doing.
But would you want her
which
to
is
have her
just a different
own?
approach.
Would you want her to have her own thing like VeeFriends, or would you like her to be in VeeFriends with you?
Either one. Like I wouldn't mind at all if she was in VeeFriends. I don't think she would get the same out of it that I get out of it. But I've always wanted her to have a thing, so a passion, a hobby, like something that, and I tell her this all the time and she gets it, but like doesn't act on it, I guess. Like I've got a guys weekend that I do every year and I have this. And those are kind of and then we always try to take a trip as a couple together somewhere. Um, and those are in those scenarios, there are times that I reset from being a dad, being a husband, being whatever employer, whatever, and can kind of just suspend those things and just like clear mind, and not have to worry about any of it. And it's just a good mental reset for all of it. And I
I
feel
think
like
it's your.
if you don't have that out as an outlet, then all you have is your switch always on. And I don't think that's healthy long term. Like everyone gets burnt out to some degree over a period of time, and you need some reset. And to me, it's like got to be more than once a year, going on a trip with the two of us or whatever for a long weekend somewhere. It's like not enough. So that's a short way of saying I want her to be doing something. I don't give a shit what it is. She can take photography classes. She can do calligraphy. She can, make pots. Who cares? Just have something. But
I feel the same. I feel like VeeFriends is my me time, where I'm just in. That's why so far I've only traveled to all the events by myself, and I haven't brought my family, because I know that's the only time I'm not a mom. I'm not like, of course I'm still a mom and I'm still married, but I'm just in. For a couple days, I'm just in, and I get to do what I want to do, and I get to say yes to all the things I want to, and no to all the things I want to, without having to think of anything else. And I think it has really helped me to then be more excited for certain things at home, because I have that time where I'm just doing things for myself, and that's okay. Like, it's also important for me to show that to Emmy, my daughter. Like, because hopefully one day she's going to be a mom, and I want her to do the same things. I want her to know that once you become a parent, you're more than just a parent. And like, I think you need to have that outlet of being more than just a parent, because once your kids move out, you lost yourself if you don't have that extra part. So I feel like I agree too. Like, I needed this for myself to just have something that I can just be in for a little bit.
yeah, I mean, same exact theory. Like, does your husband have something that he does? Does he golf with his buddy? Does he have some kind of outlet for?
I mean, he meets his
Whatever he
buddies
does.
maybe once a month if they can make it happen. Maybe every other month for like dinner. Every now and then, like, he likes video games, and like if he gets into a new game, then he will be all over it for a while, but not as consistent as I have something. Like, he's very supportive too, but it's still hard for me too to like ask for these things. Like, if I want to go on another trip, like, there's certain trips I don't even ask for, because I just don't want to put on, like, I didn't even ask for like the Charleston thing. I mean, it fell through anyways, but I'm like, I knew I really wanted to go to Comic-Con, and so like there are just certain things I just can't make happen because of it. But it's tricky. Like, and I don't even know. On the one hand, yes, I want him in VeeFriends, but on the other hand, I'm also like, would that mean it wouldn't be my thing anymore? Would that mean like if we would both be on stream at the same time, would I now lose that just Ann time if I didn't have that?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you'd replace it with something else, but it wouldn't be as fulfilling, right? Like, I mean, that's why I stay up late at night, because no one's here, no one bothers me, no one responds to my emails. It's like I can sort of dial in my focus. And like I said, if you replace today with Wednesday, like, I'm still here at this desk, I'm just not on the call with you guys. And that's why, like, I typically join late, because I'm doing something else. And if I'm not working, I'm spending time, with the dog, my wife, whatever, until they go to bed. And so I try to put everything in buckets to sort of make sure that everything, has the plate spinning. But yeah, there's a lot.
But I agree, like, if your partner doesn't have the same, because I feel like for us, it's not just we hang out on streams, then like there's daily streams that we sometimes go to, and then there's the events and stuff. And I feel like if your partner doesn't have the same, then it's, like you said, like you feel guilty almost of taking the trips and like taking the time, because your partner isn't, even though they're happy for you and they're okay with it, it still inside feels a little bit like, should I be taking up this much time for myself?
Yeah.
So it always feels a little bit.
Compound that with, work. Like, I travel a lot for work too. So it's like, it's not, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. It matters that you're gone.
Mm-hmm. It makes it tricky. Life isn't easy.
No.
But I think my husband also sees how much it makes me happy and how much I enjoy it. And I think that's why he is okay with all of it, that it has changed how I see myself and like how happy I am with the world and around me. I think that has helped a lot for him to understand, even though he's not part of it and doesn't fully understand it. He understands, like, it makes me feel good, and like that's something he understands. I think that's been the good part about it.
I think that's accurate, right? And you know, to Psychostar's point, I think, you know, it's a weird thing to say, right? But you know, your kids, to me, like they're of course the priority, but they have to come second to you. Like if
Mhm.
you're not in a good spot, you can't. We talked about this earlier, right? If you had a bad day, like that's when you're the shortest with Emmy. Like
Mhm.
if you're not in a good spot with yourself, then you can't be the best parent. You can't be the best friend. You can't be the best mom, employee, daughter, like whatever.
Mhm.
Um, of course, I do anything for them, and that's why, like you know, when I travel for work, like I'm like the only asshole on like 11 p.m. flights. You know, I get in at like 1 in the morning for a meeting at 9, and then I'm on an 11 o'clock flight because I don't want to. I want to like help my wife during bedtime, take the most inconvenient flight, sleep on the plane to make up for the time that I'm losing from getting in at 1 in the morning. You know, and then home to like get them off the bus. 3 kids, I'd be taking an extra day. You know, go around. You know, tour a little bit, go get some food. It's like none of that.
Yeah.
That's like you asked about Comic-Con. I was like, don't mind if you go. We have family coming in. Can you just be home for when they get here? And that's why I'm like that gives me a very you know, I got to take a 2 o'clock train to get home for 6 so that I can be there to welcome them, which is a completely reasonable middle ground on something that was already planned before I brought up Comic-Con at all.
Mhm. I feel like it's finding that balance of like making it all work without having to cut one out. Like taking care of yourself, being there for your kids, and like spending time with your partner. And of course all the other stuff that has to happen, like your job and stuff. But like finding that balance for you, that like in the past I would just cut certain things out, thinking they're not as important, and then realize they were important. Like, and if I don't do them, I'm not feeling good. And I had to like reel back into like find time, like what's the saying, like if you really want something, you're going to find time for it, otherwise you're going to find an excuse. Like we have time for the things that we really want to do. Like if exercise is important to you, you're going to find time to go to the gym. You know, if sleep is important to you, you're going to make sure that like you're just going to make sure you spend time on the things and with the people that matter to you in that season of life. And like for me right now, I feel like I haven't taken care of myself in a long time, and now I feel like I need to make myself a priority. It's the whole like be selfish to be selfless. Like if I don't take care of myself, I'm not a good partner. I'm not as good of a mom. I'm not as good of a friend. So I feel like reeling that back in. How can I be taking care of myself too?
Yeah. No, that's the thing. It's like there's only 24 hours in a day. And, you know, we all wear a ton of hats.
It's just prioritizing at the end of the day, like what's really important to you. Then you're gonna make that time. And if it's not, then it's good enough. It shows you too that's not a priority right now for you. Like I can tell myself 10 times that I don't have time to work out right now. It's not a priority for me. Well, that's what it is, period. There's other things that are more important for me.
Right.
That's like,
Yeah, we could all be doing push-ups right now. Where's Brofit? He's probably doing
I
push-ups
know I was
right
just
now.
about to say if Robert would be here, he would be because bro. What your child thinks is important. Yeah, that's another thing. Like that when what your child thinks is important to you too. But again, I feel like part of like what I had to learn as a parent responsibility is showing your kids what you want them to do when they're older. I don't want her to just be a mom. I love being a mom, and I would love if she would be a mom, but I need her to know that there's more than that. If you lose yourself in being a parent, you're going to have a really rude awakening when your kids get older and just want to spend time with their buddies or move out at some point. Like, you need to be able to also just be you as a parent, as a person, and like do your own things that you enjoy.
Yep. Life's complex.
I know.
It is.
But it's good too. At the
It
end of the day,
is.
we can't complain.
Well, you can, but nobody's listening.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, on that note, should probably call it.
It's good talking to you tonight. It's good conversations.
I always
many-
enjoy our Tuesday chats, and also enjoyed our Saturday chat.
I know. I love the like spontaneity of it. It's just like, let's just do it. I've been debating to have like another day because I know not everybody can make midweek happen. But it's not important.
You feel any older? Any wiser?
Just
Sure.
upgraded. New
Exactly
software
the same,
release.
I hadn't had to say, I didn't have to say it out loud yet. Like nobody, like, yeah, like you guys all know, but like, you know, sometimes people ask like, hey, how old are you? And like, I never had to like actually say it out loud to like a stranger yet. So I feel like that hasn't sunk in that I'm like, oh no, wait. Because I'm gonna
Just
say
never knows
39.
you're not supposed to ask a woman her age.
Yeah. No, but I'm okay with it now. For some reason.
May I
Because
honestly
I-
have to really put conscious thought into how old I am. Like, I honestly, it's not the top of my thought. It's just like, how old am I? Like, it takes me a minute.
You're like, what year is it?
My mid-30s were like that, where I'm just like 36, 37. Let me count real quick. What year is it? It's like so I don't know what day it is.
Time flies.
That's far.
If I didn't have a calendar, Psycho, I wouldn't know what day it is either. I just wake up and I'll do what my calendar says.
Like right now it's different because school started again. So I know at least Monday to Friday what day it is. In summer, when you work for yourself,
Oh,
it's just like
so
there's
like-
no weekends. You just work whenever there's
That's my
time.
parents.
And like,
They're retired, right? And it's just like, it's like one day, if I ever retire, which is probably never happening, they just have zero care. They have nothing to do.
Which I feel like is a blessing and also maybe a bit of a curse. Like, I don't know. I feel like I would love just doing this when I retire, like talking with you guys, traveling, doing meetups. Like, that would be a good retirement to me. But yeah, I think about that too. Like,
I thought we're all moving into a little town together. We're
Yeah.
moving around V village.
Yeah,
Everybody gets a house. That's where we retire.
I'll come to Hawaii.
There you go. You don't
Yeah,
gotta
that's
wait
what my
until you
parents like.
retire. Come anytime.
All right, yeah.
Like you guys should be planning like 4 trips a year to go wherever you want, see your friends, stay active, keep your mind and your body active. Like sitting and watching TV all day to catch up on like 14 Hallmark Christmas movies is not it. Just get outside. Get on a
You leave a Hallmark Christmas out of this conversation.
That's how we draw the line here.
Listen,
I
you want to
know
watch
the
them?
plot
That's fine.
is
Watch
that
them at night.
she's a lonesome woman who happens to trip on a piece of ice that bumps into a hunky stud who has a relationship but then doesn't work out. So then they meet each other on a plane flight and they come together. I know, Dan.
Yeah. You mean it's the same script?
Don't ruin it.
Yeah, they're all the same script.
And it's
You're like,
usually
I think
the
I've
same
seen this
actors
exact
too.
movie.
The same actors in every show.
It's so weird too. I used to have so much time, I feel like, to watch, and I would watch TV all the time, like Hallmark movies and stuff like that. That was me, and I was like, "Took my last time I turned the TV on." I do it with my husband, like once a week when we watch like our show together. But that's about it. Rest I'm just
What
on
show?
streams. Right now we're watching Severance, catching up on that. We're also watching House Hunters still. That's our go-to. Just making fun of other couples. So we're bonding. There's some
Right.
weird shit people on there, man. Holy crap.
I can't watch that show because it reminds me how expensive where I live is.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, they go to these places. They're like, our budget's $180,000. We're really looking for 5 bedrooms, possibly new construction with a pool. You're like, where the fuck are you?
I know.
Like, I can't buy a
Wisconsin.
parking spot for $180,000.
Yeah.
Yes. Same for
Yeah,
us
when they
here in
do like the
Seattle.
renovation shows and like
Mhm.
renovation Hawaii or Aloha or whatever, and they like map out the renovation, it's like it's only going to cost $25,000 to renovate like the whole house. I'm like, where? That's not in Hawaii.
That's 1 bathroom.
Yeah, that's materials. That's about it.
Yeah, they gotta send everything over on a boat.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That is.
I should move.
Where do you
That's my
live?
takeaway. What is that?
Where do you live?
I'm outside of DC.
Oh wow. Okay.
Beans here in Wisconsin is like cheap as hell over here, guys.
Yeah. No, it's pretty crazy. I think my mom bought like a 5-bedroom house with 3 acres and a pool for like $100,000, and that was the coolest shit ever growing up. And then like even here in Appleton, where it's like bigger and like an actual city, 70,000, whatever it is, like this house that I'm in, where I live with my grandma is like 3 times smaller and like 4 times the price. And it's just wild, like location and cost of living. It's pretty fascinating, like the different states and how they operate. You like look at New York and like my room is like $4,000 a month for some people. So it's pretty wild. But
This is so true. He's a hamster trainer and she's a tissue tester. They make like 5 million
So
a
you're
month.
like, wait, rewind that. What do they do?
I know.
You're like, our budget's just 1.2. It's like, or they're looking for their vacation house. Like they already have a house and they want their vacation house has $1 million budget. Like who are these people?
What the fuck do you do? Like,
oh boy.
Wild.
man, we're doing something wrong.
Yeah, we're buying too much cardboard, Ann.
Yeah.
Somebody was earlier. We were talking about what we're good at or something, and he was like,
That was
"Yeah,
PJ. He's like, I turn money into cardboard. Magic tricks.
We're all really good at that stuff, man." And when I try to put it, but when I try to turn it back into money, it disappears.
I know. I literally have someone in Discord like trying to buy cards off me, and I'm like, but I need it.
Oh man, I need to sell shit, man, for real. So bad. And then I just bought more comics today because that's what you do.
I mean, I didn't go like crazy. I heard you say, Justin, you bought your max.
Yeah,
I bought less than the max.
15.
Yeah, I got 10.
I figure I can sell off probably 5 to 10 of them. So.
Yeah, I always tell myself I'm selling stuff, and then I'm just sitting on it. I'm not selling.
Yep.
So I usually get 3, 1 for myself, 1 for Emmy, and then 1 to keep sealed. I was like, that's a hard pick. We're gone for 5. 5 is a good number. But like I was in the cart, like, couple more, no, put him back out. Couple more, and put him back out. It's like for 10 minutes, I was like going like up and down in the cart. It's like, yeah, just stop. You don't need that many comics. You're not selling them.
Yeah, it took about a whole 3 piles of shirts before I decided to be like, I'm not selling any of these. I don't know why the newest shirt. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pick up 3 and I'm gonna sell 2. I never sell the 2.
Most of the time, I don't even wear them, so I've even stopped buying the T-shirts because they just don't fit me well.
That's the hats. I just had to put a deer. I'm like, I don't really like stickers. I don't need them.
Yeah.
Some of them are cool.
That's why I
I
offloaded
don't
my
need
mangas. I literally didn't make anything on the mangas. I was just like, I need these gone. I just don't want to stare at them anymore.
I just got 6 boxes that came in today. Maybe I should rip one.
Do it. I actually have my autograph box. I could probably rip that.
But I'm the same with the hats. Like I love the hats, but I'm like, how many hats do I really need?
That's true.
You know?
Don't wear hats. That's another thing. Like, if they had a cool phrase on a black hat, I'd buy it just to have one. And I have 2 gritty hats that are just sitting in there, one signed. I don't even know why. Actually, I do know why. I bought the hat. I don't know why I bought the hat, and then I won a giveaway for the hat literally the same day after I bought it.
I only bought the creative hat for peer pressure from you guys. Alex wasn't. I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get it.
You need
like,
to take accountability.
Well, and he was like, well, if you're not getting it, like you're gonna ruin VeeFriends. Like, fuck you.
They built the hat just for Ann Bag, and if she's not buying it, freaking
nobody's buying it, and then the whole company is going down the drain, and then we all lose VeeFriends, and it's all your fault, then. Thanks, Alex. But like, I don't like the awesome. I don't like the colors of it. Like, and I like the idea of the legendary, like the whatever you call that. What's it called?
Camo.
Yeah, but I'm like, I live in the boonies here, in a small town. That's what everybody. I don't need to blend in with the rest who lives here. Okay?
You got to get your own honey.
Like we literally like have. You go like 5 minutes up the road, and that's where you can have like free shooting shit. It's like I don't need to fit in more here. Like it's just not. I don't think that's a good idea. Me wearing this here. Stickers. It's coming out of
Come
Lucy's.
on, dual auto.
I would love
1 of
that.
1. Would you keep it or sell it?
Come on.
Sell it.
Have I sold anything? I literally can't sell any. I am actively having a conversation in Discord, and the guy's like, I want to buy this card for like triple market value. I'm like, no.
There's some things I have a really hard time selling that for some reason I'm attached to. But other things I'm just like, take the shit out of. Like, I just can't.
And I want to buy a gritty hat. I'll sell that.
No. I have.
Because you have one.
I never wear it.
Yeah, that's because you're always in the loyal hat.
Or these are my 2 favorite hats. This is what I wear all the time. And I got seconds of birth just in case I lose them.
Yeah, that red one is my favorite for sure. I gotta get one of those.
Come on, let's pull something good. Ooh, OG Ox. What is that out of?
$2.99. There goes this box.
Do you have a favorite character, Dan?
Bulldog.
Oh, it's a good one.
Are you still Persian?
Yeah, I don't know. I my profile pic is the Persian, and it's just so hard. Like when people ask, like I've gone through phases of thinking I had a favorite character, but there's just too many that I like. So I don't know. I tell people I don't really have a favorite,
nice.
but there's characters I'm drawn to a little bit more, I'd say.
How was it? Astro?
That's true. 3 hits, but
I know, nothing crazy. But I've done better.
So that whatever you just opened right there is like a whole box, or like how are these structured? I kind of missed this entire
yeah,
drop.
this is the box. This is the like Steph Curry collab.
Yep.
These are the packs, and it has 7 cards. Sorry, 7 packs, 3 cards per pack in each box, and yeah, basically you're chasing numbered cards. You're chasing autos, which each character has a 1 of 1, and then there's a 1 of 1 and out of 10 dual auto with Gary and Steph. And then there's this one, which is Curry as the Kind Warrior. And there's variations of that card and autos of that out of 30. And then there's Gary cards and yeah, that's Curry as Kind Warrior. And then there's Gary
I went to.
stickers.
Oh yeah.
I don't have one.
I obnoxiously overpaid for it now that I'm looking at the market.
Well,
How much does
I
it go
just
I'm gonna have
wanted
to
one
pay
in
for
the
one too.
collection.
That's the thing. I ripped like a case in half. You hit nothing.
Yeah, you either get a lot of them or you get none. That tends to be the mantra.
Yeah, I have
Tiger
one-
Mash or what, Jess?
What color?
You want a Tiger and an Astro crossover?
Oh, the core.
I'm gonna go in the crossover. Well, I just sent my best Astro to H Town, so should have asked last week.
Pretty sure I have an extra Astro I can send you. Let me see.
Yeah, one of my cases had nothing. A ton of like the clouds, almost in every box, and then the other case had 4 Garys and 3 Currys in them. So it really depends on the case.
Did everyone get a free box with the series one?
We got it for
They
cheaper.
weren't free. They were cheaper. They were $60 a box, and then Series 2 and Iconics were $75.
You bought cases in?
So Series 1, you could buy 1 case for $60 per box, 12 boxes in a case. And Series 1 and Iconics could each buy per account half a case. So since I have Series 1, Series 2, and Iconics, I was able to get 2 cases.
You said there's 4 boxes in a case?
12.
12, okay. Damn.
The plan was to sell them all, and then I ripped an entire case because I'm a lunatic. But it was at least it was the good case. I mean, once I opened the first, I think I opened 1 or 2 boxes, and one had a Gary, and I was like, "Ooh, that's a good sign." And then you just keep ripping.
Do you think like after ripping like those 101s early and stuff like, do you think you get like addicted to that feeling?
Definitely. I mean,
Yeah.
now I'm okay with not ripping anymore. Like I haven't bought into breaks and stuff. Because you just know it's too much at some point. Like you can't buy into all the break. You can't like there's just too many drops to buy into everything. I think at some point you realize that, but there's definitely and again that part of it is again ADHD and like the dopamine hit with it. The hitting like gives you a rush, and then when you hit, you want to keep going and keep that rush going. And if you don't hit, you're going to keep going until it comes back. So there's definitely an addictive. Dan is going like, Dan was like, that was nothing. I'm gonna open something else. It can only get better from
This
here.
is not a good box.
See, but that's
Did
what
you
I mean.
already
Like
open
if
the
you have a
first
good
one?
box, you keep opening,
Yeah,
and if you have
that's
a
how bad
bad
it
box, you
was.
keep opening.
Yep.
Now the rest of them, I'm gonna save and open them with the kids. I honestly think these will drop in price too. So
Yeah. I mean,
they
Gary
already
was
are.
selling them at what, 115?
Yeah, 112 or something flash sailed.
Yeah.
And this is a massive production run. Like, think about it. We're only halfway through Chrome, a little over halfway, and that's about the same production run. So
Yeah.
they got a lot of these hitting around.
Did you guys get your last shipment of vibes yet? We're still waiting.
I'm not even sure it's shipped yet, although Jay told me it did. He said it shipped Monday.
Ooh.
Angel.
I think I already have her. Better?
Ooh, 55. Let's go. Now we're
Getting better.
talking.
Still no curry.
Ooh, nice. Robot, let's go.
Robot. Hey, what's up, Trace? I've opened 13
That's better
boxes from different
than me,
cases.
Tracy. My son hit it out of 10. And 2 base Garys. As you need an extra?
There you go.
Ooh, black and white Con Warrior. Phoenix, a good one too.
Yeah, that looks good.
Well, that's 2 down.
I think that was better.
Marginally. That's, yeah.
It's always like when you get a low numbered one, like you want to also get a good character with it. Like
Yeah.
like you want
I mean,
like a
it's
kind
20
warrior or something.
boxes. I haven't hit a Gary. I haven't hit a Curry as Kind Warrior in 20 boxes. Feels like it should be a little bit better than that. Maybe not.
But I think that's the issue with the juiced up cases. If you have 2 or 3 cases that are not the ones, you're not getting anything. I would like it
Right.
to be like more. I don't know. Have like I don't know if it's possible like number wise, but like have a Curry and Gary at each case.
Here's my
I mean,
low
it makes
number
sense to have a case
ones.
hit.
Yep,
I got a 10 Angel.
that's a good one.
Did you pull it?
Yeah, on a break. 55 Robot. 55 Heart Trooper.
Trooper
Nice.
looks good.
55 Kind Warrior. That's it. All the rest are
This is the only one I
299.
have, but I didn't pull it. I bought it.
10 Lion.
Yeah.
Nice.
And, 10
In
Clown.
my grading pile.
Oh, I like that one.
55 Chinchilla.
Boom.
Ooh.
That's a beast.
I like this one. I like the fox. I like the contrast of it. The green
Oh,
and the
yeah.
red one. Also feel like certain carriers just like I know the clouds are like not a low numbered, but I like that if it's the right character in the cloud, it's different.
Yeah.
Like the dragon.
Was there anything like guaranteed with the case? Like any hits or whatever? No, just random.
Just the crossovers.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they
And
guaranteed 3 black and
white.
whites,
Yeah.
2 numbered hits, 3 black and whites, and a Curry crossover. Though I've had boxes with no Curry crossover. So
How many have you had?
just 1. Still annoying though.
Yep.
Is that what you're doing with your Sapphire, Ann?
I don't know. So I want to just keep it sealed and just have it. That would be my ideal situation.
Yeah.
Financially, I need to move it, but also like I don't like that it's going down. So I'm like, I don't know.
They're
As
kind of
long as I
stabilized a
can't.
bit.
Hmm?
They've stabilized a bit.
Yeah.
But there's still goats every now and then who felt like throw them up for cheaper. It's like, well, no, I can't sell mine for that. I'm not selling mine for 7. I'm
that's the goat
sorry. I'm
market
just
right now.
not. It's like, I know it's a lot of money, but I'm like, I know they're worth more. So I'm like, I'm just not.
Co-stream with like Justin Ryan do a character break, like get a bunch of people. I mean, you could pull it yourself. You probably don't need us, but you're going to get the most money doing a character break. It just is going to take the most time.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's, but I'm just like, I don't know if I want to sit that long on stream, man.
Yeah.
Well, the last character break I did before fees and everything was like 95. But then after fees, it came out to like 8.
That's the thing too. Like I had a buyer for 8.5. And the only thing we were having to figure out is like, how do you want to pay? And then dipped out, saying his partner told him not to, just to a week later buy the same product from somebody else for 500 more. And I'm like, I don't know why, what the difference was for that person, or, but I'm like, noted, thank you. Like it's okay if you don't want to buy from me, but don't tell me yes and then give me some
Yeah.
That
excuse.
doesn't
And then,
make much sense.
nope.
I think I'm
But
gonna.
it was for me like
after...
maybe I'm not supposed to sell it, you know? Maybe I'm supposed to open it.
Yeah, I think after the Sapphire break, I'm actually gonna go probably pick up that chinchilla sketch. Probably end up having to overpay on it.
Which one?
Did you talk to them yet?
Huh?
Have you talked to them yet?
Yeah, I've been talking to them ever since they pulled it, and then they sent it to PSA, and it took them like 2 months to get it back, or 3 months to get it back, and they finally got it back, graded a 9. And I mean, I was actually holding on to the other 2 sketches in hopes like they would be open to trading. But then I guess after they got it back, they're like, no, we just want cash. I'm like, well, shoot. All right. So I'm hoping I'll probably like fly over there and meet them in person, hopefully negotiate with cash in front of them.
Yeah.
An
I mean,
island hop, so.
the good thing is you're probably not getting a lot of competition.
Oh yeah, I mean I could be patient and wait for the price to go down, maybe, but I kind of just want it. It's the only one, the only sketch of a chinchilla I've seen out there.
Really?
Yeah, it is the only one.
Is it a good sketch? Like you like it?
Yeah, can I share screen? How do I share screen on this thing?
On the bottom?
The 3 dots?
What does it say? Is it trying to say the present? Might look
No.
different for you than for me.
Yeah, you're on mobile. It might be different.
Oh yeah. That's all right. I can text it to or send it to DM somewhere. I'll send it to Dan since he can
Yeah,
share
just
screen.
where are you sending it, on Discord or on X?
I'll do X.
Okay.
Actually, I'll just put it in the community night.
Works too.
Where
Yep.
is she?
The
There.
sketches are interesting though, just like seeing what people are willing to pay for them, and obviously certain characters mean a lot more to people, but it's just been interesting to watch like all the arbitrage of some of this stuff.
And also like depending on the artist too, I feel like they go different.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even just like thinking about where this stuff will go like long term, like that Sapphire box, like from what I've witnessed and it feels like is like when something comes out and it's all hyped up and everyone's going crazy, like that's typically the time to sell. That's how it was for Series 1. Series 2 is weird. It like took a while to take off, but then like, you know, there was a point where you could be flipping stuff. And but I imagine like 10 years from now when we're like looking back on some of this stuff, and if you were to show up and be like, yo, I got a set, like somebody would pay, I'm sure, a ton of money for that. Just that like nostalgic feeling. But I don't know how any of this stuff works, so it's been like cool to see like the process of a lot of it, and I feel like I've learned a lot about collectibles and markets and things like that.
Yeah.
I think something that I think took me, because I haven't been like a collector before, I didn't realize that almost everything would be expensive as it drops, go a little bit up, and then tank. And then
Yeah.
maybe over time goes back up as the IP grows and stuff. But that was it took me probably longer than it should have for that to learn. And definitely was financially not the best. Not weird, like you have to definitely, if you want to sell fast, and that was never been my, like I should have sold the box right away. I bought it with me at National and didn't sell when I should have. And then it went down. It was like,
And
well,
there's
there
so
goes
many
that.
stories like that that I hear from people, and like even Gage I was talking to like had Series 1 boxes, was getting offers for like 10, 12K, and he's like, dude, I'm pretty sure I can get 15. And it's like, imagine that, but with the NFTs as well. And Steven
Oh
knows,
yeah.
like, he was there when all this craziness was going on. There was a point where I was like sitting in my car debating, like, do I buy this digital picture for $5,000? And I knew in my heart I should have bought it. And then watching it, like within a month, the cheapest one being 20, 30, 40, $50,000. Like I'm like, oh fuck, I'm never going to be able to get one of these now. And just like everything else, it calms down. And look at that, we're back to like $2, $3, $4,000. Like it's okay. Like you don't realize that like when you first experience it, and so that's why, like I said, like I just feel like I've learned a lot. But even at the same time, like when you get caught up in things, like it can still be hard to remind yourself, like chill out. Like it's we'll have our opportunity. Like it'll be okay.
Yeah.
Justin, did you send that?
Yeah. It's in the community night X.
Oh, my fault. I didn't see it come through.
You're good. My little chunky monkey.
That's a cute one. Who's it by? Which Monelli?
Milanelli.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, which Molinelli? It's a cute one. I like it.
Well, I'm kind of forced to like it because it's the only one. I mean, I
It could be
have.
worse.
Did I show you guys my freaking holder? Check this thing out.
What do you think, Poker Pros?
This is my card holder.
Dude, that is sick.
It's like the like shoe holder that you put on the back of a door. They like have slots, and you just slide your
Nice.
pieces in.
That is beautiful.
And it has a backside.
Nice.
Kind of cool. So these are all my
Then for cards.
Yeah. On Amazon, it's like only $20 or something.
actually pretty decent.
That is sweet.
But they're made for
Just
cards?
a spare black.
Yeah.
No.
They are made for
No biggie.
cards.
Those are just his leftover cards. The other ones are in the display case.
You know, now I'm just imagining like if they also have like hangers, so you just like hangs them in like a closet, it's like full of chinchillas. It's like,
Uh,
these are my sapphire chinchillas. These are all my sketch card chinchillas.
Right?
Must be nice to have a character in multiple sets.
Pros and cons for sure.
Yeah. I mean, at the end, I'm happy it wasn't in there. No
Yeah, you have more money in your bank account than we do, so be grateful.
Sure. I love when people assume that.
Well, I know it would be less money if your character was part of the break.
Can't be much less than that, trust me. Need to sell shit for real, man. Who wants to buy?
That's the mail.
Oh, I gotta go.
I'm getting slowly tired too.
Alrighty.
Great chatting.
Always great to see you.
Yes.
Good seeing everybody. Beans, I'm happy you came back up. I missed seeing you.
Yeah, good chatting.
Every Tuesday, people. We're always here.
Every Tuesday.
Hi, Jess.
All right. Good night.
Good night, Poke, if you're still here. All right.
Good,
I'll see you guys
Jess,
later.
and cruise
Thanks
control.
again, Ann.
It's good to see you.
Take care.
See who else? I see Ruthless Rob in the chat and Chopper. Appreciate you guys all. Do you want me to leave it on for you guys?
No,
'Cause
we're
I'm
good.
heading to
Wrap
bed
'em
now
up.
too.
Good night, Jess.
Good night, Jess.
Good night,
Good
Austin.
night, everyone.
Night,
Good night,
and good night, Tracy. See you all on the flip side.
Sleep good.
Aloha.